Good morning, good afternoon to those of you on the East Coast. Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show on the Lapeef Network. It is Casual Friday here on the Trigger Mike Show. Oh, we love Friday, and we especially love Casual Friday. I'm fresh out the barber chair this morning. I'm feeling good. How y'all doing, though? Let me talk to my chat. How are y'all doing today? All of my viewers, I hope y'all are up, y'all are ready, y'all are showered. Y'all are bright-eyed, wide-eyed for a great show today we got for you. If you caught Lapeef Let's Talk last night, let me know. What did you think? All right. Our man JR, the founder of the Lapeef Network, was getting some much-needed rest and relaxation. All right. So I tried my best to hold it down in his absence. I tried my best, okay? I know y'all are opinionated people, but I tried my best. All right. But I appreciate y'all support, even the haters. Anybody that hated on me, I appreciate your opinion too. I don't care that much about it, but I appreciate it. There's a difference. Look it up. But yeah, man, great show last night, I thought. All-star panel, you know. So those, yeah, everybody, I really love getting on those panels with those folks. Everybody with those huge platforms, it makes for great conversation. We even had people coming out of their element last night. I think Bruiser went a little bit God body. He even switched into the robe on our ass. So great show last night. Make sure you continue to tune in. If in case you're watching this show and you don't know what I'm talking about, we are talking about the big show, Lapeef Let's Talk, on Thursday nights. Make sure you subscribe so you know, and hit the bell for notifications so you know when these shows are coming on. You got to be a part of the Lapeef Network and all of the shows that we have, not only the Trigger Mike Show, okay, but Lapeef Let's Talk, King Talk. Then you go over to the Lapeef Experience channel, okay? Hit that channel up. We got The Solution. We got Bridging the Gap with Kelly. And we got the She Critique probably coming on tonight. Stay tuned for that word, all right? So, yeah, Lapeef and the Lapeef Experience channel have tons. So the Lapeef Network and Lapeef Experience have tons of shows. All right, a lot of content and more coming out. And more coming out for you. So make sure you support. All right, so salute to our viewers everywhere. Where my NY people at? Up north, New Jersey, Boston, okay? We got Boston people. I'm not going to forget y'all. You got Boston, New England area. Got my Chicagoans in the Midwest. Where my people from VA at? DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia. All my Philly people, what's up? My North Carolinians, my South Carolinians, my ATL people, my Miami Floridians, all my people down there, what's up? I got Southwest. We over here in Texas. All right, we in H-Time. All right, so all my Texans, Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, what's going on? I'm about to stop shouting out Austin. They're a pretty liberal part of Texas. I don't know about them people, but either way, you get a shout out today. And all my West Coast people, LA, what's going on? Thank y'all for coming through to the Trigger Mike Show on this good old Friday. It's Casual Friday. Let me know what y'all wearing, man. We like to get fly on Fridays. It got back cold. I don't know what the hell happened, but it's back cold out here in Houston. Talk about it's not going to be more than 55 degrees after we've been in the 80s for at least a good week and a half straight. Crazy, all right? Maryland, Fantasy Island girl, I see you. What's going on? Welcome. What y'all got on today, man? What y'all rocking? I want to know. I just feel like it's a good day. I might go cop a new pair of J's or something, man. I got a little spot. I go to where they save a few key sizes. They don't put them out. They'll put them out each week instead of all at once. So people be robbing each other. But I ain't going to tell y'all where that spot is. Some of the Houston people know. And it's usually grown folks because we don't like to be in line with these little ass people about to shoot each other over some damn sneakers. But I'm feeling good today, man. Shout out to everybody. Make sure you like this video. Like and subscribe. Drop us a like if you just got in or if you notoriously came in, started listening, started watching, and didn't drop us a like. Okay? Drop that like right now. Support your people. If you are not subscribed to the channel, make sure you subscribe to the Lapeef Network. All right? We talked about it before, but I need y'all to do that, okay? Subscribe to the Lapeef Network and hit the like button. Do that right now. Get those likes up. Show your support for your people and this conversation. All right. And if you can, what I want you to do is I want you to share this out. hit that share button and just put this up on your Facebook news feed. Everybody, just do me a favor. Hit the share button. Don't leave the stream. All right. Don't take our numbers down, but hit the share button. Hit Facebook news feed and share this out to your Facebook news feed. If you don't have Facebook, hit the share button, share it out to your IG or your TikTok or wherever else it lets you share it so people know you're watching the Trigger Mike show this morning. If you want to support the show, we are always appreciative on this good payday for some of you for your monetary support. That's how we keep things going. That's how we get equipment and all of that. You can do so in the form of super chat. All right, go to the little monetary symbol in the corner of the chat or scroll across on your mobile phone to find how you can monetarily support the show. I will be reading super chats aloud, all of them. Also, if you are watching and the broadcast is over, if you're not watching live, if you like what you hear or you like anything one of the panelists said, please send a super thanks to the network. We appreciate that as well. Who I got in my chat on this good afternoon? Mr. Rich, what's going on? Oh, he's starting early. The very first comment. PH Diva, it's Friday, so you must be off, okay? You getting called out. You gotta pop in on this one. We'd love to have you. Opulence, what's going on? Marriage, money, marriage, and media. How you doing? Todd, what's going on? My man Quincy, always in the building. Tina, how you doing? S. Chanel, how you doing? Sir Shy, 87, what's up? Gino Vasquez, what's going on? Who else? Lacey, Bath Shua, how you doing? Bath Shua's in Philly or Boston? I think she said Philly. I gave a shout out to y'all. Nurse Fancy, how you doing? Nurse Fancy, are you a high value woman? Tell me, let me know. You be working. Big Rig, Jew Martin, what's going on? Love C, how you doing? I appreciate the love. She said I held it down. I tried. She said I better not be out here hosting and taking sides. Don't fall for it. Remember, I got an opinion, and it's gonna take a while. Let me explain this real quick. It's gonna take a while for someone who is historically a panelist to transition to being a host. But I am an alpha man, so I try to transcend all things. I don't take a side, I take my position. Can we get an amen? I take my position. I will create my own side if I feel like my message got to get out there. All right. But I appreciate the support, Love C. It's always love. Thank you for coming through. Fantasy Island girl, Maryland, Murderland in the building. That's what's up. Smitty's Corner. How you doing, my brother? Michael Jones, Chicago, the Shy in the house. Also, look out. I believe, hey, listen, the announcements are coming out soon, but the Lapeef Experience, the live show, not the first one of the year, but I think the one after, it might be coming to Chicago. I've heard things, so y'all get ready for that. If you hype for a live show on the Lapeef Network, if you're gonna come to the one, I think it's in DC. I think JR has said that out loud already. If you come into the one in DC, Fantasy Island, I need you to show up. I'd love to meet you and all my people in DMV area. Don't be on no bullshit though. Trigger Mike is his own security. I will shoot somebody in the foot. So if you don't like me, keep your distance. All right. Inky Dion, what's going on? Frozen, what's up? What's up? Boomer Noddy, how you doing? Nas, what's up? All right. Trina Hearn, welcome. Mahalia, what is going on? All right. Here we go. Y'all saw the topic. I hope I don't get in trouble for this, man, because this lady is really rich. I hope she don't got like a cease and desist letter waiting for me already. But ladies, I got to make a statement real quick. My man AP, I see you in the building. I have to make a statement real quick. I know tons of powerful women. I know tons of rich women, really. Yeah, women doing well for themselves, titans of industry, so to speak. And one of the things I wanted to say on this particular topic, because I've already gotten pushback, I share this to my Facebook and people get triggered immediately. All the women I knew in college triggered immediately because I'm not the Mike they used to know. What happened to you? Why are you such a misogynist? I ain't no damn misogynist. You just got brittle ears or brittle eyes, rather. Can't read nothing. That ain't kissing your ass. But anyway, ladies, if you put yourself out there for any reason, if you ascend high enough, you better be open to some criticism. This is built in to the system. If you're gonna stick your head up, it's a Chinese proverb. The nail that sticks out gets hammered. So if you can't help but stick out, be prepared. People gonna talk. If you're that great, somebody's gonna criticize you. I criticize Bill Gates. I criticize Elon Musk. I criticize Robert Smith. I criticize Mark Zuckerberg. I'll criticize any of these dudes. Just type in their name and look at them getting slandered and smeared. They understand it's part of the game. So if they can do that, I can do the shit to Oprah. I'm sorry. Somebody last night, I think it was Sheba, said, Oprah's off limits. No, she not. No, she is not. Arguably the most powerful black woman in the United States, if not the world. So she is not off limits. You ascend that high, be prepared to be criticized. Fantasy Island said, exactly, no one is beyond reproach. That is 100% true, especially no one of status and influence. You are definitely not beyond reproach. But let's get into it. So what do you think I mean by this? Oprah is not a high value woman. And let me get into why I created this topic. As I told you, I've already triggered the hell out of some people. And I'm doing short monologues these days until I get another passion project type topic. So I want you to call in and cam up if you got time on this good old Friday. All right. I will be vetting people coming on the panel. So please be careful. No BS. And you have to be on cam. So come on in and talk to me about this. But why do y'all think I created this topic? All right. During a conversation with a woman some weeks ago now, don't even remember what backstage panel it was, I said something about or it wasn't me, high value man, and I gave an example. And she was like, well, Oprah is a high value woman. And I didn't even say anything because I just kept talking and trying to make my own point. And then we left. And I was like, as soon as it hung up, I said, wait. I did not defend the duty. I did not do my duty because Oprah is not a high value woman. I meant to say it, but I was trying to finish my own point. Oprah is not a high value woman. I should have corrected that woman on the spot. But I'm not, I can prove everything I say, or at least take my own opinion and let you debate with me. That's what we do here on the Trigger Mike Show. I don't want to be in an echo chamber. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. If you think Oprah is a high value woman, you let me know in the chat. Or come up on the panel and let me know. But remember, the titles for my broadcasts are just avatars for greater problems, issues, and circumstances that we have in modern society. All right, that's all it is. Oprah represents the female high income earner. That's who she represents. So this topic is just saying that Oprah represents the female high income earner. She also represents the spinsters. For those of you, that's a pretty old term, but spinster really just means grown, unmarried woman. Usually also means she has no children. Oprah is a consummate, like the definition of a spinster, okay? And I want to highlight the fact that she has no children, which will actually become more common over the years. And we've been seeing it. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the birth rate is going down. I'm not picking on Oprah. Please don't call her people and don't call Gail to come over here because I'll make somebody famous. Don't give me the opportunity to go on one of those shows. I'll cut up because no press is bad press. I'll cut up just to get clipped. But I'm not picking on Oprah. I understand 100% everything that she's accomplished. And I'm not trying to diminish her accomplishment. How could I? How could my little ass? I don't even know what tax bracket they call. Is that God tax bracket? That's God tax bracket. Okay, I can't pick on Oprah. I can only make my critique. I'm even going to tell my daughter about the heights she's reached. But the funny thing about it, while telling my daughter how admirable this woman is, I'm going to actually have to leave stuff out. And y'all know why. If you understand my tradition, my culture, the things that I want for my daughter and the things she wants for herself, I will not recommend she takes Oprah's route. And that's kind of where we're going with this topic today. I'm definitely going to tell my daughter she is someone to admire, but only in certain ways and for certain things. Let me start by explaining this term high value, because I didn't get to correct that lady. I pulled this off the internet, and we're going to use it because it's usually a term used to describe men, right? A high value man is the epitome of masculinity, leadership, charm, and sophistication. He is a man of means and influence, loved by women, revered by men, and moves gallantly through the challenges of life with courage and pride. It was a damn good definition. First one that popped up. I'm lazy, so I don't like the scroll. First one, I was like, I'll take it. I will take it. Now, with that being the definition of what a high value man is, you have to also understand that it's not just a man being that. And really, we're going to focus on the part where it's not just a man having means and influence. It's the fact that women validate that influence. Women validate this man as a high value man because they relentlessly search for these men. They throw themselves at these men. So women validate high value men. Yes, they create themselves. They become men of industry. They do things. They amass wealth. They get a lot of money. They're cash rich or wealthy. But women ultimately validate whether you're a high value man or not. So respectfully and alternatively, men will also value what a high value woman is, if there is such a thing. Remember, the market sets the price and therefore determines the value of anything. So dare I say that Oprah is not a high value woman. Oprah is a wealthy woman. Not rich, wealthy. One of my frat brothers told me a long time ago he was rich, and everybody knew him to be rich. He is a big lawyer, corporate lawyer, big ass house. But he says, he told me straight up, I'm not wealthy. He said, I'm rich. Wealthy people don't have to work. Wealthy people create engines that cycle revenue, that build them revenue whether they're working or not. Oprah hasn't been in front of a camera every day for years, but she's still making money. That is what wealthy means. She has networks. She has people working for her. She has TV shows playing while she sleeps. That is what wealthy means. She is a wealthy woman. Cannot take that from her. But the reason I say she's not a high value woman is because she doesn't fulfill the requirements that men value most. Ooh. She does not fill the requirements that men value most. Let's go with the Kevin Samuels. Let's go with the Kevin Samuels reference. Let's go with his. Fit, feminine, friendly. Okay? Let's go with that. Everybody's heard it before, so I know you understand what it means. To my knowledge, and obviously, right, she has struggled with her weight for years. She struggled with that. That's no secret. She has also never been described as particularly feminine or friendly. In fact, now that I think about it, women with her status are typically not friendly. If you know a woman, like I know several women that are at the height, the pinnacle of their career field, are these women friendly? Did they get there with smiles and giggles and pats on the back? Hell no. They are straight up monsters, savages. Even with a smile on their face, they are stabbing people in the back to get their way up to the top. They are trying to do what men do and behave how men behave to be taken seriously. These women are not friendly. So we can cancel that. I bet a lot on it that she is not a friendly woman, no matter how she presents in public. She can't be all this She can't amass all this wealth and maintain it being a friendly person. Absolutely not. So she basically failed. She failed 2, if not all 3, the basic Kevin Samuels requirement that men want. Fit, feminine, friendly. She failed. This is what men value. She failed. How can she be high value if she's not any of the things that we value? But let me go deeper into this. And I want y'all to understand that I can take an intellectual position on this as well, not just a figurative one and not just metaphorically. Oprah was never married. You heard me on the broadcast for is a $45K per year man good enough? You heard me on that broadcast say that all high value men, the one thing that you go across most, rather, not all, but a large majority are married. They were either once married, they get married again, but most of them are married. High value men tend to be married. Oprah is not married. Oprah is not married. She does have a long-term mate. We all know his name. Unfortunately, if I was him, I probably wouldn't want it that way. I'd probably, want to chill out in the shadows, but we all know his name. His name is Stedman Graham. Why is this important to note? I'm not picking on her, I promise. Even though she's Oprah, I'm well aware of who she is. There are some opportunities, events, and circles she won't have access to because she's not married. I told y'all already, marriage is a club. It is a club. Although she brings her wealth and her influence, married men and women prefer to connect with other married people. Okay? Another very important point I want to make. This is actually a personal point, something I've been thinking about for a while. High value men, like corporate titans, the men versions of like Oprah, media, doesn't matter. Media, steel, construction, people that own huge corporations, huge conglomerates. They provide opportunities for men and women. High value men are very philanthropic. They feel a sense of duty and a sense of purpose to take care of the group. In fact, it helps them. It's tax benefited for them to help men and women to just give, to build a school over here, give money to this agency, give money to this corporation, give money to this girls group, give money to this baseball team, give money to disadvantaged kids, kids with disabilities. They do that for men and women, boys and girls. Okay? They do that for everybody. That's what the men do. Men are expected to give to everybody. Women don't even go to other women for money. They go to male-dominated corporations so they can tug on the heartstrings. Give us money. One of the things that has seriously bothered me about female corporate titans is that they only give to women and girls. You cannot be a high-value woman if you don't take care of the community at large. You only take care of girls. Doesn't she own a girls' school? What about the boys? What about the boys? You are out here trying to make versions of you that don't cooperate with men, that don't get married to men. That is not what high-value people do. You essentially are destroying the community. That's why I believe she's not high value. I'm sorry. I'd like somebody to come up here and prove me wrong. But anyway, they only do things for girls. What do y'all think? King Spark, my man, what's going on? I'm going to drop that link again for those of you that want to call in. Make sure you cammed up. Shout on it, my brother.
What's going on, Mike? You hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, man. It's The lines have been blurred, brother, and women think that they can define what is of value to us.
Yep.
And as long as that's the case, it's always going to be skewed, man. It's messed up. Uh, Oprah's a high value man. That's what Oprah is. She's she's not a high value woman.
And you had a better
That's just what
punchline. You have a
it
better punchline than I had. It shouldn't have been Oprah is not a high value woman. It should have been Oprah is
is.
a high value man. Damn,
That's what it
that's a
is,
better
man.
punchline.
That's what it is. But yeah, it all circles back, man. We in this feminist world, so they looking at things they want to use the scales that we use for ourselves and put themselves interject themselves in the formula, and it just doesn't work. It'll never work.
Okay, Mr. Rich. Good
How you
afternoon.
doing? Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
What
I
you
don't
got on
think
the topic
Oprah.
this
I
morning?
don't say what?
What you got on the topic this morning?
Yeah, no, I don't think Oprah cares whether she's high value to us or not. Right? She's been defining her own way for a lifetime. But
Mm-hmm.
this one of her circumstances is this, and this is not just Oprah, but this is any woman who's wealthy or real rich.
Mm-hmm.
She can't be hypergamous because she can't find a guy
Yep.
that could check her. Not really, right? So she gets a guy like Stedman, right? She doesn't marry him because she's like a man, right? She's worrying about her assets, and she don't want to give nothing to him, and she don't want to take no direction from a man. Now, I was surprised that she wasn't a lesbian straight out, to tell you the truth,
Mm-hmm.
but um, so she doesn't define herself by the social mores that we're talking about. And there's a lot of women who might be try to be like her, but they ain't moving like her, right? I mean, you look at Rihanna; she's getting ready to make her $2 billion with that Puma deal.
Mm-hmm.
But she we know she likes men, but she's going to marry ASAP Rocky, knowing that he could only be so much of a man to her, right? So that little metaphor picture that they have is that he's the kind of metrosexual that she can handle because before him, she had this sheik or this Arab dude who was a billionaire already,
Mm-hmm.
but she wasn't about to take his direction. Look at Janet Jackson. She could only stomach 10 years of the sheik she married, and she
Mm-hmm.
left him after she could vest that money. Look at Eve, right? Eve married one of those guys, and we haven't heard from her since because she can't just do what she wants to do, and she was willing to acquiesce. But
For
so there's
now.
a lot, huh?
For now.
Well, she's been going for quite a while though.
She has. She has.
So women are making a decision based on how much money they have and how much wealth they have on what kind of man they could tolerate.
That
You
is
know,
that.
so,
That is very true. Very true.
yeah. So Oprah can she can tolerate a man like Stedman, but Trigger might be too much for
I,
her.
I would definitely. So here's the part that I said that you said that interested me because it's not that these women. So I don't think I think she does care. I think she does care. When
Okay.
you said she doesn't care what we think, not necessarily us. Who the hell am I compared to Oprah?
Yeah,
Who the
men,
hell am
but
I?
men think. But go
But
ahead.
society at large,
Okay.
I just don't. We don't have enough examples of women losing out on having children, getting married, and the experiences that basically the majority of women around the world, let's not even use the US, around the world have, because it does not mean the same thing to her.
Right.
Everything. So, see, here's the weird part about it. And here's where women need to kind of pay attention. Everything a man has is for the advancement of his family. Everything that I have, I get to leave to them. I get to share with
Okay.
them. They get to partake in. But when a woman does it and she has no family, then you realize that everything that this was actually for, that your male counterparts do it for, you amassed all these things, you've already gotten all the love, everybody knows your name. That's going to hurt a woman 10 times more than it could hurt a man. What do y'all think?
Well, let me just piggyback one thing, and you can go, King Spark. Shit, I had the point. the one thing Oprah talks about a lot of things when she talks. The one thing I've never heard her talk about was not having children. Now, I don't know whether it's because she physically couldn't have one when she was fertile, and she has a history, so that might have been taken out of the equation for her. I'm not sure. I don't know her backstory. But I think that might have had something because she had, I think, some kind of trauma back in the day. So does that mean so when a woman gets successful like her and she's a spinster, right? I don't know. We still don't know who she's going to leave her money to. It could be all women. It could be this. It could be that. We really can't speak on it, right? She
Mhm.
might put that back into the community, but so I don't want to make any kind of because she's still alive and she's what relatively young. How was she like 60 years old, 65 maybe
60. Yeah, let me.
in her 60s? So she's going to be around for a while, and she'll probably leave with around 3, 4, 5 million, $1 billion. So who knows what she's going to do with that cash? And I'm not even protecting her because I agree with your premise
Mhm.
that I don't want to use value, but that she's not high value to a man.
Exactly. That's my point.
That's right. So that's key. She's not high value to a man.
So
But as far as
yeah,
she's concerned, she's more than high value as a person.
exactly. Well,
Well,
well.
let's talk about that. We can
You
talk
heard
about
so yeah. I was gonna say at the end, you heard me say that women. You've heard me say on more than one occasion. You give opportunity to a man, we create families and
that. Right.
community. Everything that has ever been built in this life has been because of family-oriented men and our benevolence. You give it to a man, this is what we create.
Okay.
What woman has created the same thing?
Is that part of their nature, though, Mike? Because she's on a grand scale. But are we saying that because how many women actually think about men? Period. You know,
Exactly.
that's what
That's
I'm
my
saying.
ultimate point. Yep. Go ahead.
Right. So can we judge? Well, I shouldn't say can we, because we can. But should we just solely judge women's value on how much they think about the community and men? Because we know they don't think about that shit. They don't. Some of them can't think past their own self interest.
What
And,
all
and
of them
Oprah
cannot think past their own self-interest
and
or their
Oprah got the
children if
money to
they have
prove
them.
it. Right.
But what I'm saying is in reverse. So you say you give men. My saying is you give a man an opportunity, he will create a family. You give a woman an opportunity, she will destroy them, destroy a family. So are we wrong for enabling women to do this? That's what I'm saying. It's not a zero sum type thing. They will actually destroy the community with this opportunity that they've been given. What do y'all think?
Okay, go ahead.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, King.
I
Smoke.
mean, absolutely. Because I'm going to say this real slow. Men are givers
Right.
and women are takers in every goddamn situation. Okay? So it doesn't matter what a woman amasses, she's just gonna take more and more and more and more. And the more a man amasses, the more he gives. The more jobs he creates, the more he communities he creates, the more he charity he gives. It's that's just at the basis of the whole conversation is that men are givers and women are takers. So if you put a woman in a position to take all she can, that's all she will do. And she won't feel no type of way doing it. Right? You could take your woman out every night to a 5-star restaurant. Ain't no night she gonna say no. You gotta cut that shit off. she gonna
Okay,
keep
but
she
the
gonna,
question
she
though,
gonna keep putting the dress on.
is that a bad thing? And is that opposite their nature, right? That's why when they cleave to a man, right, they still could be that way, but we can help shape their chaos into something that's beneficial for the community, right? So when they stay single, they're gonna just keep going down their own path. But when they get married, their basic nature might not change, but if they're cleaving to a leader, then if they have assets, we can help direct those assets to where they need to be. I
That's
mean,
why
that's what I'm saying.
having a man should be damn near mandatory.
Well,
Especially if
well,
you especially if you're a woman that's out there creating
she
resources. I
got
mean,
a man.
even
She
my
got a
neighbor.
man.
I mean,
But she got a man.
he ain't acting like a man.
Well,
He
okay.
live in a pool house. He ain't even in the main.
He's in the
He
pool
ain't in
house.
the
He's
main
in the
show.
pool.
You know what I mean? If it was
But
me
the
over
point
there,
is, I said that before, King's Park. She has a man that she could tolerate, right? These women at that level have a man. They have men they can tolerate, right? And these women are the exception. The only problem is we got all these low level women think they can live like an Oprah. They could live like one of these, women like Rihanna and treat their men anyway. And that's where the men are. That's where men are at fault. When an average woman tries to treat you like she's Oprah Winfrey, telling you what to do and all that shit, and you acquiesce to that, that's not her fault. That's the man's fault.
Mm.
That's what I think.
no, you're
So
absolutely
don't be
right.
coming to me. You got a $5.95. You got a minimum wage job, and you're gonna tell me how to run my household. I'm taking you off the street, right? You've been giving this thing away for chicken dinners and little steak dinners, and now that you got a man that loves you and gonna take care of you, you want to dictate terms? It's bullshit.
But that's
Mm.
why men on the lower level, this is why Pookies thrive. Because the woman that has just a little bit more than the man that's doing this at his worst, right? She's gonna welcome him in with open arms every time because why? She's gonna be the Oprah of that goddamn relationship.
I agree. Man, whose fault
He
is that?
can't. He can't. I
I'm asking
mean,
you, whose fault is that? On that
I
point you
mean,
just made, whose fault is that?
I do believe a fair exchange isn't a robbery. You know, a lot of times those women could be lonely. They want a man around the house just to have a man around the house.
Right,
Women love to have men for events. Women love to have men for holidays, right? So they're
right.
kind of, I think there's a fair exchange there. I'll play your man. I'll stand there. I'll smile. I'll shake your hand. I'll talk to your dad. I'll do all these things you want me to do as your man. And then when we get
So,
home, you
so
go
like a
swing
smash.
them breasts around
It
because
sounds like a smash.
you go swing them jokes and
touched
let
on
me
that the
know
other
what's
day
going
too. As
on.
long as you can smash, you give up. You don't
That-
care.
that- that's it. That's it, man.
All right,
But
y'all.
that's for some men. But go ahead, Mike.
All right, welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. For all of those tuning in, we appreciate your support coming in on this good old Friday, March 17, 2023. So what I need y'all to do, I need y'all to get those likes up right now. We got 178 people watching. Only 96 likes. I need those up to 120 right now. Get those likes up. We're about to get some bangers for you. I have dropped the link in the chat and I'm about to drop it again. If you want to come in and get on this topic, it is still spring break. Some of you got kids at daycare, all type of places. So we need y'all in on this topic to talk with us. I got good questions coming up. We got King Spark, Mr. Rich contributing. So we appreciate that. And let me get the first question queued up here. All right. We're going to go to King Spark first. What defines a high value woman? If there is such a thing, what would you put in your
For me,
definition? Yep.
the high a high value woman would be the girliest of girls that's out there. I'm talking about a damsel in distress, a woman that not only needs a man's leadership, but she yearns for a man's leadership. She wants to look up to her man. She sees the value in getting behind her man. Um, a woman that still fits the KS standards as well, fit, feminine, friendly, you know, and I'll add one more in there, flexible.
Mm,
All of those things as a woman to be that help me to a man. That's the highest you can get to as a help me to help your man. And if you could help your man the most, then your man can be that much more successful. So that's where a woman's value lies. I was talking to my woman the other day, and she's in her corporate stuff. So she told me, she was like, we was talking about money and this and that. She was like taking this job and this and that. And I was like, you'll be more value to me coming home and just being here at the house when I get here, making my meal and just making me feel like I can go out and conquer the world and be in a safe place to me. If you're a safe place for me, that's the highest value that I could have is to even have a safe place, especially as a black man, Because where the hell does a black man have a safe place to land in this world right now?
Only the place he creates. And
Facts.
sometimes he might even get attacked there. So
That's true.
you're right.
Exactly.
I don't know. I don't even know,
No,
man.
so for me, listen. First of all, a high value woman is the first woman who can answer, "What do you bring to the goddamn table?" without fumbling, right?
Woo! Fact.
Because women can't even answer that shit. What do you bring to a table to a man? I mean, what are the tangible benefits that the man has besides your Pandora that's valuable to us that you value, right? So there's a lot of women who that's one of the things I think they need to do. The other thing I was saying, women who take responsibility for their womb
Mm.
without the bullshit that is a man's fault and all this. Do you respect the virtue that you were born with? And is it valuable to you to keep at least some modicum of that virtue for the man that you want to fall in love with? Do you give him peace in the home? Will you be exclusive? Will you give him access? Are you willing to actually fulfill your vows? Those kind of things would be high value. Now, if you have success as anything, you make some money and all that kind of stuff, are you willing to contribute that money to forwarding the family? Right? Whether it's saving for a house, whether it's 401k plans, or, do I have to chase? So there's like some tangible things women should offer up to the man that they want that makes them valuable. Right? So they should be able to answer, what are you going to do for the man that you want to provide the 4Ps? Right? Maybe provision. If you have a woman who makes money, maybe she doesn't need your provision as much, but she still needs your provision other than money. Maybe she doesn't need all your protection because we have laws in place where everybody's not, if you live somewhere, you're not a complete victim. So we don't have to worry about taking out our guns every day, right? But there's some variation of that, but you certainly need the problem solving and the direction, my order to your chaos, and procreation. Hey, let's make sure that every kid you have belongs to me.
Mm-hmm.
Make me feel like I don't need to have a paternity test when you get pregnant. So, these are kind of things, some tangible, but when a woman could come to the table and say something that makes sense other than, "That's a terrible question." That's bullshit. You want a man? What the hell are you bringing to the relationship besides your Pandora?
That is true. Let me go on this because naturally I think everybody's going to do the fit, feminine, friendly and all of that, but we got to give personal ones that extend beyond that, right? So I think somebody said it. The highest value woman to me, other than the submissive, we're going to add submissive. Lady Di, let me get a peace sign so I know it's you. You kind of famous in these streets. I don't want nobody impersonating you, okay? All right.
That's funny. What's up, y'all?
So what's
Hello,
going
hello.
on? What's going on? I think the highest value woman to me is supportive, man. She got to be the most supportive woman is usually the woman of greatest value. Either you're going to determine it when you meet her, or you and your homies going to find out after you married to her. But if she just gets better with age, with the type of support that she gives, and usually this will come out once your marriage is tested, once your relationship is tested, and she has no reason, or maybe every reason, to retreat, but she just becomes more supportive, more submissive, more at the ready, more asking you what you need, how can she help. That woman is priceless. I'm sorry. That also goes into the loyalty. Women have too many reasons to compromise their loyalty. They get upset, they start returning DMs, right? So a loyal woman to me is extremely valuable, and most men. But here's one that I don't hear very often. I want a woman that is protective over your image. See, there's a lot to be said about image in family, right? Even the people like all of us here on YouTube, all the people that get a lot of screen time, you got to understand the most fragile thing about us is our image. If you got a woman that's you on all here talking one type of way, but your woman is out in the street making you look stupid, ooh, that's gonna be bad. Ooh, that she out at dinner kissing some other dude on the mouth, that's gonna be bad. That's gonna be bad for some of these YouTube dudes' image, right? A woman that is extremely protective over your image is like priceless. She knows not only is it directly related to her family's image, how it's gonna affect your children, but she never compromises your perceived dominance over your family situation. It's not, you got rocky points in marriages, you have arguments, you have times which y'all don't agree with each other, but she understands keeping the image that you have control over your house is priceless. It's your credibility. All of it is established in that image. So I think that's the most valuable woman. Supportive, loyal, protective over your image. Lady Di, what you got? Welcome. This is your first time. Everybody say what's up to Lady Di.
Oh yeah.
Hello. How's
What's
everyone?
going on, Lady Dow?
Okay.
Great, fantastic.
What's up, Trigger Mike and chat? So I agree with that. And I do agree that it is hard to find, but I wouldn't say it's not out there. And I believe that the women that you're speaking about normally are the ones who are not on these platforms. They're not trying to be seen because they don't like the attention. Mostly seeking attention women are the ones that we tend to talk about, the issues. But the ones who are silent, soft-spoken, like you may, let's say, go in the grocery store and she's like looking very timid. You could tell some innocence about someone. Those are the women that I think that, men should approach more, even though it may be a little difficult to even try to get someone's number. But at least you understand the difference between attention seeking and seeking. So, that's the difference that I could see. And I would say that the women who are so-called attention seeking, the ones who look like they're attention seeking, I wouldn't say all women are that way, right? Because there are some times where there are ladies who follow just like the trends. They follow what's being seen. Their friends are doing it. Their mother's doing it. So they kind of want to follow the crowd. I wouldn't say that she couldn't change. I can't say that a man can't sit here and encourage a well-behaved manner for as a woman. So I would say you can try. I wouldn't say, because if you see someone that has a stink face when you come across them, I wouldn't say don't say nothing. I would say still try your best, because there are ladies who would change. They just got to be a little bit more enforcement, because some of them didn't have fathers, right? So you could be that first, oh wow, I never heard a guy tell me this before. You could be the one to change somebody. That doesn't mean that she's not. You can make your judgment and be like, okay, well, is she, quote unquote, you guys say, for the streets, or is she teachable, right? So I'm trying to show you the teachable lady, because not all ladies have it together, but there are teachable ladies. So those are the ones that you want as well. So let's not make it where it's just one type. There, because we are born in this society where a lot of us did not get that logical insight. We were raised by emotional standards because of the single parent household, or fathers in prison, or people coming in foster care systems. We have all varieties of type of ladies out here. So I wouldn't say that it is impossible. I just feel that men should have a little bit more patience. So that's my take on it.
So they
Lady
also need to get off those dating apps then and get out there in the real world.
Well, I wouldn't say that, Mr. Payne, because
Well,
I
at
met my
least
lady.
add
I
something to
met my lady on a dating app. And I'm glad
it.
you said
Maybe I
it.
said it wrong.
Nah, well, and she was one of those ladies. Like my lady, like she has a very impressive shape, but she did not show that online. I didn't see how she really looked to the second date, right? But Lady Di, what I wanted to say was that those women, that I think that they should make an effort to set themselves aside or stand out in some way, because it's kind of hard. It's like, even you, right? You look, modest wife. You have this certain type. If you came on with the super furry eyelashes and the blonde weave, it'll be hard to even talk to. Like you can still be you under there, but it's gonna be real hard for me to take you seriously, right? Because you looking like you
Right.
looking like everything else. So I think that they should try in some way, shape, or form to change it, especially if we're talking about appearance, to just change their appearance and step away from the trends, so we could at least see that, hey, she could be different.
I agree,
That's a good point.
actually. Now me personally, I'll just get a little personal on my side. I was never the one that wore makeup or eyelashes unless I was modeling. So I don't understand the ladies who actually wear that on a daily basis. If it's not entertainment, then why are you wearing it? But if you are like just a regular lady, yeah, I agree. You should be more presentable in your natural state, because guys like King Spark and R Pain, Trigger Mike, they're like, I don't know, because you match everybody else. So yeah, I agree. I'm just saying that I think there's more to it than that. I'm trying to go in a deeper sense. It is most of the time because they're insecure. Now, should I say every guy should just sit here and take an insecure lady and try to mold her or whatever the case is to be something different? No, I don't think every guy should do that. It's a certain type of man that can do that, but it has to be extreme patience, because you're breaking down, why is she wearing these bat lashes? Why is she wearing this lace front? There's a reason for it. Now, if you are in the space that you feel like teaching and be like, hey, you don't need that, you're pretty, or whatever, then you can do it. I do think ladies do need to take more initiative though in the first step. Yeah.
So you know that's very interesting what you said. Very interesting what you said. So there is a reason. So all of these women, like, men really actually got to stop it. That's one of my upcoming topics. Stop trying to save broken women, because I think we're seeing this in the Russell Wilson situation. Everything I said about Oprah, I think the opposite can be said about Sierra. But now we got issues with Sierra, at least married men anyway, going nuts. And there's one thing that's added to that. I think Sierra is definitely fit. She looks good. From what we know, she's friendly. She presents as feminine. Nobody's ever really said anything to the contrary. But all of these women, especially whether they're wives or not, they're not disciplined. That's what I can draw from their actions. They're not disciplined. So it is extremely hard, no matter if they pass that first test, fit, feminine, friendly, but she happens to be from the streets and she got one baby daddy from the streets. You better be careful, because you may not be able to get this woman to be disciplined for a lifetime. And I think that's what we see coming out with some of these women.
That's true. So it's so many aspects to this, because not every lady is from the streets, even though she may act like it. So that's why I'm trying to say that you got to really understand where she came from. So if you understand, she came from a certain area where her father was in jail, her mother was, messing around with gang members, whatever, you're like, okay, well, her upbringing was not good, so I should be careful with that. Right. But then you have ladies who are born in a normal household, went to regular schools, wasn't in fights all the time, and they're just following their friends. So both of them are bad. It's just that the one that's following her friends can change more, so because she could be more teachable, because she's just following trends instead of following what's right. So if you teach her what's right, would she change? Sure. I agree that that person can. So I do want to separate the streets literally, and then that lady that really just following her society. I don't agree that ladies should follow the society. I do know that there's a level of maturity that someone should have when you become an adult. And that's just learning from your observation. That's what I did. I just looked around me. I was like, nah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. That is not right. That's not the type of life I want. I'm more valuable than that. But see, because a lot of ladies are very insecure, they can't even get to that step. So that's why I'm saying it's more to it than that. A lot of women are very insecure, and it could be because of not having fathers, or sometimes there's mothers who hate on their daughters. You are better than me. Yeah. I mean, look, imagine how some of them are raised. They're like this for a reason. So in my defense on ladies, I feel like it's let's not just like, okay, well, you're bad, you're this, when it's a deeper message behind it. I don't want to say all broken women are changeable. Yes, I agree. But let's not just like knock them out and then that's it. Because then you're knocking out a whole lot of ladies in this society. So yeah, that's it. That's all I want to say with that.
And I wanted to say also, that's why I believe in applying structure and pressure on your lady. On a personal note, when I first met my woman, she was making me late everywhere. Every time I stay over her place, just her sense of time was just wasn't accurate. I'm like, baby, the thing started at 10. She get up at 9:30. And I'm like, no, that's not how we need to operate. So, but now after the soft boot camp I put her through, like I don't accept any tardiness from her. You know, I get her to understand that hey, the thing starts at 11. At about 9:30, 9:45, you need to be getting in the shower, getting ready, because you don't know what you might encounter on the road, and so on and so forth, right? So I agree with you, Lady Di, that even though she was a little rough around the edges, she was willing to better herself, you know, and take instruction and improve.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but the key word in all that is willing.
Mm-hmm.
That's
She got to
true.
be willing. She got to
That's
be willing.
true.
Yeah, if they're not willing. So this is what you guys who are single look for. Women that are humble. They're selfless. So it seems like men are attracting or picking ladies who are very selfish. They only care about themselves with everything. You need someone who is going to break their back just to get you, let's say, some lunch to your job. If she's not even willing to feed you in that way, I'm just saying, and that's the nurturing sense, then it's going to be hard to say that you're going to be able to teach her anything. So that's the biggest breakdown I could think of as far as that. When it comes to the discipline does start from the house. It starts from home. It could either start with sports or it could just start with her getting A's. If she was able to back in the day be disciplined and making that straight A's, or playing volleyball, then she should be able to be disciplined dealing with a relationship. But because another factor I see is that a lot of us are very lazy. We only want to do things that benefit us. If it ain't about us, then we're not doing it. So, okay, yeah, she's disciplined, but then she don't want to do for me because it don't benefit her. So it's like you got to break down every cycle of it. And like I said, there are ladies that would change. As long as you are leading by example, then you should be able to get certain ladies to move where you move.
Absolutely, and I think sometimes you got to be verbal and vocal and just
Yeah,
tell them.
almost all the time.
There's been yeah, it's been a lot, like, and she hates it to this day. But I used to be like, you so selfish, you so entitled, and she gets so offended. Why do you call me selfish? Why do you call me entitled? I said, well, sit down, let's talk about something. This shit is for you. 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 You know what I'm saying? Like, and she it took her a little bit, and then she would go and ponder on the things I say. She come back and she said, "Baby, you know what? That is really selfish of me. Like, I can admit that really is selfish of me, but I don't. She's not she wasn't maliciously being selfish.
Right.
She almost kind of came that way, and I just after I pointed out several things to her, she was able to understand.
That was a perfect key example. She was not malicious. So as long as you guys know the difference, because there is a difference. There are ladies who are selfish and they are just spiteful, and they trying to attack and destroy. You got to stay away from those. You can't change that. That is a character flaw that is just embedded into their soul. Because I've seen it. I mean, even me having friends back in that time, it's just who they are. So,
Yeah, and even with money, like I have a little petty cash drawer at the house, and like today she's going to get her hair done or whatever, and she's like hesitant to get the money, and she was like, "Baby, I'm just not always comfortable with just going in there and taking your money." I said, "Baby, don't get too comfortable, but I want you to be a little bit comfortable, because I love you and the things that I'm doing for you." I always said that I like to do things for women that don't ask. The women that are the least demanding, or the women I do shit for. Like, even if I'm at a bar and it's some ladies at the bar, I don't buy drinks for the ladies that ain't got no purse. I buy drinks for the ladies that are reaching their debit card right before they give it to the bartender. Then I'll tell the bartender, "No, I got that."
hmm.
Right? So it's just another one of those things, just to show how a humble woman is probably your best bet.
Mm-hmm.
Mm, indeed. Shway, what's going on? Good afternoon to you.
What's good with the panel? What's going on with y'all fellas
All
and
right.
now?
What's going
What
on,
up? You
brother?
got some? You got some on the topic, or you want to answer the question?
The question was what?
What defines a high value woman?
A high value woman. Uh, I mean, I think to me that term is, what's it called? The term is what it is. I would say just to answer the question, I think a high value woman is a woman that's intelligent, that's, I don't know, able to, willing to be in partnership. Um, I mean, I just think somebody that someone that you could really vibe with, someone that compliments you. I think that's what it is. A high value woman is whatever compliments you. For some people, it may be a woman that could stay home, cook, take care of the kids and all that. For someone else, it may be a woman that's more taking up more of that financial role. Someone that can teach them something as well. It depends. It really goes off. It's different for every person. For me personally, it's someone that can compliment me. Someone that is willing to rock with me, just like I'm rocking with them, and and someone that we're both able to accept our flaws in each other and work to be better. I think that's pretty much where I could get at it for that.
So you agree that let's say a married couple who, let's say you may not get with their goals. So their goals is something that you don't put in your household. You think that is very negative. You wouldn't do it with your family. So you see a husband, let's say allowing a lady to be a certain way, but you're like, I would never let my wife do that. Would you say that wife is high value because that man is saying that's compliments me?
It really depends on, like, so for me, a lot of stuff goes down to principle. So my principles are just, it really goes down to being respectful. Are you honest? Are we able to be, am I able to be vulnerable with you? Are you able to be vulnerable with me? Those are really like my principles that go with stuff like aesthetic stuff. Like, for instance, with the whole thing that was going on with Russell Wilson, like, that's that man's wife. That has nothing to do with me. If he's high value, if they have if they have the relationship they have a child together, that's high value to him. For brothers, we're talking about Oprah. Oprah and her man have been together for almost 40 years now. Who am I to come in there and say, like, oh, that's not high value? Like, who am I? What's it called? That's their relationship. I'm not stamping my sense of approval on someone else's. If it goes against my values, where they're talking and he's saying, like, yeah, man, like, I opened up to my wife about something, and she told me that I got to get over it. Or what's it called? Like, when it's stuff like that, it's like, oh, nah, that what's it called? I don't accept that, and I don't think you should accept that, because that end up breaking into, like, your mental health. Now you insecure within your relationship, all that different type of stuff. So if it goes against my principles, then yeah. But aesthetic stuff and just like little, for me, I think like little stuff that doesn't really matter to me, that I don't place meaning on, I don't really get too bent out of shape about it.
Okay. My man Sway coming through early with that. Let me read this super chat real quick that we got. FemK says, Trigger Mike, you are spreading misinformation. Oprah has donated $13 million to Morehouse College in 2019, plus more back in the 80s. Fem, I am well aware of all her donations. I have to look this stuff up before I make my statements. Now, unfortunately, I don't think she's done well, not that she's done enough. That's a terrible thing to say. It is not really those things that I'm talking about. I'm talking about most titans of industry that are women only do things for girls. And the thing that I think grinds my gears up is the girls' school. They all open up some kind of girls' school, girls' rock program. And unfortunately, it's the black women that are the worst with it. It's black girls, not even girls. You don't even want it to be inclusive of all girls in their experience, which to me isolates the boys. I find it completely stupid that from a black single mother household, the black girl that comes out of that house could be a college grad, but the boy has a 4th grade reading level. I think it stems from this. That's what I'm talking about. Where even though you'll pass things off, you still love boys and want great things for them, but you're not focused on them at all. It's almost like, here, take this a little bit while I give all my effort to the girls, because men are not allowed to do that. men have to look out for everybody. So I'm saying if you're going to lead, if you're going to be a titan of industry, your benevolence has to cover the whole community. This is why I say if you give an opportunity to a man, he will create a family and uphold it. If you give an opportunity to a woman, she will destroy it. And that's my
Well,
position.
Oprah had to struggle all her life. I had to struggle all my life.
Isn't it all my life I had to fight? No, that's yeah. It is.
The
She
color
had to
purple,
fight.
all my
Yeah.
life I had to struggle.
And I would
Uh-huh.
say like
And because of what
I definitely
Harpo did to her, she don't want to do shit for men no more.
I'm just joking.
Mike,
Yeah,
that's actually a good point because single women, unfortunately, they pass that pain down.
Yeah.
They certainly do.
My son's mother's mother, right, which would be my son's grandmother, she was not with my son's mother's father. So she came up with a kind of disdain, like, I don't need a man. So at the first side of trouble that I had with my son's mother, she was preaching down to her, like, you don't need that man. You don't need that man. Almost a second nature. Like, I didn't have a man. You came out fine. So why do you need a man? You see, they actually they pass that down, man. They really do.
but I want to push back on that though, because I feel like there's been plenty of times where I've heard women staying in relationships with men for the sake of having a man there and they're not treating them right. And what's it called? Like, I feel like when we have these conversations, sometimes we talk about divorce or anything that women go through, that women initiate, and we act like divorce is easy. Divorce is not easy. It's what's it called? It's a lot. It's a whole process. It's a whole humiliating process for both parties. You going into a battle with somebody that at one point you love and that you had a real connection with, and to think that women are out here just frivolously just out here breaking up families, I just don't. I just
A lot of them are, brother, man.
no,
Stop.
bro.
no, I'm
Stop.
sorry.
Whoa,
No.
whoa.
We
The
have
divorce
to be
rate,
Stop.
no.
A lot
the
of them.
divorce rate is 60% in the black community, with black women initiating it 80% of the time. How
Okay,
can you
but
say
no,
what you're saying?
but are we so all right? So we just gonna see a stat and not talk about what goes into
No,
the
we can
stat?
talk about it, but
We can
you just went
absolutely
on the
talk about it.
you
No,
went
but
on the opposite end, saying if we were having an honest conversation, you could say what you said. I don't disagree that some women go through some shit, but you gave the impression that we're discounting that because there's a lot of women just leave for
why?
just
But why?
irreconcilable differences because there's no fault divorce, and we see that play out in front of us all the time.
But when
Look
you
at,
hear these
I
women
mean,
talk, what are they saying, brother? What is the
okay, so
reason?
we can only go by examples, right? You got your examples, I have mine, right? And we
Yes.
can go back and forth, but both things are true, right? And
What?
then the statistics come into play. So both things are true. What you just said is true about women who are being abused and all that shit, and both what we say is true that women just leave because they ain't happy. And
But
there's a
but
whole
but,
lot of wait a minute. So both of those things are true, right?
okay.
So what's in front of that?
These women saying they're not happy? Does that
Well, wait a
matter?
minute. What you mean? Why are they saying that? Why we got to come up with this saying they're not happy? I'm taking it on face value.
Okay,
On
but
face value, a woman who says they're not happy means they're not happy. If
I
they're
know.
being abused, wait a minute. If they're being abused, they say they're being abused. If
Yeah.
they're
No,
being,
that's not always
yes, they
true.
do. Yes,
No,
they do.
it's not always true.
Well,
Well,
you got you
so
well.
what?
Hold
You're
on,
trying
hold
to
on,
make
Sway. You got to understand that these are self-reported things after,
right.
and most of them do it after they've left the man. So when there is no reason for them to lie, they don't even report in high numbers that they were abused. So I understand what you're saying, that maybe if she's trying to get out of him and she's scared of the dude, she won't report abuse. These are women saying why they left the man after it's already over, after he's out of their life, and they report abuse in very low numbers. So we got to get off that abuse
I'm
narrative
not.
like it's primarily why women leave. The
I'm
number one reason is irreconcilable differences, and what they're finding the highest growing factor is finances. The reason why it's bullshit is because people do not divorce into financial prosperity. So that's why we get to call bullshit when women be like, I'm just not happy because of finances. What they're doing is what we can make a discernment to say, that's what I'm going to do, is to say they cite finances because they realize that they have their own resources, that they can actually get the kids, have it absent of the opinion and the involvement of men, and actually get him to pay her. So it works into their benefit, right? So
But how
respond.
we, but
How do
yeah,
they even cite finances though? How is that a cite?
We don't. It doesn't make sense. It's
They
not
don't
like they
have
get
to
rich
fight.
off of divorce.
no, but
Because it's like,
yeah,
yeah,
that's what.
well,
But
I
But
don't mean to cut
the
you off,
number
sir, but
one
I'm gonna let you
reason
go.
a newly divorced woman files for bankruptcy is because she got divorced. I found that out. So they don't divorce into financial prosperity at all.
But my thing about it is when we're talking about, because I'm trying to bring back the point that I was thinking of when we're talking about women divorcing and shit. I just forgot my point. Y'all could go on.
Well, hold on. But so are we gonna say that women don't divorce men who are otherwise good guys? They do.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
well,
but
I'm just
wait,
hold on.
We
No,
have
well,
to.
see,
All
wait a
right.
minute, man. You. What I'm trying to say is, and when you get a divorce rate up to like 70%, all of these things are true. There got to be examples of all of that stuff. So the one that's playing out in front of us, this is just an example. I'm not saying it's the rule, but the Tia Mowry divorce is a cautionary tale. I mean, it doesn't have to be the rule. Let's just listen to me. She said she left her husband because she's not happy. Not because he beat her, not because he was cheating, not for anything else. She said out of her mouth that she wasn't happy. She left her kids, she left her husband, and 6 months later, she's talking about, oh, I can find love again. And then we catch her on a video in a leotard asking her 13-year-old son, how do I look? I mean, I had an argument with my sister over that. I said, listen, this 13-year-old boy said, what are you doing, Mom? What are you doing? Should have never put that kid in that position, right? So all I'm just trying to say is women leave men for all kinds of stupid reasons because of the laws we have in this particular country. Let them get away with it.
Okay.
So, and she's hurting already.
All right.
I mean, she is hurting. Okay, but that's just one example. But I'll give you
that. So speaking back to what I was saying. So can we have a conversation that women back in the day, I'm talking about 50s, 60s, 40s, that most of those women were in relationships and in divorces because they had to be in those relationships because they needed men's money, they needed men's provision to be able to move.
You can't paint
women,
the men. You can't paint men 50 years away.
Let me get this right.
No, let me answer this. You
Let
asked
him
me.
get it out. Let him get it out. Mr. Rich, let him get it out. Go ahead, Shway.
Women
I
were
could have
not.
got it out already.
So you're saying that women were in marriages.
You're painting men 50 years ago as monsters. That's not true.
I'm not painting.
That's what you just said. That men 50 years ago were monsters and the women were trapped.
You got to realize you're talking about him and his brothers.
I'm not saying that women
punch you in the mouth. You know what I mean? So
what I'm trying to say is, I'm not trying to say men were monsters or that women were just. I'm talking about the society that we lived in. The society just was the society. Women did not have provisions.
I say this a lot, Shway, and you're using the talking point women use. And the reason they use it feminism cannot achieve its dynamic without demonizing men. Feminism is not intelligent. It cannot find a smarter way to try to boost up women without making men look bad. That is a feminist talking point. Do you want to know why the women stayed, other than the fact that they didn't have bank accounts? Because they knew what marriage was about and they understood the value of a man. Marriage, most marriages, large majority, involve children. These people work together to build children and a legacy for the children their children have. It's that simple. That's why they stayed. Now, it's different. Women try their best because they need to demonize men to make themselves look powerful, to link those women staying because they had to. They're chained. It's all a part of the freedom, independent women movement, right? It's actually masterful because this is what black people blame white people for doing. Because you're trying to do something, you get to go back and change history. That's what black women are doing with this. You have no idea.
That is not true. That's not true at all. Because in all cultures, not just black cultures, divorce was seen as a stigma back in the day. We can't.
Right.
Why are we acting like divorce was not seen as something that you didn't do? Like it was something that was
Well,
frowned upon.
in a way, you're kind of making the point, because once you remove the stigma and you insert women's independence, they start behaving erratically.
It was
The
seen.
stigma wasn't just on women, brother. It was on women and men. It wasn't just on women. It was on everybody.
But it was more of a stigma on women.
Here's what I'll give you.
Wait,
Mike,
hold on.
let me just say this, Mike. I'll concede to you that not just 50 years ago, but if you went back 80 to 90 years ago, when a lot of our laws and marriage were written, you were right, because men were using up women and leaving. But that was one thing. But that's even longer than baby boomers. But there was still, in all communities, not just black, women and men had roles that they recognized, and they went into these things willingly. That's why we built societies. Societies weren't built on oppression.
But wait,
So
all right, wait. So I want to go off what you're saying, brother. If you're saying that they willingly went into these things, so why are they not willingly going into them today?
Because of social media and they're changing moral. Listen, when the women, I'm gonna shut up, Mike. A lot of people keep discounting the fact that when the birth control pill was introduced into society and women were able to screw like rabbits, it started changing shit, man. So you can't discount that.
So you're telling me when women got more freedom, when women got more liberation, when women got more autonomy to do the things they want, they started opting out of marriage. What does that tell you about what was happening before that?
Wait, hold on. Let me get this one out. This is a misrepresentation. This is actually a misrepresentation. Women did not women were not oppressed back then. And then the worst part about it is that black people need to leave this conversation.
That's a lie.
Hold on. Black people need to leave this conversation alone because it affected them the least. Okay. They were the most married people. And even the child support laws and no fault divorce was created because of white men and their actions, not because of black men and their actions. Now, the one thing we keep forgetting whenever we talk about, so women got freedom and women got all this and they started leaving, which means men ain't shit. You need to remember there's two things that happen there. Women got more freedom, men got more restriction. That's why they leave. No matter what a woman gets, a man is still responsible. That's why they do it. Because if you made it both ways responsible, if you did joint custody where men get the children no matter what, at age 9, all the shit would stop. I promise you. If they had to pay child support to a man, all the shit would stop and go back to normal. It's because they get to do it. Hold on. They get to do it to a man and bind his ass for 18 years straight. That's why they do it. It is not because they got more freedom. It's because the men restrictions got tighter. I get to keep the children if I leave his ass. I get child support if I leave his ass. You got to add that there. You have to add that in there too.
But we also have to talk about, if we look at the stats, how many men actually go through court to actually have their children for themselves in those cases?
Why would a man go broke to fight a losing battle?
If you have custody of your children, you don't have to pay child support.
Wait, hold on. Wait, let me pause for a second.
How much do you have to pay to get custody of your children?
Why? But it's both.
Let Lady Di talk. Let Lady Di say something.
Is it sway? It's sway. Okay. Do you have kids and you had to go fight for custody before?
No, but I have family members that went through those things.
All right. The guys that actually go to court and fight for custody, it costs like over 10, 20, 30, depending on how long ago.
Trucker Yale said 100. Trucker Yale said 100.
Now, right? It's from the time, let's say the child is like 7 all the way until they're 18. It's a battle. You do understand in the court system, they always tend to mothers. The mother could be on pure drugs, right? And what they'll do is they'll take that lady and make her better, which is a great thing. They'll put her into a therapy situation to help her change. And they still would give her custody. They don't give guys custody like that. That's something that is a movement that hopefully is starting to change into, okay, I'm going to give this man custody. He's financially stable. He has a place, right? Because the guys are providers. Most of these guys do have places. They do have money to take care of their kids. But in the court system, they're not tending to these guys. They're only talking about what the mother, because it's what the mother needs, and the child always got to be with the mother. So let's not act like that is not in existence. It is very hard to get custody of kids for a man. Now, I understand you probably never went through that, but I've seen at least in my community, I've seen many cases where it's not the case. I've seen a case where a guy took custody of his child because the child wasn't in a good environment as far as school. The child was in a school system where she was able to progress, but the mother wasn't teaching that child. So what happened was that child was becoming in the special ed, right, section. So what he did was like, oh no, I know my daughter's not special ed. So he took that child and was like, I'm going to take care of her and I'm going to teach her. 2 years later, they gave custody back to the mother when the mother put her in that situation. There's situations where it's like that. Like, we're not going to say that it's just, oh, well, men are not fighting, because men are fighting. They're not winning. And there be fathers out there.
I agree with that, but I also want to say that, is that happening in the majority? Is that the majority that is happening? Are men going out trying to get sole custody of their children? Is that happening in the majority? I get what you're saying. I think the laws do need to be changed. And I feel like a lot of those laws are the same because they go off of those antiquated values and rules that we have for men and women, saying that, oh, the woman needs to have the children at all time because she's supposed to be the nurturer. I think we need to move away from that and let men be able to have more custody. But that's not happening on the grand scale.
Let me add this. A
That's
lot of the
true.
lawyers for these men advise them not to fight that way. The lawyers, if they get a good lawyer, they'll say, listen, man, you could go ahead and fight, but you're on a limited budget. You got limited money. You're going to lose this thing as your lawyer. I'm telling you, to work something out a little bit less than full custody. They get that from lawyers. It's not like they just go in by themselves.
And I can see to that point. And I think that sucks. And I think, but I think also too, if any other case, would we not say that, well, shoot, what's it called? If the lawyer is saying this, if I have a chance to get my child, I'm going to get my child, especially if they're not in a situation that is not advantageous.
These things sound so great. They sound so great until you got to go through it. Let me tell you something. So the one person that I know, that's not common in my culture, the one person I know had to do it, literally gave up, and he was a doctor. Literally gave up because he was a doctor and could pay for it. Just like Mr. Rich said, he came to talk to my parents about it, crying and all that shit. Can't believe I let this shit happen, all of that. He said, well, what did the doctor say? You can fight it. He said, listen, men who actually go after their kids, you can get them. Here's the cost. Do you know what the cost is? It's not just money. The lawyer is going to hire an investigator to dig up dirt on a woman you used to be married to. Do you want to do that to your ex-wife? Do you see how men are bound now? The men who get custody have to slander the women because the woman's lawyer is going to slander you. This shit is not just bread. Like, there's a lot of depth to what we are talking about. Men are strapped because you don't want to do that and have your children understanding that you're capable of doing some shit like that to their mother. So you got to understand, this is not, we got to stop talking about these things like it's just small change or it's just a little bit. Men have a lot to be accountable for.
I'm talking about this from multiple views. I'm not painting it as black and white. I feel like y'all are painting it as black and white, like women divorce because of this, because they say they're not happy. It's like, are we reading into why they're not happy and saying that, oh, women are just, what's it called? Women have all the rights women do have most of the rights when it comes to child custody, and I think that has to be changed. I agree with that.
You can't have it both ways, brother. You're saying we're reading into why they're not happy. If they're saying they're not happy, it's up to them to say why they're not happy. It's not for us to read into it. When a woman says I'm not happy, I'm gonna take it on first value. Because happiness is not part of the marriage.
Let me tell you something. Let me drop some old time wisdom from NOG, okay, of mine. His name was Trigger Mike Sr., okay? You figure out if that's me or not. Every man that has ever tried to make his woman happy has failed. Do you believe that, Shway?
I do.
Every man that's tried to make
tried to make his woman happy has failed.
I vehemently disagree with that.
Okay.
I would be so disappointed if you would have said anything else.
He gonna be married
Hey,
one
Mike.
day, but the good thing, Sway, is that we gonna be here for you when you're ready to jump to the other side. We still gonna be here for you,
bro.
Hey,
But
hey,
I'm
Mike.
not. What's it called? Look, I'm not. What's it called? I don't have these. Like, this world is complicated, bro. I don't have these like women do this, men do this. I don't have that type of viewpoint of that,
Not
bro.
yet,
Like,
not yet.
no,
Hey, Mike.
I
You
don't.
know, we gonna bring you over to the dark side. Won't
Hey,
we?
Mike. At
That's
some
why it's the
point,
dark side.
Mike, I'm gonna write a book, right?
Yeah.
And
That's
one
all
of the
right.
chapters,
That's good. It's all
one
good.
of the titles of the chapters of my book is "Tears in Her Lamb Chops," and I'll let you.
Hey,
I'll let you ponder. I'll
hey,
let you
that's
ponder
dope.
what
I'm not
that
gonna
chapter
lie.
is about.
That's dope. That's dope.
I wanted to say one last thing to that topic. I believe that we as a people, as couples, even if you break up or whatever, we should be able to co-parent. So you ain't got to go to the court system. It should be an agreement. Hey, this is what we're going to do. If you have to live in the same state to make sure that it benefits the child. And then you could do your own 50-50 at your house, her house. And then you collectively, you know, be there for your kid with sports, school, however you guys want to do it. I think that's the best way. I don't think people should be going to court, especially if it's not in the best interest of the entire party. It's always geared towards one person. And sometimes they don't even look at the kids like that. They do let the kids speak up, you know, eventually. But how you going to ask a kid where they want to live? They don't know nothing. So like I said, it's still a weird situation. If you want to run your household or ladies want to have a better environment for your kids, co-parent with these fathers if you can and make that a priority. Because that, I think that is missing. We cannot even communicate. If you can't communicate in the marriage or the relationship, all right, that's what y'all decided to do is to end it. But you should be able to communicate when it comes to your kid. If you just talk about the kid, take you out of it, take the other person out of it. Okay, what's best for my child? That's the only thing that we should be thinking about.
Lady Di, you know what they're not going to take out of it though? They're not going to take the check out of it. That child represents a check for this time of year right here. And that's why men have hell getting their child from their mother.
Bro,
That's why.
the average child support check is $400 a month.
I'm not talking about a child support check, sir.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about an income tax refund check.
What, for the children?
Yes.
Yeah.
You got to live a little. You got to get in on the.
Oh no! What's it called?
Let me ask you this before we get into Coco, because we got to get our new panelist. Sway. Even if the mom is the custodial parent and the dad sees the child at least more than half a week and contributes more to the child support, should he get half of the child's income tax credit refund?
Yes.
That shit don't happen. That's why we up here talking.
Nowhere.
Okay, so Coco, you there? All right, we're gonna go to True Table till Coco comes back. Y'all keep it going around.
How y'all doing? Sway,
sorry, I'm here, but I'll go after True Table. I'm just trying to get things in order before the baby comes.
Okay. Sway, you're a brave soul. You definitely motivated me to jump on this camera. I believe we really, really, really got to be very careful on what type of things we spread. And I know you did your best to articulate, but I have to tell you, brother, you're definitely misinformed. The reason overwhelmingly why women are motivated to divorce is because once women realize or assume that they were going to have better opportunities, they tend to buy into the rhetoric of what most people are doing. Women are hive-minded creatures. Marriage was a social practice. So back in the day, women got married because it was socially acceptable, not just based on survival. That was the pinnacle of achievement. That's what it was. Once the social standard changed, all you got to do is look at trends, brother. So all you got to do is look at trends. It wasn't just divorced women being shamed. It was baby mamas being shamed. It was women who were promiscuous being shamed. It was all of those things collective. So if you really study our social history, just go back to 1950 and look up until now. Everything, whether it was positive or negative, women followed a trend. If it was trendy to be a stay-at-home mom, guess what? Women are going to echo that. If it was trendy to be a single city girl, guess what? Women are going to echo that. Because one thing I think universally most women don't like to admit is they do not like to be out of what is considered popular, out of what is considered acceptable. That is a woman's nature. So you as a man, if you're one individual trying to convince this woman that this is the best way to live, but the world is echoing to her something different, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, she is going to be potentially influenced. And our women particularly have a propensity to try to chase what they assume to be the best option, whether it's destructive or not. And it doesn't have to be acceptable to the men solely. It's what the group says. So I hear this, oh, women were abused. You got to ask why they were divorced. Well, they were mostly divorced because they just felt it was a better option. They seen an opportunity because somehow, some way they were convinced that the man that they got was no longer good enough. Women used to marry men because they were men, not because of just their paycheck, not because of just their aesthetics. They had an opportunity to build a life, to be a wife, to have children. That's why they got married. And overwhelmingly, if we want to talk about black men praise women. They elevate their women more than any other group of men. And this is me coming from observed experience all over the globe. Our community has a tendency to try to give women an out. You left because you weren't being treated the way you deserve to be treated. Once you decide to have a relationship, it is up to you to maintain that relationship. And a lot of our women picked the single life over being married. It's really just that simple. These men are not abusing them. They're not, mishandling them in all cases. I'm not saying abuse doesn't happen, but to paint that as the narrative is just dangerous and it's wrong.
I'm not painting it as men are just out here beating the hell out of women. That's why they were leaving. I'm painting it as there are a multitude of reasons why marriage is the way it is today. Saying that marriage was simply just a social thing back in the day, it's just not true. I'm about to say no, it's not true. Because back in the day, what's it called? If you go back 100 some years ago, what jobs were out there for women to have? Now, I will concede to you that black women have always been working as well, though. Black women have always been working as domestic servants and stuff like that. But even with that, they did not have the same provisions to get the certain jobs that other black men were able to do, whether that was like at factories or what's it called. So back in the day, you had Pop that was working at the factory. You had Pop that was working at the longshoreman, at the port, and all those things. Women were not given those provisions. They were able to be domestic servants for the most part and be able to do little meaningless jobs. But they
but you know what? Men didn't have the best of jobs back then either, though.
You said what?
I mean, they put themselves together. Men had to get men back in the day, just fresh out of slavery. They weren't like CEOs or some shit like that.
They had substantially more. They had more financial power than women.
Let's do this historically because sorry about that noise. Let's do this historically because, God, Shway, what school do you go to, bro? You have to go to HBCU because this is the same way I was. They indoctrinated my ass. They got your ass too. Let me tell you.
Go ahead, Mike.
Can I respond real quick to Shway because I'm trying to understand.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to understand.
Come on, Cam, if you can. Give me a 3. Give me a 3 so I know it's you. All right, bet.
I'm trying to understand because what True Table said it's not only about because it was the socially acceptable thing to do. There's a whole lot of things that I think everyone has touched upon about how marriage was different in the 50s than how it is now. But he is speaking truth as into when the social norms change, behavior tends to go with it. And when it comes to particularly women being ruled by their emotions, we're in a society where it is more acceptable for instant gratification. That's why you see all these women exclaiming trips and going on trips and doing all these things to be more important or what they would like to do with their partner than actually be with their partner. And also, it is not for a man to make a woman happy. That is not the role of the man, and that is not the role of marriage. I think what happens is we have a lot of hurt people who are looking for different things to fulfill them instead of working on themselves to find out that you may not always be fulfilled. And I think that is the main issue when it comes to a lot of women, because happiness is fleeting. Your feelings are very deceptive and dangerous. There has to be a center ground in which you say, hey, me and my husband are dedicated towards this goal, and we are going to go through challenges. But no matter what, we're going to face them together. I think for a lot of women, even Michelle Obama said it, y'all don't want the challenge. You give up so easy. And I do believe a lot of women do give up too easy because they think the grass is greener. I used to have that feeling that it may be greener, but thank God for wise counsel and for God's wisdom to shake me out of that, because I would have been in the dangerous path thinking things would be better outside, and it's not.
And
Sway, I got a question
Uh,
for you.
Orista, give
I
me
got
a
a
Rick,
four
question for you,
fingers.
Sway.
I wanted to just jump
Give me
in
four
really
fingers,
quick
Orista. I
about
see you in the back.
about the
Four
whole
fingers.
topic of child support, right? About the reason why men don't go to court. And I agree with Trigger Mike, man. It's expensive. It's heavily expensive. Listen, I had the perfect scenario. What I mean by the perfect scenario, I mean I have my daughter full time. My daughter was abandoned. She went to another county. She even went to another state. The whole nine, right? I had the perfect open and shut case. You know how much I spent just to do the paperwork to have my daughter full time with a perfect scenario? I paid about $6,000. 6,000. That might not sound like a lot of money to a lot of people, but to me in that time, it was a lot of money for having an open and shut case. So can you imagine if the woman is actually fighting for that child? You have to prove a lot. And I mean a lot in order to get that child full custody, full time, if the woman is fighting for her child at the same time. You will probably be spending over $20,000 easily, right? So this is the thing. If a man is gonna fight for his child against a woman that you don't have against another woman that's fighting for the child, is gonna lead him for the most part into financial ruin.
Yep.
So how is he going to take care of the child after he's financially ruined? It's going to cause him depression. He can probably even lose his life because of everything that he has to put up front and everything just to have his child. Like the system, the child support system, it's a brutal system against men. It's brutal. It has no mercy. It has no limits and no bounds. It will literally kill you. You know what I mean? I was fortunate enough to have a perfect scenario, but it still cost me, right? It still cost me my time. It still cost me my finances. And my wife now was through that whole process, looking at that and seeing, mind you, she's from another country, so she's here for the first time looking at that, and she's like, "Damn, the laws over here are crazy against men when it comes down to them wanting to have their own children." I'm like, "Yeah, it is." She's like, damn, so it's just to give some insight on that hey man, that's the reason why a lot of men don't fight for their children in the court setting, because they know it's a losing battle. You have to have a very, very strong case, and you have to have a lot of money to go in there. It's pretty much big risk and big reward if you're
no,
gonna go in.
I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. And in going back to what we were talking about before, saying that, so going back to what True Table was saying as well, when he was talking about the social norms being the biggest contributor. Just go back and forth when you're talking about, and I'll change it up from marriage into like black people. If you talk about black people coming out of slavery and Reconstruction, the viewpoint of black people before that as slaves were seen as them black people being happy being in slavery, black people being what's it called, okay, and having good masters and stuff. When laws changed, when black people were free, and especially black men, it was seen as, oh no, now black people are savages. The narratives change when the laws change. Now, does that change anything about the people that was involved with that? No, you would say that, hey, like what's it called? The people got free. Now they're able to move and do the things that they want to do. But the media and literature had a narrative that black people were savages. Black people were evil, and like these hyper aggressive people. Bringing that into marriage, what happened, the things that changed with women and the way they view marriage was not just simply social. It was laws that were passed that gave women more autonomy when it came to how they can navigate through the country, thus changing how they moved within marriage and all things within life.
Let,
But no
that's what
one said it's
let me
simply social, though.
let
That
me
I
let
think
me
that's the
let me.
no one said it was simply social, though.
that's
Yeah.
true table.
Well, let me
That's what he led with. That it was
let
more,
me
and what I'm leading with is that the reason why things change is not just it's more because laws change. When you
let me
have more freedom, you do different things.
let me
Not
tackle that. Let me
I
not
tackle that.
was I want to say this, man, about the freedom thing. I would argue it's 2 points I have. Number one, I would say with the more said uh freedom that women got, the more controlled they were by society and by societal structure. I would say that, number one. Number two, 100 years ago, a woman didn't stay around because she didn't have a job. She stood around because she didn't have no damn protection. Who the hell was gonna protect a woman 100 years ago,
The
walking down the
value
street from
of a
somebody
man.
throwing her over his shoulder and running off into the woods with her? It
that's
wasn't
literally
about no
what I.
damn
You're
job.
proving my point now.
No, we're
Literally,
not. No, we're
li-
not, because you're
No,
coming
we're
from
not.
Sway. You're coming from the angle that because yes, men are the ones that will exact terrible things against women, but coincidentally, men are also the ones that will protect women, and there are more men that will protect a woman in marriage or for no reason at all than will hurt them. But I want to go after something you said about women in factories, and they didn't have this. I can actually prove this all the way down the line, historically to modern times. So you women, we have to stop because you assume women wanted to do these things. They don't. Why are you speaking for them? They don't want to do this shit. When they talk, you have to
So
be careful.
true.
You have
So
to
true.
be careful and filter it. And here's how I'm gonna prove it to you. Women did not want to do it. If they were told to do it, if their men were at war and they stepped up and we all had a purpose to unite, absolutely, they stepped up to the plate. But they always did so with the expectation that their men would come back home, take over, so they can sit their ass down somewhere. Women prioritize comfort over everything. That's why they do
Preach.
domestic jobs. That they prioritize
Yep.
comfort. Now, fast forward, when women get freedom in today's age, what type of jobs do? Comfort, but they've added one: power. They
Right.
only want to be associated with two things: comfort and power. If I was going to start a bricklaying school, a roof tile manufacturing school, and I said only women, I want to make women bricklayers and equalize across all systems, how fast is that school going to go out of business? They don't want to do that
Very.
shit.
Mm-mm.
If they want to equalize, they're
No.
going to do it in positions of comfort and positions of power. They're never going to do it across labor. Men have
Exactly.
99.9% of the jobs that are stationed outside.
Facts.
Now we're equal. We're an equal society. How many women are outside? None. Still the same. Don't tell me
Absolutely
women
not.
can't do this shit.
and let
No
let me
It
women are
ain't
outside.
many.
let
It
me
ain't many.
let me try to defend what I was saying, maybe further expound upon and make it a little more concise. I led with social sway, and those who are listening, is because even if you look at what women are really competing for, which is why I think, again, before you speak, you should be more informed. It's dangerous. Most women are not complaining, just like Trigger Mike said, about equality. They're complaining about positions of power. They're complaining about comfort. They're complaining about having a range of influence that best suits them based on how they view it. If you even listen to women on these panels, their only issue with men, for the most part, is the fact that we have promiscuity options further than what they have, which is a social influence. No, never before did women complain about being able to slut themselves out and not be judged for it. That's a social thing, my brother. And that's why I'm saying most men, I don't think, are around women enough to even understand what they're really saying. Listen to what they're saying. Watch what they do. Marriage was a social thing. It was a survival thing. It was an insurance policy, if you really want to be clear, because in order for a woman to progress in this life, she needed to be married. That's just how it was structured.
But so how is that so? But how is that social? How is that a social thing? If you're saying that a woman needed a man to move throughout the world,
Because that's part of society.
hold on,
Yeah.
You
because it
had to
works.
take that up with
Hey,
God
can I answer
almost,
that?
man.
Let me try to attack
And
that one. I'll be real.
that
Let
goes
me,
back. That goes back to what I was saying yesterday's, right, about the whole polygamy issue. Why did polygamy exist back in those cultures? Was because if a woman was left alone, she would have to be provided and protected by the father or the brothers, and if she didn't have both, she was subject to either slavery or prostitution. So as to be provided for and protected for, she had to go under the covering of a man. So the man would take her to be his second, third, or even fourth wife, and he will provide for her all the resources that he has. So
Out
that
of
was the whole
duty.
reason, out of duty. So that was a social construct in those societies back then. Now, do we need those right now in America? I don't think so. I think women are protected heavily. They can earn their own income. They're provided for. They're protected for, and the whole nine. But I mean, that goes back to just the social construct. It was duty back
But
then. It was
can we also acknowledge that that practice back then was damn near barbaric?
No, it was not.
No,
It,
you
so
can't
no,
say that,
Listen,
man.
no.
I
listen.
wasn't barbaric.
Go ahead,
let's just
Sway, finish. Let Sway finish. Go ahead.
let me make this clear. Let me make this extremely clear. You are telling me that women, if they were not with a man, if they were not in relationship, let's say they did not want to be in relationship, that if that was, they had to be, and they had to be shipped off to someone else, or less, they would be subject to having to be taken care of by someone else, or because there would be probably no work for them out there, or they would be subject to slavery. That's what you're telling me.
Wait, hold on. Let me go
And you're
first.
telling me
Let me go first.
that was
Let me
fine.
go first. Let me go first. So that's actually an excellent question, and we need this type of dialogue to fight feminism because they need to demonize men again to get their point across. Do you not realize that this same miserable existence that women lived, men lived too? 99% of men live too. We live the same existence. Now, hold on. We had full ability to say, fuck these women. I'm taking care of myself, right? But through the benevolence of men, you decided to take on a woman and start on family. We don't need them to survive. You remember that. It would be barbaric for us to leave them alone and not take care of them. It is not barbaric. They were glad to serve simply because someone was going to work for them while they could prioritize comfort, be in a home. And let me bring whoever said this shit to the front of the congregation. This dude said, prioritize comfort. Washing clothes in 1913 was not as easy as it is now. I ain't never heard nobody die from washing clothes, but many men die at work. The hell you talking about? Washing clothes.
So you're telling me being able to sell off your daughter is being able to sell off your daughter from someone like she's an object.
That's extreme. That's extreme.
That's not extreme. If we talking about
Shway, who protects women now?
That's what I mean. Huh?
Who protects women now, Shway? Who protects women now? Exactly. And the state. Wait. Let me finish. And the state is by whom?
The state, the law is what's it called? It's by the congressional body.
A man.
Who is it? Is it women or men that are protecting women in the state that we are in today?
If we're talking about the majority, it is majority men.
But
let me answer what you're saying. Why were those provisions made? Was it through because men were just being so caring and giving women these laws? What happened for these laws to be put in place? Who had to fight for those laws?
Men voted for them.
Men did. Let's be honest. Women. Wait. Shway. I'm all for women being protected and women having the freedom of choice to decide, but we have to be honest about the history and how it is so that women have all these comforts. Women are able to vote because the men said women are able to vote. There's no amount of wait, let me finish.
Why are we making it seem like
Wait, you're not understanding the basic. Hold on, you're not understanding the basic.
Why are we making it seem like women were not fighting for the vote?
No, so this is what we're talking about.
I'm not saying.
Literally, like
hold on. You're not understanding the basic premise of what we're saying. Women cannot be oppressed the way you're talking about because women have no power. They have never in this life created their own power structure. Till this day, they do not own or are the sole beneficiary of anything that they finance themselves to call an influential movement. A man is the ultimate beneficiary. I say that to say, hold on. I say that to say You don't realize it. You say women fought, women this, women that. When men, basically, think about it right alongside the civil rights movement. When you bring it to the attention of men that you want something, those men voted and made it possible. So you're saying oppression. Women fought. It don't matter if women fought. If men didn't want it to go down, it wouldn't have went down. We gave them everything.
And that's the uncomfortable truth. I'm not saying, Shui, that there aren't certain women that are abused and all this stuff, but we have to look at things in context. Compared to what? You're comparing our barbarian society compared to what? Compared to the pleasantries that we have now. Well, that barbarian society, what was going on back then, has led to the evolution of where we are now. And even still, it is run by men.
To prove my point,
even the protection of the
I want to say something on this topic. Everybody else is talking. Just three things, not just societal things. There's biology, there's cultural, and there's environmental things that impacted this. So to your point, Sway, I don't even want to change your mind. You can believe whatever you want to believe. Here we are in 2023, where women have all the freedom they want to have because the men in the West allowed them to have it. And our country and our families are freaking destroyed because biology, the biological imperative on just having fatherless babies takes precedent over marriage. It takes precedent over any kind of structural thing that we want to put in place because they got the freedom that you're talking about. Because men, wait a minute, let me just finish saying, biologically, their imperative is to be mothers, right? Environmentally is the laws. We changed all the laws so they can have the freedom they want, right? And so culturally, our culture is destroyed because Megan Thee Stallion and all these city girls are the top of the cultural food chain, and all the stinking ass rappers, the men, talking about killing people, going to jail because of the lyrics. And so all of that stuff is in this marsupial soap where our communities are destroyed because we're out of structure. And when back then in the day when we were all oppressed, not just goddamn women, we all were oppressed. We cleaved to each other so we could form unions that could be a buffer from what was going on out there. And so now all that stuff is gone. We got all these fatherless babies running around. Men are too emotional. Can't do a goddamn thing, want to kill each other over stepping on each other's shoes. Grandmothers and mothers are saying, you don't need to be married. Just sit your ass down and have a baby instead out of wedlock. And it's permeating all of our families. And so, so it's three things. It's three factors. It's not just social. It's cultural. It's biological. Because a woman's biological imperative still, nobody wants to believe it, is to have kids. And now they're having kids outside of structure. And it's destroying
I'm pregnant right now.
Bruh, a woman's biological imperative is not to have children, bruh.
We got 8 billion fucking people out here.
Hold on.
Bruh.
All right.
Yeah,
so
you're gonna say we got 8 billion kids out here.
Let's get Miss Orissa in here.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I would say, because I'm that middle age I'm that 50 plus, so I come from a different generation than probably you, Sway. I will say that I've noticed over the years, and my sons are married. Okay, I have 4 sons, 2 are married, 1 getting married. So I'm looking at them, and this generation. We got to be honest here. Please stop always men. The reason why you feel this way because you probably was raised by a woman. And
I was raised by
wait,
ma'am. Wait. Before you even go any further, I was raised by my mother and my father and my grandparents. I was not raised by a single mother.
Okay.
And if I was, it wouldn't be a problem with that. But I just want to make sure that's clear.
But hold on. Okay, but that's fine. But let's just say your father was in a home. 9 times out of 10, your mother probably had a bigger say because your mentality shows that there's no way
you have no idea what was going on in my house.
Okay, but just okay.
I'm about to say this. I'm about to say go at my point.
But I need
you not go at
I can tell right now you're raised by a woman because you won't let me talk.
No, because I'm gonna make.
Go ahead and finish.
I want it to be clear how we're discussing it. I would not.
Wait, hold on. Let's not get personal.
I would not assume what you had going on in your house. So
All right,
please do
Sway,
not
I got
assume
you.
what was going on in my house.
Miss Orissa, go ahead and finish the point.
You just proved
Let's
my
keep it out of the
point.
personal realm. Go ahead.
I didn't prove anything.
First of
Continue,
all,
please.
just no, look, boy, you don't run me, okay? Run your mama, run your dad, but you do not run me.
No, but
Let
you're
me
not going to
talk
talk
and be
about. You're not
quiet and
going to
let
talk
me
about
talk.
my household.
First of all,
that's what I'm talking
okay,
about. You're
well,
not
I
going to
do
talk about my
your
household.
personality show
Leave it at that.
everything. Your
Leave it at that,
personality show
ma'am.
everything.
Leave it at that, ma'am.
Look,
Stop talking
boy,
about my household,
boy,
please.
look, you're the problem. You're the problem. You're the problem because you're too emotional. That's number one.
Nobody's emotional.
Number two,
I'm talking to you very calmly,
yes, you are.
and I'm talking to you very calmly. But you're assuming things
It
that are
doesn't
disrespectful.
matter.
So please,
Really, you just assumed a whole lot of stuff about society as a whole.
I know we've been together on Fight Club, but this is the Trigger Mike show.
I
All right.
know. Okay, let me talk.
All right.
You
Go
right.
ahead,
Let's
finish your
talk
point.
now.
Finish your
Okay.
point. Let's
Try to
keep
keep
it
it
out
on
of
a
personal.
personal.
I hear a lot, and I'm not trying to get personal, but I'm just saying I just going on what I see. Plus, okay, but the thing is, number one, and what I hear. But number one, you say a lot of things. You talk about the divorce rate, okay, and being a divorced woman, because I am divorced, okay. I will say this: women have always had the upper hand in the courtroom. It's never going to change. It doesn't matter how hard a man fight; he's going to always lose. If it wasn't for women like me who gave my ex-husband joint custody, my kids live with their dad. When they went in the summertime with their father, I told him do not pay child support because the law required them to pay child support even during the summer months. But how fair is that if you have your kids and you still got to pay me child support? It makes no sense. That's number one. Number two, if a woman has a child in her marriage that's not her husband, that man is still on the hook no matter what. We have got to stop. Women cheat just as much. Women are bigger abusers than men. When it comes down to children, all this has been proven on point. So we have got to try to level this field. We have got, yes, it's very true. It is documented. Women are biggest abusers. You got 30, according to DNAtesting.com, 1 out of 3, that means 30% of children that are tested now are not that man's child. So I'm really not trying to hear that women are saints here. We are destroying our community. And that's just about and we need more women like me and other women to stand up and say, we are destroying this community. And as far as what I said to you, I apologize to you. I'm not trying to take it personal, but you may seem calm and talk calm. But to me, there's no way you could you have an influence more of a female side than you would the man side. I will say that. And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just being real. Because no matter what these people say up here, you are not going to, and it's not about changing your mind, but at the same time, you got to understand you plan on having kids, and especially you have a son. You have got to teach your son a different perspective. I had to start thinking like a man in order to raise my sons. I could not raise my son with feminist ways. I couldn't do it. I saw too much stuff that women were doing. I saw it in my sons. I saw what women would do. They would lie on you. And I did not want my sons to get caught up like that. So we got to hold the women accountable. We got to stop. And the only way the reason why I say I don't hold men accountable as much, because most men are raised by women. It doesn't matter if there's 2 parents in a household. Usually that woman is still running that house. And if she does not know how to raise her child as being from a man, because no matter what's to the men, when my sons will get in trouble after our divorce, I will still call their daddy. I did not make decisions without their father, although we were divorced. That's what I'm talking about. I don't see a lot of that nowadays.
Okay.
We got to stop in order for us to get better.
All right,
okay,
Sway,
so
go ahead and respond, and then we're going to get to the next
topic. So I want to speak exactly to what you were talking about. First of all, if it's not personal or anything like that, and if you don't want to get into that, that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. Why did you get divorced?
You can ask.
Why did you get divorced?
I got divorced because what these men say. I got divorced because I was not happy. My ex-husband was the great person. He's been married 25 years. It's because I got married so young and I feel like I could do better. I thought like most of these women, I'm telling you, women don't divorce because they're not happy. Women divorce because they want to do whatever in the hell that they want to do. And then when they get out here in the world, they see that you don't get better. And then number two, 30 to 50% of women who file for divorce regret it. It is on paper.
I need to see those stats.
You
That
I'm
can't
is
not
sit
gonna
up
true
here and
lie.
say
too.
women are leaving because we
you're
are
not a whole
depressed.
woman. All right. True Table, let me get
And
up.
I'm telling you
She's
why.
gone. PH Diva, I just need, because we had an incident, I need you to come on real quick, just real quick, and give me a 4. Real quick, and before I let you up.
Yeah. So
What happened?
I wanted
Bring it.
to.
Oh,
Oh,
that's what you got to
hello,
do.
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yes.
All right, cool.
Yes.
So I'm gonna see if I can keep it balanced here, because I think the issue on both sides of the coin is the abuse of power. Obviously, women are abusing their power. We can say that. And we can also say that back then, there were some men that would abuse their power. Because I believe that's how these rights ended up starting, right? Because back then, men were the head of the household. Women didn't have right to property. Women had no right to vote, and so forth. So, because some men abused their power in not providing for their wives, there were judges and courts that made it pretty much a legal thing, obviously, to what was it called, the doctrine of necessity, where the woman can go to the local shops and everything to get what she needs to get, and the husband will have to pay for those necessities because she was not being provided for, because the husband would either be gambling his money away, making bad investments, or blowing it off on prostitutes in those times.
Right.
I mean, it's a reality. So in order to protect these women from not being taken care of their husbands, some things needed to be in play. Now what we're seeing is just the power just being abused, right? And it's on both sides. I call it how it is. I'm not trying to blame all women. I don't blame all men.
Hmm.
But this
Well,
is
how
just
is it being abused on the
no,
man's side today?
no. Oh,
But
that's
our
no
children
today. No
are the one
today.
that's hurting,
No, that's
though.
I'm not saying today the men is abusing their power, because here in the West, it's like I don't even see where we have power. Anyways, I think the women have a lot more power than the men do in our Western society. So I don't see men can abuse power that they don't have. The only people,
But I thought men.
the only men that have the power right now are the ones that are high ranked, that have enough resources in order to control the results of what they want. That's it. But everybody else that doesn't have those type of resources ain't controlling nothing.
Right, but the
That's
power that
true.
women quote unquote have, or the quote unquote power that women have, Trigger Mike said we really don't have any power because it was men who gave us, any rights or any, thing that
Yeah,
we're able to do now.
yeah,
So
yeah.
ultimately it's still the men's power. And so women can't wield power that
Yeah.
we don't have incorrectly, or, we can't overdo it because ultimately that's not our power. Trigger Mike, you're muted.
Yes, you are correct. So I did say that, and I stand by it. Women have the power of proxy of another man. You don't have any power.
Yeah.
You are using mostly powerful men and the power they gave you to go against less powerful men, or the average man. Basically, you're using the power of the court. You're using the power of the government against other men. Women did not create any power that they have. In fact, if
Right.
men
And
wanted to
so
stop that, yeah, go ahead.
ultimately your issue is with those powerful men. So you can even, women are the middle people, right?
No,
And
no,
so
no,
your
no, no,
issue
no,
is
no,
with
no,
those
no,
powerful men, because
no,
and
no,
get
no,
them
no.
to undo whatever it is
No,
they've
no, no, no,
done,
no.
then it's
But
not
wait,
an
hold on,
issue.
hold on, hold on. There has been some version of a tyrannical government since the history and
Mm-hmm.
people have been formed. Well, the
Yep.
issue we have is actually with the women who chose. Remember, the one thing you cannot do is take away someone's choice. Women the world over can kind of leave themselves. In fact, you have so much financial power. Women being able to get bank accounts. If y'all were so tired of men, stop messing with them and go create your own civilization. Go create your own jobs. Go create your own factories. Go create your own mills. Go create your own gardens. Farm your own food. Build your own houses. You can do all of that, but you choose to be in a man's face anyway. So what we're
Well, we
saying is
can't.
choose your man. Choose a good one, but
Right.
choose him and not the government. Choose him every day. Choose not to divorce him, like Miss Orissa said, if he is a man of good character. That is
Okay.
what we're talking about.
Right.
We're pretending like women don't leave good men,
Yeah.
and that's what's on the table
I'm
here.
They
I'm
leave
and I'm
men
not
a lot. They leave men a lot.
and I'm not saying that
Mhm.
women don't leave. I'm not saying that women don't leave good men. I'm saying that what's it called, Miss Michelle, with your situation, I get
Hmm.
it. That what's it called? That's your situation. But there are many
That's
women
a lot.
that No, but
But
no.
I'm
Let
from
me.
a generation, sir. I'm from a generation of women where a lot of us were married, and I have friends who married. I got some who have been married 35 plus years. I got friends who divorced after 30 years. And you're like, what the hell? So you can't. It's and it's documented that 30. And I think you missed what I said earlier. 30 to 50% of women regret divorcing. So you got to let those numbers seep in, sir.
And what's it called? And even when you said that, I said I need to see the stats on what's it called, on that statistic.
Sure, can I ask?
But even going back to what I was saying before, there's a lot of women today that talk about being upset and divorcing because they go out, they work, they bring in half of the money, they're paying half of the bills, but then they're also being told that they need to do half of the house, they need to do all of the housework.
Mm-hmm.
They're being
That's fair game, though. That's petty.
No.
That's not
They're
petty.
bringing in half.
That's
Yes,
not petty. And if 30 to 50% of women regret getting divorced, that means most women don't regret getting divorced.
Let's finish, y'all.
Can I finish my
Let's
point, please?
finish.
Can I finish my point?
You don't have the answer, Sway. You don't have the answer, Sway.
Go ahead.
That's petty.
No, he got
Let me tell you why that's petty, right? Let me tell you why that's petty.
Like, I mean,
One
come
mic.
on.
Go ahead.
I know
Miss
all y'all got
Michelle, wait a
y'all
minute.
have the same opinions, but can I
No, Shui, I want to hear. No, Shui, I do want to hear your point.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that there are many women today that are complaining and divorcing men because the men, and I'm not saying this is all women. I'm saying there is a majority of women that are talking about they are out here bringing in half of the income, financing half of the homes, or even more of it, and they're being seen as the person that is, number one, the primary housekeeper, and two, the one that's primarily taking care and rearing the children.
Right.
What's the statistics on that?
I was gonna say,
Let me go there.
And that's
Wait.
Now,
Can
on y'all, and I'll show you the statistics on mine.
I do have to ask
Wait. Trigger Mike, real quick, because I do want to answer this because this speaks to what is exactly what Shui says. Shui, I will say that you are correct because women are the primary caretakers of children.
Yes.
Women, for the most part, are the primary housekeepers. But when you divorce, there's a certain shoulder of having a man in the house when you're raising kids that women do not completely understand until the man is out. So all of that is true. And then wait, let me finish.
I know.
But then when you divorce, it's all on you.
All on you.
There is no man there.
And
it is all on you. And wait,
y'all gotta understand this, right?
Sway,
in half of the income.
No. Hold on.
Sway,
you can't determine what's 50-50 though.
Hold on.
Sway, can I finish, please? Wait, Sway, can I finish, please? There is no such thing as. No, I'm just trying to. I gave you the respect. I'm just asking you to give me the respect so I can finish.
Just finish.
There's no such thing as 50-50 in relationships. That is a myth.
That's cap.
And also,
thank you,
Let him finish.
You did.
No, someone else brought it up.
You gotta let him finish.
Not 50-50.
All right, go ahead, Coco. Finish up.
And thank you. And real quickly, I'm pregnant. My husband can't hold the child. I think men and women sometimes diminish pregnancy as far as how much of a burden it is and how much of a stress it is to a woman's body that a man can never do. So it will never be fair. It will never be equal. And that is the lot that we have in life. And that is okay. But for that's why a woman has to have certain conversations with her man in order to make the necessary adjustments. And if you are with a good man, he will try, doesn't mean he will get it right, to make those adjustments because he understands that bringing children into the world is things that only women can do. So therefore, go ahead. There's no equality when it comes to that. There's nothing that a man can do that equates more to bringing the child into the world.
All right. let me just say this
Right.
because we have
That's
to like we have
100%.
to stop these floating YouTube narratives. So Sway, I don't know if you're trying to hit 10 for 10 on feminist talking points. But you brought another one up.
Oh my god.
You brought another one up saying that they bring 50% of the. Do you not realize that we are not asking women to work? You have to assume
You
that a
need women
man
to
that was
work.
taking care of himself before he
You
got
need
married.
women
He
to
put a
work.
roof over his own head. He don't need that woman for that shit. Hold on real quick.
If you
because I
want to
know
have
people
kids,
are going to
bro,
want to
there's
jump in.
no way. There's no
Women
way men could
are
have.
working. Hold on. Women
Bruh.
decided to everything women have is a byproduct of what they ask for and what they want. Now I'm gonna ask you a question because it goes into the statement that you made. I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you think the average woman today is willing to live under what the average man can provide by himself?
By himself? Hell no.
Then she take her ass to work then and get the fuck out of my
Thank
face when
you.
I'm cleaning the house.
Thank you.
That's your responsibility.
Thank
Wait,
you.
what?
Thank you.
Wait. And I want to make this,
See,
and
he got
I be having
caught
to make it
up.
clear because y'all be saying stuff and I don't be getting it. How is it in today's time the average household, the average person makes about what, 45,000?
Yes.
Around 45,000. Is that
Yes.
enough? Is that enough for a man to take care
I'm
of?
glad that you asked.
He can,
Is that enough for
wait, hold on, y'all.
a
I'm
man
glad
can work
that
2
you asked.
jobs.
The reason I
But they
phrased
don't.
that way is because Kevin Samuels put it this way. He said people don't understand that in the beginning, especially if a woman is going to marry a man in her social age group, he is going to grow in income, but it's going to be incremental and it's going to seem slow. Who said that y'all got to live alone?
Thank you.
Who said y'all got to have y'all own apartment?
Thank you.
That's a luxury. Y'all can go live with parents. You can get into a group with another family and hold it down that way because that's what the Mexicans do.
Right.
They out here taking all our cookies, opening businesses
Yeah.
and shit because they understand key principles. It is the luxury women want that are fucking them up. It ain't our
What
fault.
luxury are you talking
Black
about,
men are
brother?
That's
perfectly
right.
adequate.
That's
Perfectly
right.
adequate.
I'm
The
not
luxury.
saying,
At
but
Hey,
45.
I
Sway.
give
that's
I
the
give you
Hey,
the
Sway.
luxury.
Hey,
I give you the
Sway.
luxury.
wait.
Hey, Sway.
That's the thing.
Most
Hold on.
women,
Sway.
Can we go
women.
around the horn on this topic? Can we go
Yeah,
around
yeah.
the
Hold
horn?
on 1 second. Hey,
Arissa,
Better
Sway.
get in there, Pain.
Every
You better
other
get in
woman,
there.
every other woman got to make 6 figures. That's for starters.
Wait, what?
D-Town, I see you in the back. Give me a 3. Give me a 3. All right,
Miss
go ahead.
Michelle, what did I can't hear what you said. Sorry.
Every woman on the planet I'm sorry. Every woman on the planet, what's the first thing she say in a man? Oh, he got to make 6 figures. Every woman
That's
says
a
that. Every
YouTube
single woman
talking
says
point. That is a
Yeah, but it's
YouTube
but
talking
you're
point.
professing
Every
that though.
It
woman
is.
does not want no 6-figure man.
Go ahead, Pain. What you got, Pain? What you got,
No,
Pain?
listen. All I'm saying is, we have to stop saying that everything everybody's saying is completely right or wrong. Okay, there are factors to this shit. Now, so the one thing is, Sway, your thing is the only thing I could agree with you is if you're a man and you make 45 grand or 50 grand and you need your wife to complement or supplement the income so y'all can survive. One, hopefully you picked a woman who understands the condition you're in. Two, that kind of man, and this is where you discount the man. Most men who understand that they have their wife working 40 to 50 hours a week, getting the alpha men chasing them around the goddamn desk, know that when she comes home, you're gonna have to divide some of the duties. But biologically, you can't be the nurturer. You're not gonna put fake tits on and milk the baby. You got to leave that shit to the woman, right? And there's a certain amount of years, a year or so, where the woman's gonna be the top dog on that. But that doesn't mean you can't wash your own clothes. That don't mean
That
you
is
can't cook.
true.
I cook in my house. My wife cooks, but Sunday dinners, I cook. I invite my family over. We sit around the table, and that shit is based on me doing that. Well, yeah, I'm fat, so I know how to cook. But anyway, I grill. I do all kinds of shit. I wash my own clothes. Let me just finish this before I go on. Hold on. I wash my own clothes because my wife is on a different clock than me. I wash my clothes based on how many clean drawers I have. She has her shit based on something else. And once my kids were able to use a washing machine, they washed their own clothes. Right? So we share duties. In my space in the house, I clean it. I don't ask my wife to clean that shit. But you know what? When somebody knocks on the door, I answer the fucking thing. Excuse me. I answer the door. When shit goes wrong, I step in there. So we share that. But I feel like I run my household. So the point I'm just trying to make to you, there's factors even in this modern era, because I said this before, I'm gonna say it again. I don't give a shit what the laws are. I don't care what year we're in. The nature of men and women has not changed. Only the tools are different and being used and abused. That's the only thing that's changed. Men are men,
Yeah.
women are women.
And
And
Sway.
let me tell you, and that's it. Let me just shut up and let somebody else go.
Wait, Miss Michelle,
And
can I
Sway, you
go?
know what the thing
No, go
is?
ahead. Go ahead.
Because like I say, oh, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say because
Y'all,
like I
y'all
say,
let
I'm
Sway
a
talk to see what he
married. I
wants.
do.
I want to see what he's saying because I really don't. I'm
No,
trying to see where he's
I
coming
know.
from.
He gonna get us anyway.
Yeah, me too.
But
I'm trying to
But hold on a
understand what
second.
he
yeah,
Like I have
where you
sons
coming
who are
from,
married,
Sway?
right?
I'm really trying to see where you coming from with it,
So
bro.
what
Because
I'm
I'm
speaking.
hearing what you're saying. But go ahead, brother. Yes, sir.
Okay, so what I'm speaking to, so Mr. Payne just said if you're a brother that's making 45,000 to 50,000, and my thing about it is not if most people are making that. What's the call?
Okay.
Okay.
What I'm speaking to is that most men, if they're in relationship, they have children. If you want multiple children, you can't just be the sole breadwinner.
So this one. So this one I'm gonna ask you. So let me ask you this. So in your mind, you
There's no
think
disagreement on
that.
that.
So you
I
feel
didn't
like.
I hear
disagree with you
static.
on that.
Listen to me. Let me talk, man.
So what I'm speaking to is that if you know that you cannot, and that's why I was going to the grievance that women were talking about. What that some women were talking about is that men are not they're not the sole breadwinners, yet they want women to do the same
That's a
work.
YouTube talking
Okay,
point.
but look, let
Most
me say this.
men,
Let me say
That's
most
this.
men who
lazy,
don't,
Okay,
let me
sir.
but
finish
let me
this.
say this then, bro.
Most
Let me
men
say
who
this. Let me
don't
say
make
this,
the
Pain.
money
Let me say
to
this,
run
Pain.
the whole household
So
understand that. They
Okay, but
understand that
look,
with their
my
women.
but
point
this.
is lazy,
That's not what
but
the
saying
research
that
is
women
showing.
just
Okay,
leave because they
They're
get
lazy.
bread.
Those women are lazy.
So
That's not
Wait.
lazy
I'm
to not want to
sorry.
work a
so
full-time
my
job
my
and
I
then
point
think
is
do
lazy.
housework.
D-Town.
Yet
They're
when I ask
lazy.
why
Yo,
are women getting
All right,
divorced
one
today,
mic,
it's because they're
I
not
think
married.
Wait, one at a
I
time,
think
one at a
D-Town
time.
wanted to say something.
Yeah, D-Town was gonna say something and to respond back to Sway. So let's keep
okay,
it.
yeah, Sway, because I feel like I'm probably the youngest person on this panel, man. I'm 29. I just got married. I got my wife, got my kids, all that. You know what I'm saying? So,
Congratulations.
and
Congratulations to you, fam.
and I understand when you talk about this 45, 50 things and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But as I know, as a man, I'm gonna keep growing, and I know my money gonna keep growing. You get what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna be at the
That's
same
right.
spot in 3 years, 4 years, and then when your baby become 4, she become into the she go to elementary school. So we not look. So the woman is not looking over no baby after 4 years old. You get what I'm saying? And then it's like, okay, baby, you say you don't want to cook and clean and wash and things like that, like grandma and them did. But last time I checked, bro, we got all these new inventions. You got a Swiffer you could just turn on. It mops your floor for you. You can just put loads in now. Probably would take 15 minutes. Just put the colors with the colors, the whites with the whites, and you just put them in there. Like, I'm trying to
All
see
right.
the things that the modern women is talking about, because I get what you're saying. See, I'm the generation of the same way my mama taught me you don't need no woman. You get what I'm saying? So I'm that generation of kid that I know how to cook, I know how to clean, I know how to do all that girl shit. You feel what I'm saying? But also I know how to. But
What you
also,
mean girl shit, man? I knew how to cook
I'm
so I
just.
could
But
get
I was
but
about to
laid.
say that's
but you
not
get what
girl
I'm
shit,
saying,
brother.
though,
But
OG. You get what I'm saying. But at the same time, just like I'm just, the difference is my baby girl just had a battery. She needed a battery in her car. She didn't get up and
Yeah.
fix that. I got up there out my
There you
way
go.
to go do that for her. Now, which ain't no problem because I understand that I'm a man. Those are things I like to do. I like to see my hands dirty and things like that. So she can have her hands all clean and pretty. So I'm just trying to see where do we gonna meet at the middle, because somebody gotta take care of the house. And look, check this out. Okay, baby girl, you want to go get your money. That's cool. All right, go get your money. Can I stay at the house? Can I take care of the house? And you still treat me the same way? That's what men are coming
No.
with right now. You get
No,
what I'm saying?
absolutely not.
That's the balance, bro. Like I want to meet you, just like old school said. Nah, bro, most men are not on no. Yeah, you gotta wash, cook, clean, and shit like that, and you've been doing 40 hours. We not
Right.
on
Hell
that shit,
no,
bro. No,
absolutely
we
not.
not on that shit,
But you
fam.
know
We
what?
Come on,
You
bro.
should
We don't
already
understand.
be
It's
Let me
clean.
cook
DoorDash.
after you.
A woman
Look,
should
it's
already be
DoorDash.
clean. A
No,
man should not
look,
have to tell you to clean. You know
right.
what I
But look,
mean?
I'm almost done, mama. We got DoorDash. We got all these new inventions for us to live easier. So I don't know why
Right.
relationships becoming harder. It just don't make sense
It
to me.
right.
Now you say
You right.
45,000, 45,000, I guess technically ain't enough to live in the United States. That's bullshit, bro. Everybody else is doing that, bro.
That's
Everybody
right.
else is doing. Everybody else community is doing that. Now they not staying there at that point, cause yeah, they come together, then they become they little carpenting, or they, you know, they electricians or whatever landscape, whatever they come together, and then they make their money. But you gotta start somewhere. Our women not even trying to start. That's the thing, bro.
My
And
thing.
then think, okay, yeah, go ahead,
No,
bro.
I just wanted to say, what's it called? I get what you're saying, and look, for you, brother, I think that you definitely can go from wherever you was at and elevate and make more money and do all that. I definitely think you could do that. That doesn't.
Yes,
that is not the story for majority of Americans.
That's not true,
bro.
That's
come
not
on.
true.
Most people stay in their economic. Most people that are born in poverty stay in poverty. Most people that are
Right.
born in
No,
middle
no,
class.
but you're moving the goalposts though. We're talking about married couples. You're saying that most men who are making minimum of 40 grand are just having their wife work like dogs. It's not true.
I'm not saying that.
He's not
I
saying
never
Okay, I'm
that.
sorry,
said that.
Shrey.
The women are
What is the
saying
I'm
that.
sorry, Shrey. What is the point, Shrey? I'm really trying to understand. Like, I know you brought up that point, but what I'm saying is you're getting one side of the story. There's the woman's side, there's the man's side, and there's the truth. And a lot of times in relationships, that woman's not going to tell you all the things that she's doing to that man. She's just going to give you she's going to vent, she's going to voice her frustrations, but you truly don't know what completely is going on in that
So
relationship.
men don't
And
lie
to
either.
assume,
Men don't lie
I'm not.
either.
Men
No,
don't
no.
talk.
I'm saying.
That's
I'm
what men
saying
don't
there's.
talk at all.
I'm
Well, so when
saying.
they're doing these
Wait,
studies,
wait.
they're looking at,
Shrey,
they're asking married couples, and they're asking the men and the women, who does most of this, who does most of that, and so they're both parties are reporting that the women do most of the child rearing and most
As
of the
you fucking should. What are you talking about?
So he's saying if the women are out working, you know, hour for hour with the man, then why would that be
Because
her
they want
responsibility?
to.
This is
It's
the
not
thing.
They
that they
want
want to.
to.
No, check
No,
this
they
out. Check
don't
this out.
want
Wait,
to. If they
check this out.
wanted
Check
to,
this
they
out.
wouldn't
Right?
be getting
So we
divorced.
know.
Wait, check this
Yes,
out.
y'all do.
Check this out. Check this
Yes,
out.
y'all do.
I'll give you the typical scenario of what tends to happen, right? The man is making $45,000 a year. He's most likely living with his mom or living in the garage or maybe in efficiency paying like $900 a month for his stuff. He meets a fine little old lady and everything like that. The lady says, "Hey, I like your little efficiency. I like your
We
little
could do this
garage. But
together. We could be a 90,000.
we could be a team. Maybe we should upgrade to a 2-bedroom, maybe a
Yep.
1-bedroom. There goes the rent. Now instead of paying $900, now you're paying $1,200. And then guess what? Hey, maybe we should start going out with our friends and start, then they have more lavish lifestyle. They start living above their means. They partake in activities with their friends in order to look cool. And then guess what? They get married. Oh, well, honey, this 1-bedroom apartment, we're having a kid. We're going to need a 3-bedroom house now because we need it. So then guess what? So now the husband goes and can't afford the mortgage. So he pays 10% down on the house. And then guess what? All these things started off where? Because the woman wanted a certain type of lifestyle when the man was easily just
Perfectly
happy
fine.
in a garage or in
Ruckus,
efficiency.
stop cursing at me. Stop cursing at me, Ruckus. Stop cursing at me.
But check it. Wait.
All right, let me stay up.
You're telling me that
Hold
men
on.
are okay living with their parents.
Time out.
Yeah.
Wait.
Wait,
Yeah,
men.
listen, check this out.
Women, a lot of women live with their parents more
This
than
is
men
the
nowadays.
general
Come on now.
situation.
Let's
This
be
is the
honest.
this
Let's
is the
stop capping.
typical situation of what happens every day in society when a man and a woman come together. I promise you this.
No,
I'm
what happens
He's
is
not
no,
lying.
Let me get
Shrey,
this
he's
out.
not lying.
Let me get this out, and I got to read the super chat. So, Sway, you cannot, absolutely, you cannot make a case nowhere in the world that men, a majority of men, prefer exactly what Ruckus said is exactly what's happening. The women will even tell you. The first the dudes that they dated, when you invite him over to their apartment, it does not look like Marcus from Boomerang. We are extreme. Hold on. We are extreme minimalists. Futon, big ass TV on a fucking bum ass TV stand if it's on a TV stand. Okay,
Exactly.
we are extreme minimalists and do not want to upgrade until the women decide to do it.
Okay.
9% of men own homes that they that is their primary residence, and we make more money than women do. It's because there's no reason to have a home if you don't have no family. Like we don't want to upgrade. It's the women that want to upgrade.
But so wait, so I just want to get what you guys are saying. So you're telling me this is what you're saying, Ruckus, and I'm not going to say that your scenario is invalid. What I'm going to speak to is the fact that most people, after a while of making money, don't want to live with their parents. They don't want to stay by themselves.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point.
They don't want to.
Okay,
so
look,
when they get in a relationship and they're able to find someone that's able to bring in financial means so they can get their own place.
No, we're not looking for you're mischaracterizing.
Sway, you're missing the point.
So Sway, let me give you this example. So let me just give you this example. Instead of being at home, because I understand that you're saying that you sticking on the home part. Okay. Me and my brother, we had our apartments together. You get what I'm saying? 2 bedroom, 2 baths. There ain't no reason to get out here by yourself. When you ain't got no kids, you can just, you know what I'm saying? Nice little apartment I paid. You get what I'm saying? We was doing what we was doing. My wife right now, she became my girlfriend. She got pregnant in the past. You get what I'm saying? Well, I asked her, I said, well, look, baby, let me just get like 8 months here. We can save our money together, and then we can move where we need to move. She told me, well, I don't want to be here pregnant with your brother on the other side, which that's what he's saying right there. I understood what she was saying, but all I was saying was, baby, let's just stack a little bit more money, and then we can move where we can move to. Now we was able to move regardless, but that's the example that he's saying. I was chilling where I was at, and I had my own spot. It wasn't no, you know what I'm saying, I'm a bum ass nigga. Nah, I was doing my thing. I had everything I had for myself. You get what I'm saying? When my lady came into the picture, I understood that she wanted to move, so I moved.
If you was living,
I wasn't living with my parents.
If you was living with your parents, you wouldn't be. I still wouldn't see you as a bum. I'm about to say, my thing about it is that this idea that men want to stay with their parents and they want to build up and stuff like. No, they don't.
We're saying
no one is
saying
that.
Let me tell you.
No one is saying that.
Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something.
So Ruckus didn't say this is the scenario that happened.
Let me tell y'all.
Let me tell you a little
the
scenario
story.
is that men
would
normally.
I was gonna sacrifice
men would normally.
It's a baby story.
Live under their means when they're single, and they will start living above their means when they get together with another woman because they want to start doing things together, and because now they have 2 incomes, they can afford all this stuff. And then they start living above their means.
And then
that is so true.
To fortify that point, and let me read these super chats. You cannot make a case that men like extravagant things when women own 66% of consumer debt and almost all college debt. They are the ones that spend, not us. You can't make these cases, man. You gotta put
You can't talk about
people
expensive things.
Women do all
Sway love us women though. Sway love us women though.
People can live on one
Y'all
income.
go subscribe to Sway, man.
You love us, Sway.
People can live off one income. The thing is that
listen. There's no way you cannot be realistic about women when women are trying to be realistic about women to you. They telling you,
it is 350.
Everybody with PhD
people
was
that
telling
live
you
in
we not
America.
angels.
I wish my wife was here right now so I can.
We are angels, Sway.
And she'll say it in Spanish, bro. I wish my wife.
He love us.
Your wife doesn't have to be here. I'm here, and you're cursing at me.
There we go. Thank you.
All right, one mic. Let me read these super chats. One mic. Miss Orissa was even like, Sway, we ain't shit. He like, no, I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
No,
she can only speak for herself though.
Even the idea of saying that women ain't shit is just.
It was a joke. It was a joke. Let me just
so if she
I know. It's a joke. I know it's a joke, Trigger. I know.
Trigger Mike, today is payday for the collection plate. Appreciate that, Sherwin Thomas. Miss Orissa, $5. Women hold divorce parties. Stop it, sir. Women leave for no damn reason. 30 to 50% regret the divorce. It's actually 30 to 60. So between those studies, I compared 19 across regions all over the world. So it's like 30 to 60.
How much is it?
Depending on the reason, I still got married out here, Mike.
Depending on the reason, the region, women can leave regret it as much as 60%.
Is a divorce party higher than a wedding?
Is it what?
Is a divorce party? Does a divorce party cost more than a wedding?
No, no. They actually look the spot, the whiskey cake spot Over here, they plan it for you. They have a whole. They got little penis drinking glass. It's disgusting.
I heard about
Uh,
them though. I heard about that. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, this is Sodom and Gomorrah now, bro. This ain't America.
That's bad.
Darius Horton, $5. We always say back in the day with women, forgetting the fact that men were just as miserable with women because of shotgun marriages.
Yeah.
Facts. TS, $5. Dude got talking points from feminists. Those black men were victims of white society, not demons. And it was white men doing the demonizing, not black men. Black people got no business.
That black men were demonizing people, bro.
Yeah, you were painting one hell of a picture, and that's the way it was looking, bro. I'm just saying. TS,
that's
$2.
what I said when I said my bad. I should cash out you some money.
The color purple talking points, bro.
I'll take it.
Sway, you got haters. I mean, you can start a YouTube channel off some haters. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I swear.
Yeah, do that.
It's gonna be all women, but as long as you're ready for that.
The men gonna hate
PH Diva, go subscribe to Shway Ali's channel. Darius
the
Horton,
men gonna hate watch.
Not saying it was right, but let's be real. Bathshua, what's going on? $5. As in the words of Pink Book Lessons, Sway needs some intervention. These women, modern women, need to stop being coddled and held accountable. The women telling you.
That's a woman.
Hey, listen,
you're male identified,
is a multi-millionaire.
Marriage
so you're on your way.
I'm an atheist.
Yeah.
Okay, marriage is biblical. This is all making sense now. All right, Real Pookie, $2. Black men, BM men, I guess black men are victims of black women. Victim Olympics. Bathshua again. Let's keep it a buck, though. Oh, she's getting real with you. A woman says, "Let's keep it a buck." These so-called women's movements benefited white women. Black women were only used for numbers. Same with feminism.
They literally. But all right, wait. Can we please? Like, I hear you guys continuously talking about feminism. Black women that even were talking about those points knew that. That's why they created their own form of it. That's why they literally created black feminism.
Wait. Let me kill this with one question. How do black women benefit from feminism when their families are fucking torn apart? Tell me.
That's what's it called? Wait, how do black women benefit from feminism?
Yes.
When their families are torn apart, what does those things? Those things don't even correlate. What are you talking about?
They do 100% exact correlation.
Exactly.
Bruh.
They have no correlation.
Well, Mike, maybe the better question to ask Shway is, how do black women benefit from feminism?
At all.
No,
how do they benefit?
Thank you. That's a better question. And the way that black women benefit from feminism is it teaches them to understand their role within society, and to better understand the way that they are oppressed in their specific way, in their intersectional way.
Number question.
After that.
I'm sorry. Question on your question statement. What oppression? Who oppressed them?
What's it called? There's things like colorism, and things that specifically when you're talking about black women, they face a specific type of colorism.
So let's say that is all true. What the hell does that have to do with them breaking up their families? How did we get there? Did they take feminism?
You're putting together two totally different things. Like I don't even know how you're even putting those together.
No, it might be me.
Wait.
What do you mean about colorism? The white man.
Yeah. Let him explain.
None of this has anything to do with black men, by the way, that you were demonized.
When he's too much out in the sun, he turns red. When he's sick, he's turned green. But the white man is usually dealing with a whole bunch of colorism, bro. What?
Well, you know what? We know why he's off.
He doesn't understand colorism. He is from a different community.
Because PhD Diva is not saying anything. When she ain't saying nothing, you brother man, if you don't got PhD Diva behind you, you're in trouble.
I don't even know that woman.
Finish out these super chats, then we're gonna continue. Dion Lewis, $5. Shway has proved that school has indoctrinated our children from very early ages that they know more than their predecessors / parents. Jay Daniels, $5. I think it's hilarious that only women who constantly complain about doing housework are always black women, and they're unmarried. Not black women, but women that complain about housework. Miss Michelle, full of emotion, masculine energy, yet lecturing Sway about being emotional. Whether you agree with him or not, he deserves to be heard. Stop yelling. This ain't Fight Club, Miss Michelle. Shame on you. No shame. I'm just joking. All right, no chaser, $2. And I ain't gonna lie, Trigger Mike, I had better swaddles. Hey, you know what? Let me just say this because Sway, you are perpetuating
I heard
a
that.
lie that men aren't really good at certain things when it comes to like housework and babies. The thing is that we never get our side of the story heard, and we don't complain. We just do. So it's like that's why we're sitting here, a bunch of fathers that watch their own kids, that take their own kids to the park, that spend more time with the kids than the women do. We sitting here like, what?
I'm not
What are
saying
you
I'm not
talking about?
I am not saying that men do
Women
not
just
take care.
complain.
Wait,
I'm gonna
let's
give you. Listen, if I have to give you one piece of wisdom, let me give it to you. And PhD, but this is for you too. Always be weary of the person trying to tell their side of the story first. It's always women. They always want to come out first so they can control the narrative. They be fucking lying. They just
The
lying.
thing is, agreeing, Trigger Mike. So with these studies where they're looking at the breakdown of different, things within a relationship or marriage, they're asking both parties. So the men are actually giving their side of the story. And there have also been, and now this is, men on social media talking about how they get praised for doing the bare minimum with regard to childcare. So if they if people see them out at the park with their kids, oh, he's just the best dad. Where if you see a mom out at the park with her kids, okay, well, she's just being a mother, right? If they bring home a pizza, oh, he's so understanding, So men themselves have been saying these types of things that they're, giving way more credit than a woman for doing the bare minimum in terms of child rearing.
Yes,
Just
we take the time to demonize
just
women
to
when they go
fortify
out to
our
work.
last point. EBD says, Trigger Mike, what kind of money you got? We don't use no TV stand, a cardboard box or styrofoam. You see, men live extremely minimalist lifestyle. Let's get to the next topic. Y'all literally did opening thoughts for almost 3 hours. This shit crazy. All right.
I wanted to address PhD, but brother PhD, but I do understand what colorism is. There's a lot of that going on in Dominican Republic. If you don't know, Dominican Republic is heavy on that.
All right, go ahead. Ruckus, you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
All right, let me get to the next one because damn, we were talking about Oprah then. That kind of went left. All right, are powerful women more or less desirable to their male counterparts? Why? I'm going to start. You know what? I haven't had my daily dose of terrorism for today. So, PhD, but why don't you take us away with this
one? More or less desirable to their male counterparts. Generally speaking, probably less desirable, and not because they are powerful, probably because women who end up in those powerful roles, they pay more attention or spend more time, trying to advance than focusing on, like outer appearance, unlike many other women. They feel like that's what they have to bank on. So they may be less attractive physically or put less time into their physical attractiveness trying to attract a man. But if the woman is attractive and powerful, I think that she would be more desirable to male counterparts. So it just depends on what the woman has going on. I don't think being a powerful woman, is an automatic turnoff to men. A lot of men might even want to sponge off that woman, right? So, black men were always saying like, okay, well, if the women have the degrees and the positions, then put your man in a position to excel. So I don't think that would be a necessary turnoff to a lot of men. I think a lot of men would want to sponge off that woman.
The opposite.
Can I answer next, Mike? Can I answer that one?
You got opposition. Go ahead. Anybody?
I would say that powerful women are more desirable to men because we want to dominate that power, show them who's really powerful. There's nothing like coming in after a long day of my wife working at home and I slap that laptop off the bed. Say, come in.
What kind of stuff is that, bro?
My mind is in the gutter. I got 2 points. My mind is in the gutter because when you said coming in, I was like, "Oh, what?"
Oh yeah, I thought he was gonna go real left for that one.
First of all, second of all, type of money you got that you slapping laptops off the ground?
That was just for flair. That was for flair.
Nah. Because if she's a woman of any kind of power, it'd be an iPad or something real expensive. But what I'd say is, I think quote unquote powerful women, it doesn't matter how much wealth they have or power they have, they still need to be dominated. They still need to find a man to dominate them. It's not going to matter how much money you got. The problem is, you guys were talking about Oprah earlier. I don't know what man gonna want to hit that up. I don't know who's sliding their DMs. I don't know what kind of man kind of would like, yo, Oprah, this Tyrone, like, hit me up. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it works out that way. But yeah, at the end of the day, it don't matter how much power a woman acquires. She can be a female president, and she still needs, the LB.
She needs to get her cheeks busted just like anybody else.
Right.
What are you talking about? I mean, women are just tripping. I don't give a shit how much money you make.
Mm-hmm.
The guy that you want, if he come in there and busting those cheeks, you just as happy as the poorest chick on the goddamn projects. You might kick his ass out that night. He might not be able to sleep over, but your cheeks are busted and you're happy. That's it.
Yeah, but that's not hard to get.
I'll tell you what I've always wanted to do, and I know it's going to be horrible, and I don't care what the comments come from me. But my fantasy since the Trump administration was to be that one dude that was busting Melania, and like I'd be at breakfast every day, just like looking in the eyes and be like, yeah, I'm like messing with your chick, just kind of like there's nothing you can do about it. He'd say something, I'd say something back. It'd be a whole thing. But yeah, that's kind of like where my mind was going when we're talking about this issue, kind of like the whole situation.
Let me be more rational. All I'm going to just say to that is women have different standards to the men they're attracted to. If you're ugly and you're a Shrek like me, I got to go through a whole lot of more trouble than if you're some handsome dude. He don't got to have a penny. As long as he hits the boxes that kind of makes you a little warm, just come bust the cheeks, get the hell out of here. That's it. So let's just stop the cap. Women's nature has not changed since the beginning of time. Only the tools are different to be used and abused. That's it. And men too, by the way. But let's just talk about women right now. So we could say all that kind of stuff we want to. And any man who knows how to navigate the fact that whether we're in 2023 or way back in the ancient times when I was born as a baby boomer, if you know how to deal with women, you know how to deal with women. Period. And it's true. Based on the lessons you learn. And everything else is just noise.
Yeah. Feminism doesn't exist in the bedroom. Not that I've ever seen anyway. Just saying.
It does in the form of a strap on.
What?
You know what? The resident hoe named EBD. Resident hoe named EBD. I'm not going there with you. I don't got none of that in my bedroom.
Because it depends on who has the damn strap on.
I'm not even going there. I'm not opening up this discussion to all this third world shit. Other world shit y'all got going on. I'm not doing
feminism.
You said men don't talk, so.
God damn. Shway, how did I know you was gonna say something? You of this generation, that's why. You Gen Z. Wait, are we in Gen Alpha now? Is this Gen Alpha?
Is it?
I think we're still in Z, right?
No. It's the 2020, so this is Alpha. I think like my kids are Gen Alpha.
Wow.
Where did they get these names?
Oh wow.
Some white guy.
Yeah, you're probably right.
That's usually where this stuff comes from. All right, Ruckus. Are powerful women more or less desirable to their male counterparts?
That is an interesting question, my friend. Very interesting question. Depends on what kind of power we're talking about, right? Because I think women have power in their femininity. I believe women have power in their instincts. Some women have great survival instincts when it comes down to having a keen an awareness in helping out their men. So it just depends on what kind of power we're talking about. I think if it's like power in the sense of I'm the boss bee and this and that, I run this and everything like that, then no. But if it's in the power of the femininity where they used their charm, their beauty, their their wisdom that they might have, their keen awareness in certain scenarios to help out that man, I think that man would be definitely attracted to that.
In the end, no matter what they say, they need to get their cheeks busted from time to
Yeah,
time.
yeah, no, for
We
sure.
got it.
But I mean, there's a, but there's a woman. No, but there's a woman for every type of guy. Some guys like these dominant chicks. You know, some of these guys like these masculine
That's all I'm
chicks
saying.
that want,
Exactly.
and that's cool. And that's cool. If that works for you, that works for you. You know, I've seen marriages that are like that. That the woman is like, bro, like you wanna they brawl out. I don't know whose money I'm putting up on. You know, like hey, that and it works for them. That's cool. But from the general consensus, I believe I like more of a more feminine side of power, seeing from my lady.
I agree with you there. I do too.
crazy.
But they still got to get their chicks busted.
Hey, look, man. This is a public service announcement, man. Black men, take care of your health. Men in general, because you know that dude. I'm sorry, I'm just looking off. You know the dude that plays the desk attendant in John Wick, the black dude.
Yeah, him, Lance Riddick. Lance
He just died.
What?
Who, the brother?
Lance Riddick?
Yeah.
I don't know
that dude don't look that old.
He was
Lance Riddick. Yeah.
Man. I like him. Nah, man. Damn, man. Nah, not him. Not him, bro.
That's crazy.
The one that took care of the dog, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's terrible.
Nah,
he looked
man.
like he was in good shape.
Yeah, he looked like
that's why I'm looking like, yo, what the
Bruh, in part 3. Did you see him in part 3 taking on some stuff? He had them glasses like, oh, I'm getting ready to have to.
Oh man, that's sad.
For real.
9mm major. First off, let me just tell y'all something. Even in Black Panther, everybody loved that movie. I had to give it like 3 stars. The African accents that you Americans put on are fucking terrible. His African accent is terrible. All of this Oscar talk about Angela Bassett was fucking terrible. Her African accent is the worst of all of them. I'm sorry. Like people in Africa are like, hey, listen to her. She sounds terrible. But because y'all in America and y'all think y'all do a good job with everything, y'all nominated her for. That was the worst accent. She studied no one. She just made it up. That shit was terrible. Anyway.
Trigger. Quick question. Like real talk. What man though in his right mind wants a dumb chick?
None. You gotta
go. Because I don't want no dumb chick. I want me a smart woman.
CEO of a company. I mean,
it's more entertaining.
So essentially, you want a woman who understands that she's getting her cheeks busted.
And that's the extent of it. That's the extent of it.
To Ruckus's point, I said this on King Talk on Tuesday. I've never met a man that did not regret marrying the beautiful idiot. I've never in my life. The dude that got to tell his wife to shut up at the company party because she's embarrassing. I've never met a dude that did not regret that. Intelligence should be the first on your list. It actually is the first for wife anyway. If you're trying to bust some cheeks like Mr. Rich keeps saying, it doesn't matter. It goes out the window. But for wife, intelligence
I'm
is first.
usually not that vulgar, so I have to back up a little bit. But still, man, in the end, you got to go ahead and handle the business, man. Women talk all this shit, and it always comes down to whether you doing what you need to do to shut them up.
If I'm being real, when I decided to tell like the girls that I were dating that I was gonna get back into a relationship with my ex, which is now my wife, they got upset and they were just like, well, I don't understand why, we couldn't have taken it further. I was really feeling you. I didn't have the heart to tell them they weren't intelligent enough.
Oh wow.
I never would have given them
It's terrible.
Like, girl, that ass is fat, but that brain is stupid. Like, no.
I think you should have told them because it would have helped them moving forward.
No.
I mean, that's the best way to tell them. That's the best way to tell them.
No advocacy here. Here's why, PH Diva. They were getting out of it exactly what I was getting. Y'all act like men are the ones that only ones that make advances out here. Women make advances. I'm trying to come through. I'm trying to ride that. That's the way y'all talk. Don't lie. Right. They were getting exactly what I was getting. But when they wanted to take it a step further, I wasn't down.
Right. So, but if you had told them why you weren't down, then that would have been
no. I just told them I wasn't down. What do you think a woman does? First off, y'all ladies don't understand that we got to play it smart out here. In fact, let me give y'all, because this is all the way knowledge, especially for my young brothers. when you break up with a woman, this is why most men actually, that's why I never broke up with a woman. I
You
made
don't
her
break up with women.
exactly. This is how you get opened up to allegation because y'all, when y'all feelings get hurt, y'all do anything. Y'all do anything. When a woman breaks up with you, make her think it was her idea.
That's
Of
right.
course. Of course.
Let
That's
her
right.
think it was her idea because the second I say if she would have said I'm well, why couldn't we hit it off? And I'd be like, I don't find you that intelligent. I would never marry you. I was actually trying to get rid of you, but you just kept coming over.
Oh, you
And
should
I
never
just let
say that to a woman.
if I
Oh
say
my
that shit
God.
to a woman, I'm getting opened up to an allegation. All of a sudden, the cops in my front door, and I took something from her. That's the reality of what men go through. I know y'all don't understand.
Well,
I
see,
know
I
y'all
think
don't understand.
a lot of women would then try to work to like change your mind. So, for instance, I have a friend who was with a guy, and he told her, "I could never marry you. You don't keep your house clean enough." And she still was like trying to get that man to marry her for like the next 5 years until she finally realized this man is not going to marry me. And then when she finally broke it off, 2 years later, he was married to somebody else.
Exactly.
So
I thought you was gonna say she bought a maid.
Huh?
Or got the little robot thing to clean up.
No,
God
she
damn,
stayed
she
with
wasn't
him.
even trying.
Roomba.
Y'all are funny. All right, we're gonna go. Who hasn't gone? Shway, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Are powerful women more or less desirable to their male counterparts?
I mean, I think it's one of those things where it's like it depends on the dude. Like some dudes, they see a woman, she out here like, I think the brother, I think his name King Spank or something like that. He said his shorty come through and she been doing her thing. She got her corporate job. Oh, my fault. I said Spank. My fault, brother. It's Spark. My fault.
Sometimes it's King Spank. No, it's
You said it right. You said it right.
You ain't get that wrong. You ain't get it wrong.
You said
when
that right.
when he's slapping that laptop off the bed, it's King Spank.
King Spank.
All right.
Hey, bro, what's it called? Look, I'm just speaking what I saw.
Callie, let
But
me get five fingers.
but
Callie,
going back
Bev,
to what I
let me
was
get 5
saying,
fingers.
it's just one of those things where it's like if you know like for that brother that works for him, you know, for some I do know there may be sometimes dudes that may feel a little insecure about it. They may feel like, dang, like I'm not able to, you know, they feel like they want to be that household primary provider, not primary provider, but they want to be the one that's making the, you know, most money and stuff like that, so it can make them a little bit insecure. Some dudes might be cool with it. For me, I wouldn't, you know, well, at this point in time, I make more than my shorty right now. But if she made more than me, I've been encouraging her to get a better job. I've been encouraging her to get more bread, get more money. And if she could get as much money as she could possibly get, past 100,000, 150,000,
Yeah,
I would champion it. So yeah.
You know what, Sway? Not only do this is why this is another reason I don't like this talk about men and women and how much they make, because if I was to have a panel of real married people, not YouTube married people, you would find out all we do is talk about the ways a woman can build a man. Do y'all not realize that some men build their women?
Right.
Most men, in fact, build the shit out of their women. Because let me tell you, when my wife said I want to open a speech clinic, she's sitting there going over all the ways she can get a loan. I said, loan? Do I not pay these bills around here? Do I not pay mortgage around here? You make money. Go rent an office and use that money for that. And when it goes back and forth, who makes more money? Do I care? Do I care? I want that opportunity to happen. That's more money in my household. Men actually allow women to do. This is why some women actually use marriage as a buffer. It's a force multiplier for wealth. Like if he just does this, I can focus on my business. I could start that boutique. Like these stay-at-home moms, they're not even really stay-at-home moms. They stay-at-home business women. If we want to be real about it, they are doing all types of
I think
I'm the
I
same
think
way.
women care more about that than anything. Like who said that Sway said he'll cheer his woman on. It's more the women's mentality that bolsters when they make more money. It's not really the men who do that. So I wouldn't doubt that men, you know, because some women say men are jealous because a woman make more money. I don't believe that. I just believe a woman's attitude change. And she can get big headed. Like I make more. I do make more than my guy. I am a 6-figure earner, you know. But that's nothing. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about my college degree. We don't talk about that stuff. We don't. It's not fair for me to throw it up in his face. That's my life. But you have women that do that. But I do want to make a comment about something that was said earlier about I was emotional. Look, emotional is feminine. Okay, we got to stop these YouTube talking points. I'm older than everybody up here. Basically, I'm in my 50s. A woman gets emotional. That's what we do. I can't call a man emotional and you think like a woman if that's not. If I'm emotional. I will get emotional about certain things that I hear, because I do hear a lot of young people they talk reckless about, and it's not because they do it intentional. It's because they don't know. But to Sway or whoever, yes, I'm going to apologize for that, but I'm not emotional because I'm not feminine, because I'm very feminine. That's not true. But back to the question that you were asking, whether or not are women less desirable? I think they can be. I think they can be less desirable to men if they throw it up in their face. And it depends how they are. The men don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear how much money you got. They don't care about that. If you're not going to use it to help them out, what the hell you asking? Don't tell them about nothing. You make 200,000, you ain't giving me none of it. Then what?
Yeah, yo. Let me just chime in. Let me chime in based on that, because I think I got you by age, because I'm 64. All right.
Oh yeah, you are. My bad.
So
let the old heads talk.
I agree exactly what you're saying.
Let's get this Social Security conversation going. Hold on, let me put y'all
exactly. I'm doing a Medicare thing soon. But anyway,
I'm in the business.
Hey, listen, I do investigations.
Well, let me just finish. Let me just finish this. I know a guy whose wife is making a lot more than him, and it's really key that his marriage is like 38 years old, right? She's been always making more money. He's not even a college grad, but she was a hospital administrator. And he always maintained his masculine frame in the house by reminding his wife when it was necessary that he wasn't one of her 500 employees. Right? You know what I'm saying? And she just, they left it at that. But he knew where. But the guy was an IT specialist, whatever. He knows how to take care of the crib, know how to take care of the family, and all that kind of stuff. And he did his part, right? Making sure the house was right and all that. And she made the home. And she made some money. They both made money, but he maintained his masculine frame. So it depends on the man. And in these YouTube talking points, there's too many men who get on and act like they're scared of their wives making money, and that's a big problem. I'm thinking a new man who's starting to stand up and take leadership of their household. That's not a biggest deal. It doesn't matter how much your wife makes. Is whether you want to maintain the leadership of your household. When I got married to my wife, she was making good money. And we were kind of equal, and I passed her and I retired her and all that kind of stuff. But I told her a portion of your money is going to go here. We talked about that. I said, you can, you want to get your hair done and all that with your money, fine. You don't have to ask me for money. But a certain portion of your money's got to go to our future.
That's
and
right.
we bought our house based on the money she invested in her 403b. And so when we had to cash out, I paid the mortgage since then. It's been like 30 something years since then, and that was cool. And we never talked about it again. She just listened to me, but I didn't ask her for permission. I didn't do that. My wife ain't that submissive, man. She just acquiesced to my leadership because I didn't ask her. I just assumed it.
Well, that word alone.
I like that point. I like that point that it's not even that, like, women, I don't know if they think submission is a curse word, therefore they just swear it off. Most of our wives are not like, whatever you like.
Exactly.
Whatever you like. In fact, they call us nigga more than any other dude on this planet would. But at the end of the day, it is an understanding, right? And it is a show of love and appreciation to serve your family and do things for your man because I'm doing shit for her too. Well, it's an exchange.
I keep saying that when y'all talk about submission, y'all make it sound horrible.
Bark like a dog.
Y'all do.
Hold on, I don't trigger PhD.
Y'all make it sound horrible. Like for real. When y'all talk about submission and what it all entails, y'all make it sound like jail. Y'all make it sound like she a servant.
No,
it is what it is.
Hold on, you just made a bad statement.
Cali Bev,
y'all make it sound like jail. Not us.
Cali Bev is a feminist.
No, and I
y'all make it sound like jail.
I think when we're talking about like the idea of like submission and stuff like that, it's
Cali
cool
Peppers
if
raw. I like Cali.
if that's how you like to rock, if that's your form of leadership, you want your woman to be submissive, and there's plenty of women out here that would be submissive to you. Now, if there's not, then that says some more about you. I think the problem is that we're assuming, or we're trying to assume that position on women, like, oh, y'all gotta be submissive, and they like, I don't gotta be nothing. Like, what's it called?
Hold on,
Hey.
Shlay, because you're making it's kind of a false statement, false narrative you're pushing here.
Right.
Women, submission
Not
is
really.
natural. Submission is
No,
natural.
it's not.
It's natural.
Natural.
Yeah, it's natural.
No, it's
Submission is
not.
natural.
He not trying to listen to no married people up here, right?
Women are acting outside of their nature. Because let me
No.
qualify the statement. Let me qualify the statement. Women are using the considerable tools, as Mr. Rich likes to say, to go to act outside of their nature because they can get away with it. They can do it with impunity. If men in our dominant nature wanted to make every woman on this planet be submissive, we would get that shit tomorrow. But because we love and respect our women, and we don't want them to hurt, and we don't want them to cry, we just want cooperation from them. But if I wanted to make a woman submissive and it won't illegal, give me an hour.
Okay.
I had his whole block. Give me an hour. I had his whole block standing at attention.
Right, but you couldn't, because you would have to go through other men to do that. But to go back to the submission,
go ahead.
No, the submission. What
I don't have to go
Mr.
through
Rich
other men.
said,
I don't got to go through nobody.
that's not being submissive.
I said if it wasn't illegal from the laws that men created.
Right, and that's why I'm saying you would have to go through other groups of men in order to make that happen. But for what Mr. Rich said, the plan that he came up with, his wife, I don't even think she had to be submissive. What he was saying made sense, and so of course you're going to go along with the plan that makes sense. And even like what you said, Trigger Mike, with how your wife started her business, it makes sense. I don't feel like you're even being submissive. You're being intelligent. You're going along with what makes sense. And so to me,
you know what?
Yeah, and I think
I'm sorry, Ms.
when we're talking,
PhD, real quick, go out and come back in real quick, like copy and paste your audio. You actually sound like a recording. That's why I'm be like, is this a recording of PhD?
I will say this, right? I will say this. Although, yes, I have not been married in a long time. I was in a long-term relationship for 13 years, but just seeing my kids get married, and I still have friends who've been married a long time. What we see on what the stuff that I hear on YouTube is not real life. My sons are not telling her why you must cook, you must clean, you must do
That's
this.
true.
My daughter-in-laws are college-educated women. They are doing the damn thing in this world, okay? They cook for each other. My son, who's a PA, he's the man. You have food on the table when I get home. If she can cook, she can. And if she don't, they'll stop and get food or whatever, or she will get food. The kids be in the bed when he get home from work. But I'm saying people make relationships too hard.
You know what that's
They
called?
make it too hard. Stop complicating this stuff. My son's doing their wives for a long time, talking about a decade, 13, 14, 15 years.
Arissa, you know what that's called? That's called being considerate of one another.
Right.
Exactly.
Decent.
That's called
true.
a partnership.
Being a decent human beings.
That's true.
Yes, it's called a
In
partnership.
the back chat, we got somebody named Sheed, and Fantasy Island. Give me a 2. Give me a 2. All right, and Sheed, let me get 3 fingers so I know it's you. And I'll drop down. Y'all keep it going. Try to go around and answer the question. EBD.
Yeah.
But
all right,
yeah.
Callie.
So who hasn't gone? Yeah,
Callie, she has not spoken yet.
Callie Bev. All right, go for it. Go. The question is, are more powerful women more or less attractive than their counterpart?
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I would say probably in real life, no, but here, yes, because powerful women are masculine.
Okay, no, the reason why is because they're masculine. You're saying?
Yeah, that's the narrative here. Is that powerful women who go to school, women who work, they're masculine. They don't know how to turn their masculinity off from the workplace when they come home, and they just roar at their husbands as soon as they get home. So yeah.
So that makes them more desirable or less desirable?
I said less desirable.
Less desirable.
I said in real life, probably not.
Okay.
But here, yes.
Okay, I got you. All right, and then Fantasy Island, since she's a new one up here, what you got? Can you hear us?
Hey, Fantasy Island.
And Fantasy's she's on mute.
She's on mute. You're on mute.
Yeah, she's on mute.
Okay. What about the she'd wear? What's that? How you putting that today?
It's she, we here.
She'd we here. All right. What you got on the question?
About women being less desirable because they're
Powerful. Like are powerful women more or less desirable than their male counterparts, and why?
I mean, it depends on the woman herself, because she can be powerful and she know how to turn things on and off. You know, when you're in a position where a woman is the CEO of a company, and when she come home, you know, she turns that energy off and come hug the kids, hug the husband, everything. You know, just like the woman said previously, on the internet, mostly all women are masculine because the way that they carry. And to a degree, most women are carrying themselves like that now because they're emulating other women saying that they're empowered. They should act like this because they earned this right. So to a degree, most women don't know how to turn it off because that's their teaching, not to turn it off. You shouldn't be ashamed of your power. But most women that, you know, grew up in certain homes or develop people's skills and just generally, they deal with it a different way.
Right. Okay. All right. Miss Fantasy Island, you got your mic and stuff out there working? You good?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good.
Go for it.
Okay, so I think maybe my view is different on this. So for a powerful woman, I think her male counterpart is a powerful man. I don't think they would have the same disagreements as somebody. I feel like we keep giving the example of a powerful woman who comes home to her man who makes less than, but I'm speaking on just a male counterpart perspective.
Okay.
And in that view, I think they value their women. They think they're more desirable because they like the power that they get. They enjoy that. They don't have to worry about their wife complaining about them working too hard, working too much. She understands what it takes. She doesn't bother him about that. I think it comes a disconnect when it's not equal power. It's not an even balance in the life. And if you're not making what she's making, or you're not a powerful man also, you're not going to have that power that you should have as a man. If you guys are on the same page, you're still the man, you can still lead. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay. And just real quick, because we don't have too many examples of quote unquote power couples, except for, I want to say, Jay-Z and Beyonce, which are both kind of megastars who kind of were single within their own right, you know, and then they got together. It's not like they grew bigger because they were together. They were big apart. So, I mean, as an example of because fantasy, when you were saying like, you know, a woman of power and versus a man, the male counterpart, the only kind of example that I can kind of think in my head immediately would be Jay-Z and Beyonce, because they're both as big, touring individually, and then they got together, and then that.
Yeah, I would argue they're bigger. Well, Beyonce's bigger now. I think Jay-Z's still going back and forth with the retired, out of retirement,
not
out of
financially.
retirement situation.
Well, he owns teams now, so
exactly.
I mean,
but I'm just saying, like in the music world, he's not touring like that.
Gotcha.
Anymore
Yes, she is. She's doing more of that.
He's not looking for that anymore, right?
Right.
But even so,
is he intimidated? Is he intimidated?
Is Jay-Z intimidated by Beyonce? I don't think so. Okay. I haven't seen any indications of. But Oprah and Stedman, I think that's another power couple, because I didn't realize all the companies that he had and all the power that he has also. I just knew him as Oprah's wife. So this was just
but when she's ready,
husband.
She's calling him up from the butler's quarters, though. She says, "Hey, Stedman, come up here from the butler's quarters. I'm ready." So
that's what people say. I understand. I've heard that. We also call her call him her husband. I understand. I got it. But
that
y'all are putting that disrespect
cave.
on him. She's not putting that disrespect on his name. She's actually respecting him.
Yeah, she's not Sierra. Okay. I agree with that. She's not Sierra.
We won't get on Sierra. Go ahead and move on.
So, Mr. Payne, when Oprah calls Stedman, is he fully clothed, or is he wearing that little bow tie butler thing?
He's wearing whatever.
Like the nude.
He's wearing whatever. He's wearing whatever she tells him to wear. She's like, go take a shower, come upstairs, and do what you got to do.
Hey,
You know what
don't
I'm
put
saying?
that on
And
here.
that's
Take
what
that
brothers
down.
do.
This why brothers be
You
insecure
know,
about
that's
that.
what he's
That's
doing.
not
This
me.
is
That wasn't my
thi-
quote. Take that
see,
down.
this is
And
this
this
is
is
has
Oprah's wife.
has Stedman wrote a book?
No.
see this
Has
this
Stedman
why
wrote a
brothers be
book? Anybody
insecure
know if
because
I
Stedman
don't.
other
wrote
I
a
don't.
brothers
book
say
yet?
I mean, I don't know if he's wrote a book, but
Honestly, I don't
somebody needs to
know
hop on that
either.
quick.
If she love
His
him,
story need to be told. His story
if
need to
she
be
love him,
told.
he need to write a book. If she
Hey,
let him
listen,
write the
I
book,
If he
talk
then she
about
wanted
it.
to
loves him.
write a book, do you think Oprah wouldn't make sure it was in every shop?
That's right. She would.
That's what I'm
Ooh,
So he
saying.
must
yeah.
not
Listen,
have
hey,
written
I wouldn't mind being
several books,
Stedman.
but not
I mean,
necessarily
hey,
about her.
you
Oh,
know,
see,
hey,
listen, somebody's
hey,
saying he
I
wrote
hope my
several
wife
books.
didn't
Who
hear
is
that.
that? I
Wait,
can't
somebody
hear.
said
What?
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 Someone said he wrote.
Listen,
He written
Whoa,
several books.
whoa! Everybody,
my
hold
wife
on.
is yelling at me. I
Everybody,
said
hold
that
on.
she
Hold
heard
on.
my wife heard me say I
Hold on.
wouldn't mind being Stedman. She's yelling at me
Fantasy
right
Island,
now.
you did not listen to my monologue.
I'm sorry.
Oprah, women do not reciprocate the love that men show. They don't. So a man would make sure his woman's book was in every shop. A woman don't do that. The one thing women don't do that. You're not even wired to think about men or provide for them in any way. No, she
She do
wouldn't.
that for him because she get
Oprah,
credit
so
for it.
are you saying
No.
Oprah is
The
wired
average
like
woman.
most women? Because I would say she's not.
No, I'm
So
saying
you can say that she's the exception.
she still has the nature of a woman. Let me tell you one thing right
I
now.
agree with
Argument
If
that.
she didn't
Stedman,
earlier when she didn't
hold
have
on,
kids. Okay.
If Stedman ever rose to the status of Oprah and was threatening her power or dynamic in the relationship, she would be threatened before she felt happy for it. My mic is mute.
Yeah,
Hold
if
on one second.
we
Hey,
can all hope that somebody can
Okay,
get to
Trigger,
Oprah status.
he is right about that. He is right about that. But I get your point though, because a book isn't really going to change that dynamic, right?
yo,
She owns
guys,
her own network,
No.
so
hey guys, just think
we're
I'm gonna drop off real quick. I'm gonna let Africa Pop come back in.
oh,
Hi,
okay. Hey,
Ruckus.
Ruckus, didn't you have anything to promote before you dropped off real quick?
Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah,
By
yeah.
the
Go ahead. Go ahead.
thank you, brother. By the way, guys, today I will be hosting my first show on YouTube on the Black Man Unfiltered Network later on tonight at 9:30 p.m. The topic is making marriage attractive again. I know there's a lot of stigma about the ugliness of marriage, but I'm going to concentrate on the beautifulness of marriage, and there's going to be a panel with all married individuals, and we're just going to talk about what a successful marriage looks like and what we do to keep that marriage successful. So hopefully you guys can be there later on tonight at 9:30 p.m. Eastern
You
time.
didn't invite
Appreciate you.
me up.
Appreciate y'all.
All right.
Hey,
And look, hey,
set
EB,
my, I'm
Black
set my
man
What are you
time.
hey,
doing?
EB,
Yeah,
Go ahead.
hey,
Black
EB.
Man Unfiltered Network on YouTube. Yeah.
Black man.
Okay,
Okay,
and
I got
EB,
it.
Okay.
Thank you,
it's
King.
King Spark.
it's
What's up?
St. Patty's Day. No, it's St. Patty's Day. The bar crawl's about to start not shortly from now. I gotta get out of here early, but I love y'all. Y'all
All
enjoy
right.
your
Celtic
weekend.
All
Nation.
right, sir.
Viking Spark.
Celtic Nate, get that out of here. Celtic Nation.
Celtic Nation.
Celtic. Name me 3 players that play for the Celtics.
Jalen.
Oh,
I don't know, but they're all black.
No, we had one. Don't Google. You better put the hands up right now. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
Jalen's my favorite.
Celtic Nation. Then she stopped just one. Jalen.
Larry
He's not
Bird.
even a star player. He's not
No,
even a
he's
star
not
player.
playing anymore though. But
He's
Jalen
not
is
even
a
a
star
star
in my
player.
eyes. He'll always be a star over
Girls
here.
always doing it. Talking about Cowboys. Name me 4 players.
Cowboy Nation too. That's my dad's team.
Cowboys.
You know, not to get too off topic, but when somebody brings up like Larry Bird versus Jordan back in the 90s and all that, I'm like, I mean, yeah, Bird is talented because he's tall and all that, but I'm like, you can have 100 Larry Birds, it ain't gonna equal like one Michael Jordan. It just isn't. Like the
Nobody's
math
going
just
to
ain't
equal
work
Michael
out.
Jordan, so we don't need to do that comparison to try to shit on Larry
Yeah, I know.
Bird. Shout out to the Celtics.
I'm not trying to. I'm not saying he's not a bad player or anything, but when somebody like tries to make the comparison, I'm like,
I
nah,
get
sorry.
you. I don't let
sorry.
anyone do that to
Like
Michael.
I talk about the same comparison versus like Lil Wayne and Eminem. I say you can have 100 Eminems, it ain't gonna equal one Lil Wayne. I mean, not what he does with the English language. I mean, he's turned it into something that I've never even heard of before. So
There's a distinction between Lil Wayne and Tunchi. I like Lil Wayne. I don't like Tunchi.
Well, neither one of them are human beings, as far as I'm concerned. So
before he had multiple tattoos on his face, he was the greatest rapper alive.
Right.
But the more lean he drank, it's just more. It's like, oh,
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was
Man,
about to
Miss
say it's a
Curry.
drug.
You what like that
That's
that
what he
Katie
sound
Couric
like.
interview? Miss Curry, I'm doing that one.
Uh,
Yeah.
y'all sound just like them. You know that.
You know it's funny though
Y'all are hilarious.
the weirdest, I was thinking about this the other day, that the greatest like poets and rappers are, Snoop being a Crip and then Wayne being a Blood. So that is, I mean, it just kind of baffles my mind that, when we're talking about popular pop culture, we talk about rap, we talk about the game, we talk about everyone who's come up, it still kind of boils it down to those two as far as, who would be like on your Rushmore of rap, just say it.
It's
I
because they
just
don't
want
care
y'all.
about
I want
conscious
y'all to
rap
look.
like J. Cole.
I want y'all to look at my infamous troll and how this dude carried me with these damn eyeballs. Like my eyeballs. This dude has been
That's
going
your
around
doppelganger.
YouTube. I've had people curse me out because of this dude. Like, Trigger Mike, I don't know why you was talking shit on my live, but I don't appreciate that shit. And I was like,
Trigger Mike with smoke.
That's someone who
perfect.
personated you, trolling you. That's your personal
this
troll right
dude is
there.
not. I mean, I'm not even. Come on, I'm not even that big of a guy yet. But I got a troll. Come on, like wow.
Don't get there, sir. You're going the other way.
No, you know who that is? That's
You ain't
Craig.
gotta get
That's Craig
there.
Robinson with the eyes.
Craig Robinson.
Famous.
Craig Robinson.
What was that?
But anyway, what's going on, other me? How you doing? Welcome to the
Other
Trigger
me.
Mike Show, the real Trigger Mike Show. All right, not that guy's version of trolling other people in my name. He gonna somebody gonna come to a live show and like stab me in the hindquarters. Look, I heard the shit you said. Like it wasn't even me. Now I'm bleeding. Now look, crazy. All right, what we got on the next topic? I want to know. I want a lady to go first.
Oh no.
On this one. When a man has resources, he's expected to share them. When a woman has resources, she tries to protect them. Why is that? Callie Bev, go for it.
I don't know. I can't relate.
Can I jump in?
Go ahead.
These men are expected to share them, but they still try to protect them also. That's why they have prenuptial agreements. That's why they have separation of assets. And these things were brought up by men,
have prenups.
created by men. Just because they don't all have prenups doesn't mean that this wasn't an avenue for them to protect their assets. So even though we are expecting them to share them, they don't want to. You act like women are just doing something against what men want to do. Most people try to protect their assets. In my opinion.
Well, I'm just saying, fundamentally, it's not true. Only 13% of people, period, which are most are men, have a prenup. So no one's trying, because men go into marriage with good faith, saying it's gonna be forever, and I'm gonna stay with you, and we can see they don't even leave the relationship. So we don't even, we don't go in it with that. But when a woman has something, oh boy, Rihanna better get a prenup. Oprah better get, if she ever tries to marry Stedman. So why is that? PH Diva. We're gonna run the gauntlet of women. Let's go.
Let me go to PH.
Okay. So I think probably because their societal role is to be providers, not women, right? So the expectation is that, the man would provide for the woman and any, children that she has. So it kind of puts those roles upside down if the woman is expected to then provide for the man.
Well, it's not. Well, okay, I think I can accept that. And a societal role, that's pretty standard. But what I'm saying is, what's also standard is that, remember, we don't ask women, like, that's the part I really want to get away from. We don't ask women to work. We want for you what you want for yourself. If a woman said, I am really worried, in fact, women do say this, I'm really worried about not being around our children for the first few years. This is why most men actually have multiple jobs, to make up for the woman not working, not contributing, whatever. I'm at work all day so I can so she can be at home with the kids. So when women go to work and decide to do all of that, it kind of changes the dynamic a little bit, because y'all went to school. Nobody asked you to. Women went to school before they met their man, right? What do you got to say? Why does that change the dynamic a little bit when y'all force these circumstances on yourself?
Well, no, because so you said like men will work multiple jobs to so that women won't have to work, but that's generally not true, right? So over the last 20 years, according to the Census Bureau, men holding multiple jobs has been flat. The trend has been flat, and it's less than 7% of men who hold multiple jobs, right? So men are needing women to work because, we like to say, oh, the average man earns $45,000, but that's the average of all men, right? And so if we look at it broken down by age, especially if we look specifically at Black men, between 20 and 29, and this data comes from the Social Security Administration, and it was 2019 to 2020, and it's in 2020 dollars. So between 20 and 29, the median income for Black males was less than $20,000. Between 30 and 39, it was $34,000. And then Black men max out between 50 and 59 at $48,000. So that $45,000 average that we like to talk about for Black men, that's on the back end of your career, right?
Okay,
and
that's fair. That's fair.
Right. So
Let me
these
ask
men
you this.
need
That's
these
fair.
women to work.
Let me ask you this. So if a man is sacrificing all of his salary to care for his family, why are women trying to protect assets once they have them? Because as somebody made the point earlier, if you are going to work and I'm going to work and the children are in school, you're no longer taking care of children. So why are you still protecting assets when we're both basically doing the same job when we get home?
Because you never know, like it's for a rainy day. Like a lot of women will tell you that
for a rainy day.
Well, so listen, a lot of women will tell you
like men don't have a rainy day fund.
A lot of women will tell you that older women told them, "Hey, don't put all your money in that joint account. Always keep you something on the side in case the shit hit the fan."
Put all his money, but use all his money.
Right.
So
right. He's the provider, though. He's the provider.
These men have a safety net. What are you talking about?
And what's mine is mine.
Let's go around the horn. Let's go
All right, in
around
fact,
the horn.
before we do it, I forgot to read the super chats. Let me get these super chats out the way, then we're gonna go around to Mr. Rich. PhD, I don't know what's going on with that mic, but just let me know.
Acting up?
It's still acting up. Okay. My man JB says this grown man actually said intersectional. What a loser. I don't know who he's talking about. Mr. Rich, $5. Ali is the man. Women make the world go round. Obviously was trolling. Advanced perception, $2. How, Shway? JB again, $5. I love my lady being powerful in the kitchen, especially with that baby in her. There's nothing sexier than that type of power. In fact, that is power when you think about it. Callie Babe, I saw that. She's like, this thing.
No, I was looking outside at somebody walking past. Stop it.
Advanced perception, $2. Feminism doesn't exist in the zombie apocalypse. I can't wait for it, too. I call it the Great Reset. All of this social construct. Let one bomb drop. I'm locking my door. Nobody's invited. I need help. Die out there. And get the cooperative women back. Die. All y'all die. All right. AL, $2. Y'all would fold for Oprah and gladly be Stedman. You know what? No, bro.
Nah.
Bro. Because we're talking about women protecting their assets. Will a woman give you access to money? I ain't no allowance type ass nigga. Unless that money is $1 million a year and I get it up front, I ain't doing a damn thing.
Listen,
man,
men
are the generous ones.
Service quarters once in a while to go take care of that. I might consider that shit. Man.
Yeah, but even if I just wouldn't. I have to be at least somewhat. Be honest to be attracted to her.
Oh, yeah, Stepman might be stepping out too, man. Getting busting some cheeks. She don't
Good
care.
point.
Women are weird.
When I call you, get up, take a shower, come upstairs and take care of this.
Let me make this clear. Women talk about men being oppressive and all of this with power. Look at the emotional state of women. Women will be far more oppressive with power and money than a man ever could. You talking about Stedman going out and busting cheeks down? She has a security detail on his ass as soon as he goes for a walk out the house.
No, or
a man wouldn't do that. She definitely would.
Or her cycle might be like maybe once or twice a month. Say, Stedman, go ahead and take care of that. Just make sure when I call you, your ass be ready. Who knows?
Maybe.
They might be
thinking like that. Anyway, so are we going around? I mean, I'm not next. Whoever's next, I don't know.
My man JB says Callie Bev is tripping, and let's not act like we don't regularly see all of these high-earning, successful females in Atlanta who are chronically single. Oh, she got to respond. Go ahead.
I don't see them because I don't be in those spaces.
You can't just deny everything with a it ain't happening because I
Well,
ain't
let
there.
me
No,
go ahead.
I'm not denying it either. I just said I don't see it. He said
Uh,
me, Callie Bev, I don't see it because I'm not in those spaces.
so
Hey
let's
All
put
right.
it
Cal,
this
hey
way.
Callie.
Let's put it
Be
this way,
honest with you,
right?
I live in Atlanta.
There
I
are
see a
women
lot of
with
high
many.
earning women who are married. I see a lot of high earning women in Atlanta who are very married. So everybody's that makes money is not single. There's some serious women in Atlanta who make a lot of freaking money. They have husbands.
So
You
go
know what?
answer the
You're
question then.
absolutely
Let her
right,
answer the question.
but
I
most
see
of
it
them don't.
every day.
Go ahead, answer the
There
question.
are some, but most of them aren't. That's just a fact.
Well,
Most
I
women
guess
that
the
make
ones
money.
I'm like Callie, the space I'm in, a lot of people that I deal with are, I have more married friends than I do single ones, put it like that. So I guess that's what I see. It's what you involved in your life. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like most people in my life are married.
No,
Yeah.
my wife does that. My wife does that because of the circles that we're in. And all of these women are black, and all of them are high earning, take care of their kids. She's like, the black community is doing just fine. We got women out here making money, taking care of their kids. I said, babe, I tap her on the shoulder and said, you are 1 in 99. You're doing fine. Keisha in the hood and all the other Keishas are struggling. Just because you know 300 good ones, don't neglect the million bad ones that are suffering.
Okay,
Right, but also the hood is a
when men,
minority of the black community as
so
well.
when men have
Yeah,
resources, they're expected to share them. That's just natural, right?
Yep.
And when women have resources, men allow them to hide them. I mean, we know about it. My wife is just like what PhD Diva said. Her mother and everybody else say, well, make sure you have a rainy day fund, just so when that guy f's up, you can leave his ass and at least be able to eat a couple of nights before some other man comes in. So the bottom line is, women do what they do, and they do what we allow them to do. Right? It doesn't. I don't give a shit that my wife has a bank account that my name is not on. Right? I don't care. I really don't. Matter of fact, because when she was working, I was working, my whole life has been predicated on me paying everything. Anything she had was gravy. If our life was made better because she had some money, great. But when she didn't have any money, I was expected to make sure our house didn't fall apart. So if you're mentally, well, let me just finish. Mentally, if you're a man and you rely on your wife to do almost anything, you're making a mistake because they're fickle. Women are fickle as hell. They've been
I was going to say
forever.
that.
You know, and they can say all the bullshit they want and all that stuff. I'm an independent woman and all this horse shit. If they come in and tell you whatever they tell you, you got to be willing to do mid-course corrections and keep your house together. Now, the only thing that for me, the only sin my wife could make that would be too big to come back from if she let somebody else bust those cheeks and let me know about it. Then it's over. I mean, because there's nothing left for me to do. If somebody else is busting those cheeks, and then all of a sudden, she's coming back to me with, things dripping down from her lips and stuff, I'm done.
It's totally never gonna happen.
That was graphic. All right, let me get this last super chat.
What it was, I just said whatever.
J Red Strahan says, please describe the black woman's submission process, Kelly.
The black woman submission process.
Yeah, I don't know what it means.
Well, from my house is I get the first word, he gets the last word. That's our submission process.
There you go.
Who the hell said you get the first word? That's the part I'm hung up on.
Because my opinion matters in this household.
So why does it have to be first? Because y'all gonna try to get the last word anyway.
Because his is last. Final.
Okay, you know what? I'll accept that on the premise that I don't have to listen to this. I don't have to listen to this.
And that's why submission sounds horrible, because you are sitting here insinuating that the wife's opinion does not matter.
I didn't say it doesn't matter.
Nobody says
that.
You
just laughed. You just laughed. I didn't say he said it verbatim. I said insinuated.
No,
I'm basically saying y'all be saying a bunch of nothing, and I'm gonna make the final determination anyway.
See, there you go. That's why submission sucks.
But it doesn't mean that nothing doesn't matter. Number
It
one, and
doesn't
number
mean nothing doesn't matter. You the one saying nothing. The fact that it's substantial to the situation is not my fault. In fact, if I let myself take a bunch of fluff in, I'm caring. Because some dudes like, listen, let me qualify what I'm saying. Do you know in like Muslim cultures, they don't like these panels, this shit wouldn't exist. They don't allow the women to talk in the same circles as them. This is something that I really don't like how we get on men. Like when they're like, don't talk over the women, don't do the. Do you know how other men stop this problem? They don't talk to women at all. They don't.
Mm-hmm.
We don't allow them in our circle because it's not in our nature to allow women to speak in our presence. That's why we, you see what I'm saying? So when we're trying to listen, but in your nature, you're just being emotional and stuff, and we're like, and in your head, it's like, she's saying a bunch of bullshit. I could be drinking a beer right now. I'm already late to the homies. And just to let you get it out and let you vent, you're just saying a bunch of nothing. That's why I'm
That's
like,
not how
the first word,
That's not
the
how
last
Western
word.
men are, though. Western
Oh,
men.
bullshit.
And this is why submission sucks.
That's not what Western men ain't like
It just-
that, man. You know,
Because
we
all
let
of a
the
sudden
women
we're just
talk and we just
my
keep
bad.
moving on. You're supposed to let the women say what they gotta say, and then you gotta do what you have to do, regardless of what they say.
If women, I'm sorry. There is precedent for this, obviously. When you let a woman run the show and make the decisions, the family ultimately suffers. The
Right.
children suffer. So there's precedent for this. Where a man is not present making decisions on behalf of his family, the family structure itself cannot be upheld. That's all we're
So
saying.
women are ding. Women are
Every
dingy. Got it.
every matriarchy in the world has not made it out of a primitive stage of a society for a reason.
Yeah, but
But this isn't the point. The point is we're usually collaborating together, even if you're not working. Even if at the end of the day, most of the times we are on the same page. We want the same thing. So
That is
that's
true.
just the argument of how we're going to get there. And if you have an idea of how we're going to get there, we're obviously going to use yours. But if your idea doesn't work, wouldn't you accept her idea
You're right.
also?
You're
Like it's
right.
not like
You're right.
yeah.
In the 1% of times that my idea doesn't work, you have a great idea.
Good. See, and
You
then
have
you can
a
take
great
it in.
idea.
But
you
even
take that-
if
you
your
take that
idea
1%.
didn't work, if you tried hers, it might work. But that's not the first route. The
Do
first
you
route
know
is
what I don't
always
like?
yours, and
No.
I'm fine with that.
You're absolutely right. The part that we don't like is that y'all take that 1% and then want to make it seem like it's 50. That's the bad part. The 99% of the shit y'all be saying, that's not logical. That's if I'm gonna say it intelligently, if at any time a woman comes to me with emotion behind her voice, I already know I'm not going to use whatever she's saying. It is 100% wrong. It is 100% illogical. It does not have reason or thought for the other people or how it affects the people she's talking about or the family in general. But that 1% time where I'm wrong, and she's like,
that.
maybe we should do this. She will overrepresent that time she helped me and say we are 50% equal partnership.
Most of the time, your wife is coming to you. She's
My
not
1%
waiting
built
until
him.
she's frustrated and she's fed up to come to you. She's coming to you like you're coming to her, calmly trying to discuss what's going on. When she's emotional, that means the ish has hit the fan. She doesn't come to you every day like, or y'all will leave her ass. That shit's annoying.
No. Do you know why that's not true? Because one of the things that women have to give men grace for is that we are dealing with issues and problems to the level no man in history has ever dealt with. Y'all go to work at your own will and deal with the same stress men have dealt with for the entirety of our lives. So you actually do come home with a bunch of complaints and a bunch of scenarios and a bunch of stress, offloading it to us in ways no man has ever prepared for in life. So I know that you saying that she won't come to you like that every day. Women with
nobody's
stressful jobs,
overly emotional every day. That's a stressed
women
out
that
person.
work are overly emotional.
I am a
and
woman
stressed.
that works.
That's not true. I know. You might.
Right.
In fact, you
Don't
are
you
in
work?
a
Don't
job.
you ladies work? Like
Hang
this is
on.
ridiculous. You guys
What
come
we're
to your
talking
husband.
what we're talking about is
Her man
back
like
in the
that
day, back when you were at home, and the men worked. The question was, honey, how was your day? We would tell you about our day.
Now we avoid
Now,
That
wait,
was never the case for black women. Black women always work.
Thank you for
Hang
making
on.
me
That was back in the day.
They always want to
Now
use
that
the
you're-
white woman example.
now that you're
Always
working
working.
and not,
Go ahead.
hang on, let me finish my part.
You
Hang
done
on.
triggered them. Let them talk.
Hang
We
on.
were
I know I
always
did. I know I
working.
did.
No,
They're all,
that's incorrect.
but now that you fought for the right to want to be equal with us in this feminism movement, now that you fought for it, now that you got what you wanted, we're still hearing complaints about your day. You know, we're hearing about your. We got gripes about our day, but we don't really offload. We don't feel to tell you every intricate detail.
Women do what women do. They're gonna complain about that.
And
I
whose fault
understand
is that?
that.
We ask you how your day is, and y'all don't say nothing. So that's y'all fault.
We say it's fine. We say
We
it's
want
fine.
to decompress, not talk about the shit that stressed us out at work. Y'all want to talk. That's what I'm talking
Right.
about. Why the fuck do I care what Bob did? Because if you come to me talking about how stressed you are about Bob, now you don't want to have sex with me. I don't want to hear that shit.
So wouldn't you let her get it out so she can calm down?
Learn to, if
and
y'all
if
really
you
wanna be
came home
masculine-
with stress, some men come home with stress and they don't
No,
want to do
get out
anything.
of here.
We are not certified. We are not certified. We are not certified. We are not trained. We are not natural born therapists. We are not here for you to offload every single syllable, verb, noun, pronoun, thought, emotional content that you want to express about your 8-hour day. We don't do that to y'all. So why is it the expectation for y'all to do that to us and for us? So what you're asking us to do is take all the bullshit that we have to go through from our day and take all the bullshit you women go through and handle all and you offload that onto us as well.
No, we aren't expecting you to handle anything. We're just telling you about our day. And when we ask you about your day, we expect
your
a step by step
experiences
too.
and you're
You don't wanna
sharing
do
them with
that.
someone else.
Let me be real. Let me say it like this. What's
sharing.
bad is that this is a part of the equality narrative. That women think that what y'all are doing accidentally, you're treating us like your homegirls. The one thing I think most married women do when they finally figure this out is to say, I cannot do to him. He's not my husband, is not my homie. He decompresses after work in a way that is completely different to mine. He does not want to hear the shit.
You train your wife not to do that shit, though.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying.
That is, you guys are speaking for yourselves. There are some men. My man, he wants to know.
You don't want to
knows
hear
if
that
I don't
shit.
tell him
He don't want to hear it. He don't want to hear it.
He knows if I don't tell him what's going on.
Bring your man up on this panel, and we will ask him whether or not he wants to hear it.
Bring your man up here.
He'll
Yo,
be
bring him up
here
here.
in a couple weeks,
Bring his
but
ass
he's
up here so
still
we
not
can
going to
ask
come
him
on this
personally.
panel because we aren't the same. I'm
Have him
somebody
do a
that's
super
going to
chat.
speak
Have
my
him send a
mind
super
and say what
chat
I need
or
to
a
say.
sticker.
He's going to sit quietly and listen. He's very good at that.
And he'll a pigeon with a bird with a note on its wing talking about help me. I know.
You want us to talk to our homegirls about it, but then you want to sit here and say that we shouldn't be we should be talking to our homegirls and shit all the time.
Yeah, don't tell your homegirls our
double-minded
business.
BS.
Since when do you hear men say they women should talk to them more? Hell no, we're trying to get y'all to talk to us less. Hold on, Fantasy Island. Y'all, it's the reverse. Y'all want us to talk to you. Fantasy Island, let me just tell you. I did a lot of that. I did a lot of that because I thought that's what I was supposed to do. Hey, babe, how was your day? It's a habit. The thing is, halfway through the conversation, he regrets saying a goddamn word because now you won't be quiet.
Oh yeah.
You in fact, when you bring up things that were stressful in your day, then you start to rant. Then it actually starts to change your emotion and your affect, which ruins his plans for the night. Where he's like, "Whoa, don't get worked up. I was trying to flip that ass upside down, and no, wait, we're going down a rabbit hole." Oh, we don't want to know.
Can I jump in and say something?
You take that to bed. You will talk about that bitch Julia to bed. That and another thing. Let me tell you before I go to bed. Are you still awake? Let me tell you something about this thing. And it's
Not really.
Let PhD go.
We know y'all not interested.
Let me get 2 fingers. Jay Prince and Coco. Let me get 2 fingers. All right, bet.
Maybe y'all should ask a different question. And so instead of asking how was your day, maybe ask what was the best part of your day, so she don't launch into the tirade stuff, right?
Y'all make this stuff sound so great. It don't matter what you
didn't try it.
It was great until this bitch. It was great up until this bitch. That's how it's
hold on.
Yeah, it was good until that bitch from accounting.
Every relationship has ever gone because women have one word answers to everything. PH Diva, we are married. You just walked in the house.
Hey, Jay Print.
Hold on. hey babe, what's the best part of your day? I just said that. You will proceed to tell me the best part, then start on the shit that you really want to talk about.
Exactly. It was
Don't
good
act
up
like this
until
stuff is
that
simple.
bitch.
Y'all are complex. Don't act like it's simple. Be like, oh well, you know what? That leftovers we made last night was great. But can you believe what this motherfucker did? Nothing we do is simple with y'all. Nothing we do. There's no simple fix for y'all. Y'all are women. Stop.
I was trying to, I was trying to get in with I think Fantasy earlier was talking about how men get prenups, and you was going into the effect of there are so many men that actually don't get prenup. But you got to understand, a man who gets a prenup, he has lawyers, family members, and everybody telling him to protect his assets. On average, most guys, what's the basketball player, Richard something, he was going to marry his baby mama, and he had the prenup. She got all the way to the date of the wedding and was saying that, she wanted so much money up front. She wanted a house in her name, everything, before she signed the prenup. She did that the day of. Now, if she really truly loved him, she would have just signed the prenup. Everything would have been cool. He was willing to do it without the prenup, but the only thing was his lawyers, friends, and everybody said, you have so much. If you get a divorce, she's going to take all this. Now, to protect yourself, if she truly wants to be with you, get a prenup. You know how many men just say, man, if I truly love her and this and that, man, let's just go ahead and get married. To a point where I have to think about long term. You know, even with me, I don't have a prenup. Me and my wife, who was talking about that, I was like, you know, I ain't had no prenup. I said, man, I maybe need to get you to sign a prenup. And she started laughing. She was like, you ain't had nothing when I met you. So, you know, we just joking around. But the thing of it is, a lot of men in situations where we're trying to, you know, protect the family and pay, like get life insurance to do with the family. I have so much life insurance on me compared to my wife, because if anything happens to me, I want my family to be taken care of. My wife, she just said, well, I get enough, you know, just in case something happens, you know, and enough is, it's a little bit more than a funeral. But the point of it is, women, they're not thinking like that. They're thinking from an aspect of, well, the man is supposed to be the protector and the provider, so I'm going to spend my money on whatever I want to spend my money on because he's paying the bills anyway.
Can I say something to this topic right quick? Okay, the topic say when a man has resources, let me see, scroll back down. He is expected to share. When a woman has resources, she basically keep it to.
Fuck you, nigga. I got a secret account and you can't do shit about it.
Well, that's the accountability on
Unroll
man's.
those damn eyes, Fantasy Island. Unroll them shits, right?
That's the man's fault, though.
Yes, it is.
We set that standard. We told women that we can provide everything and all this other type of stuff, and women didn't need no money and all this other type of stuff. So
I didn't set that standard. I did,
but majority, a lot of men said that a lot of men told women that if they pull out money at the restaurant, they get offended. A lot of men, when I was taught, when you approach a woman, you basically sell them a dream of what you can do for them. They got something. It's almost like you the employee looking for a job, and they the business. You the employee. If a woman asks you, how can you why should I choose you over 100 million other men that trying to get this booty? You're gonna come up with all kinds of stuff and try to say, I think I'm a better man because of this. I can provide this. You know how you go to an interview, what can you provide to this company to make this company greater? Well, I can provide this. So men set themselves up. I have never seen, for the most part, I have seen it, but for the most part, I have never witnessed a large number of men ask a woman what could she provide and do for them.
Because they want to leave.
They refuse it. Even if they get a lot like alimony or child support, they refuse it. So that's men constantly saying, we don't want your resources. So we're not going to force it. Take this money. Take our resources.
No, y'all speaking facts.
We'll take that pussy though, but y'all barely want to give up that.
Here you go.
That's all y'all want.
All right, listen. So y'all are speaking facts. Everything you said was 100% true.
It's a resource.
That is literally how hypergamy works. That's how you get a woman and everything. But we're talking about, let's take it a step further. when a woman has resources, she tries to protect them. So we're assuming that the relationship is either about to end or she starts to amass more than the man, and it could actually be off of her man's back, meaning because he pays for everything, I now am escalating in life. I now have a better job. Because I pay for my own rent in my studio and I've built a business. Why is she not bringing that to the table to say, I can help our family, our legacy, our children advance?
Trigger Mike. That's like getting a fat woman, right? That's like getting a fat woman. She gonna if you get you a fat woman and all this other type of stuff, she working out, but you there providing everything, and she keeping you there until she lose that weight and get in shape and look good and getting all this attention. Now, a lot of times women be planning to leave anyway. For the most part, they get bored quick. The one day they love the shit out of you, the next day they want somebody else. So when these women start losing weight and stuff like that, they getting their bag. It could be their bread. It could be their money. It could be their weight. They planning on some other stuff.
No.
But see, that's
what was
like
you
what
saying,
most
Afro Pop?
Coco, go ahead.
So it's
if you want a woman to stay with you, keep her broke.
Right, quote in there, Trigger Mike. Tell it. Quote from 2023.
Keep her fat and broke, and she'll be with you forever.
No, the fat ones got attitudes now. They leaving too, bro. It's wild out here.
God.
The fat ones leaving, and they cheat. The fat ones cheat. I heard. The fat ones cheat. So they always.
You gotta say something.
Yeah, when a man has resources, he's expected to share them. When a woman has resources, she tries to protect them. Are we speaking about in a dating scenario or when people are married? Because
more, marriage.
For marriage, I think a lot of times when a woman does say that, what's his is ours, what's mine is mine, is a fear mentality due to what they grew up with or what they grew up hearing. As in, girl, you gotta have a little son because these men will just leave you. And typically, it's not the men that leave the marriage; it tends to be more of the women. So I think it's really just due to fear. It comes from a fear mentality of just in case I can't rely on this person, let me have my own. Now, in the case of vetting, what I will say, because Trigger Mike is true, a lot of the narrative outside is, oh, your husband's gonna be your best friend. I never thought that or felt that about my husband. He is my husband. That's a whole title and a level all on its own. I have my female best friends that I can go to vent and to really speak about what goes on at work. Because I did at first, when we first got married, I was that person to always go to my husband to vent, and then I realized this ain't working. And then also to Trigger Mike's point, I with him, I can't expect the level of relationship that I have with my girlfriends with my husband because he's just not that man in our relationship. So over the years, I realized, you know what? Unless it's really dire, like okay, I'm tired. That's when I would go and vent. For the most part, my girlfriends are the ones that talk to each other, and she's also married to discuss what's going at work, not necessarily me just going to my husband because
Africa, can I ask you a question? I don't mean to just come in this butter. Do you think do you think men only want to hear two conversations from women? Baby, what you want to eat? Baby, you want to fuck? That's it. I don't care nothing else what she got going on. Like, I don't want to hear nothing else.
Hang on. There's a caveat. What's going on with the kids? So I'll add that.
And how much does that cost?
No, that's why I don't want to hear about the kids. I assume that she got the kids under control.
No, well, if unfortunately my son, he ran into a metal pole and then they told us about it and I had to tell my husband. So he was concerned, like stuff like that when happens, like if the kids get busted up, happen or, but to your point, yes. I mean, I believe my husband is concerned about what goes on in my life, but it's just different. Like the communication is different. It's not that he doesn't care. It's just that I don't go. That's not the energy I go to with my husband. about. So,
Trigger Mike is something else.
so yeah, I mean, it's just like you're right. Men will. I'm gonna be completely honest. A lot of men say certain things so that they don't just get us more upset. Not necessarily because they want to hear all of the dysfunction that happens with our girlfriends and at work,
Right.
but they
We
do
say
it.
like we hear.
And then,
Yeah.
hopefully to the submission part, a lot of, because I'm a believer, I'm a Christian. Not everyone is a Christian, but what kills me is when people, both men and women, talk about submission and they're not talking about it in the context of where most people have got the term submission from. And it's, oh Lord, I'm gonna mess it up. It's not Romans. It's Galatians, but I think Galatians 6:1. But they're talking about how men and women being married, because there's confusion in the church about what that relationship system should be. And there is things that a man should do and the things that a woman should do. A woman should submit and a man should love and give himself up for his wife, just like Christ did the church. So there's certain conditions when it comes to submission. It's not just a bearing on the woman. A woman should submit to her husband as as to the Lord, and a man should love his wife and give his body up. And I think that's the part that is missing. There's a sacrifice that men and women have to do to one another in order to have a godly marriage. Now, if you don't want to do that, if you don't subscribe to the Bible and to Christian beliefs, cool, kudos. But let's make sure that we understand what submission means. And even outside of the Bible, everyone is submitting to somebody. A man submits to God. We all submit to our work.
But
there's a level of submission on all levels when it comes to what the word submission actually means.
I'm totally confused, y'all. Because at one breath, I believe this when y'all say this. When y'all say life is just like chess, right? So if life like chess, the king's not supposed to sacrifice nothing. Everybody in that house is supposed to sacrifice for him to protect them, because if the king is gone or if his back is hurting all hard and he can't work no more, that's going to eliminate the whole family. So if anybody had to die, it got to be the wife, the bishops and stuff like that, not the king.
Here's how it works in real life.
A household don't work like that and doesn't work like chess. Chess is derived from war, not from running a household.
I was
But
going to say this.
what I'm saying is my wife
in the situation where both people work, right? And more than likely, most of the times, the income levels are roughly the same. What you do is you base your household expenses, bills, everything, and recreation off of one income. So that way, if either one of y'all fall off, the house won't fall apart. And that's basically
most people should, but most people don't. But that is smart. You're right, Kelly Bev.
That's a complementary household where in a marriage they got each other rather than I got you or you got me. We got each other, so it doesn't matter which one of us falls. There's always a plan B, and if their plan B don't fail, there's a plan C, and that only works within a functional marriage where two people are honestly communicating about everything.
I want my woman to have a job from home. Like I don't want I believe women should be in the house. Women shouldn't be outside. The only time they're supposed to be communicating is with their friends, competing against each other, who can bake the best sweet potato or pumpkin pies and stuff like that. I don't believe women supposed to be out in the world working all this other type of stuff. Because if I'm out working, she out working, who home with the kids? Who keeping them? That's why these kids, they have parents like that. When they both the mama and daddy always going to work and they at home, that's how they get into drugs. That's how they get into bullshit that they ain't supposed to be in, because the feminine source, the nurturing, is at work being masculine. Right? The woman's supposed to be home. Ain't no way. Women hands is soft for a reason. They hands is not made to be working. That's our job. I watched it with my dad. My dad took care of his women, and when I was in a 5-year relationship, I took care of my woman. Women's supposed to be at home. It's just that she didn't clean up when she was there.
We work outside the house. We work outside the house. Let me tell you how it worked in my household. My daddy got up at dark 30 in the morning. He was home. He was the first person home when we got off of work. I stayed when he got off of work. I stayed at school. My brother came home. I stayed at school. My mom came and picked me up at 6 o'clock on her way home from work, and there it is right there. See, somebody's always in the house.
Right.
It's not that hard to move your work hours around like that.
Yeah.
And I wanted to say, so we keep saying y'all don't care about our money, y'all don't care about our money, y'all don't care about our money, right? So if your wife is miserable at her job, she should have that, my man got 2 jobs, I'm gonna quit attitude, so she can find something that she's happy doing, so she doesn't have to bring you stress home. If she's determined to work and you don't care about the money that she's bringing in, she should be able to have a fluff job that means nothing to you and means everything to her, and there should be no issues. So these women shouldn't be working so hard, stressing for this boss that treats them like crap, and then they come home to you every day complaining about Bob, whoever, and not wanting to fuck you, because they should have a job that they actually care about, that's actually bringing them enjoyment, because y'all don't want the money anyway. So why aren't you encouraging your wife to find something that makes her happy and not do this job that's overstressing her? Give her that encouragement.
What about making the man happy? Because if the man is not happy, the whole system failed.
That's not what we're talking about right now, though, Jay Prince. I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. She should be making her man happy.
I would say your scenario would factor
we're talking about the scenario where she's at work and he's at work.
Men don't have a need to be happy. We have a need to be respected. Substitute that shit. We are not women.
Right.
Okay, sure.
I don't like walking around angry all the time. That's why we so angry now. We be ready to pop off because
you going to listen to the guy with the green dread or the guy with the green and gold dread, red and gold dreads. Okay, we don't need to be happy.
Fantasy girl.
I would say
men are supposed to be happy.
No.
So we supposed to come up on this thing like this all day.
No, nobody's saying that.
No.
Jay Prince.
Nobody's saying that.
Not a smile at first. Like
people are happy.
Every time I come on this panel, this is gonna be my new look for the whole duration of the show.
Everybody, give me and Jay Prince a second. What makes a man happy? What makes a man happy?
Okay, what makes a man happy? For one, when he got all his basic needs, that's one. Family taken care of, and one thing about men, we get happy when. That's why I'd rather have a woman that's broke than a woman that got money, because women that's broke, by me bringing in providing, it brings out my nature. Because I enjoy providing for my woman. If my woman is providing for herself, it's basically no need for me to be there. So that's some type of stuff that make me happy. Like being around my guys, we going out, we just talking and shit. I love to feel happy inside. I tried that mean mad shit for a lot of years, and the only thing it gave me was anxieties, depression, anger issues, ready to snap off. It made me like an atomic bomb. So when you say that men is not supposed to be happy, I think if that's the case, why do men got happy emotions? All of this stuff people be saying what men's supposed to feel and all this other type of stuff. It don't make, like y'all say we can't cry, but we got tear ducts. It don't make sense. God created us to be emotional and we to experience the same emotions like women experiencing. I'm not saying that we supposed to cry like a baby every damn day, because I don't got no problem with I cry right now. But
let me tell you I'm gonna have to agree with you. Let me tell you I'm gonna have to disagree with you. Fantasy Island Girl was shaking her head and nodding at what you said, and Callie Bev was listening intently, like you were saying something right. That's why I have to disagree.
Jealous.
Fantasy Island was like, yeah. So
I gotta hear the follow up. Go ahead.
I can't be that on that side.
Sir.
Well, there is nothing that you really mentioned that's wrong, but you mentioned fulfillment, not happiness. Happiness is fleeting. All of those things take time to acquire. They happen over a long life. Providing for your family. Monkey wrenches can get thrown in that, which can make a man unhappy. But the respect within the relationship with your woman is what you're looking for. Happiness, to me, is climax during sex. That shit goes with the quickness. That is what happiness is for a man. The rest is fulfillment. I need respect 99% of the other time that I'm alive.
What about joy? What about joy and peace? Peace make you happy.
Over time.
Exactly. So, gentlemen in the chat, you know why you were asking?
How long do men gotta be unhappy?
Why don't we ever talk about a man's happiness? Trigger Mike just told you Y'all don't want us to care about your happiness, so we shouldn't be talking
No,
about that.
no, that's not.
Don't
That's not.
care
No,
about
That's
happiness.
Trigger
Men
Mike.
don't
Right.
have
It
happiness.
we are
doesn't
not
matter as
driven.
long
We're
as
not
it
gonna
respects
ask
you
about
and
it.
it's on
I
your
like
level.
flowers.
Wait a
I
minute.
like flowers and shit like that too.
Hang on. Good. Then I'll get you some on B-Day. I'll put you on the list. But a man's happiness is not what drives him. A man is not driven by his emotional need or requirement to be happy. That is not what gets us up in the morning. That is not why we do the things that we do. That is not why we buy the cars and have the houses, because we want to be happy. We would be happy by now if we had all these things. That's not what happiness equates to us.
That's a totally different
Very
point.
simple.
Exactly.
That's a totally
That's not
different
happy.
point.
Thank you.
That's a
Come
different
on,
point.
man.
No. Happy does
No,
not
it is.
equate
It is a
to
different
the
point
stuff.
because you're talking about what drives you to get up in the morning and do what you got to do. Nobody said
It's
that
not
you have to be
happiness.
happy
It's
in order to.
not
Nobody
happiness.
said it had to be
Nobody,
happiness in
exactly.
order for
That's
you to
not
get
my
that
argument.
done.
I'm speaking to Jay
Nobody
Prince's
said
point.
that.
We're not.
No,
Jay
I
Prince didn't even say that.
Don't focus on making me happy. Focus on respecting me. Focus on taking care of our children. Focus on having a clean home for me to come home to and a meal on the goddamn table.
Right.
That happiness and joy and fulfillment will come from that.
I respect
But just
you
like I
enough.
said, hold on. Just like I said, every man that's ever tried to make his woman happy has failed.
Right.
I could probably also say any woman that tried to make a man happy will fail. Can you suck this dick for 24 hours straight?
But this is
If you
catch.
can't make me happy.
Trigger Mike, this
I
the
respect
caveat.
you enough
This,
to care about whether or not you're
see,
happy.
this
How
is
about
the
that?
secret. This is a secret that y'all not realizing though. Here goes a secret. I'm gonna let y'all know. I ain't gonna charge y'all for this. This is the way to make a woman happy. It's for you to be
This about
happy.
to be the worst public service now. This is about to be the worst.
If the man is happy, everybody around him in his circle going to be happy.
All right,
Period.
Why is that a secret? That's Happy King, Happy Kingdom. That's been around for years.
Right, but
happiness doesn't
Trigger
matter,
Mike saying, Trigger Mike saying for men, but Trigger Mike saying for men not to be happy. So if that man is not happy, who want to be around a woman? Don't like being around a angry, unhappy motherfucker.
Right.
And women get an orgasm by watching you. Watching women get a orgasm. A woman get an orgasm by watching her pleasing you. If a woman knows she can please you and make you happy, that what makes her happy. That's what make her family. That's why she love her family, because women goes out their way to do stuff to make her children or man happy.
What women are you talking about? That's
right.
My women always love to satisfy me. And they get off by satisfying
me. You are
me.
talking about traditional women who get pleasure out of the service of men. How many women do you think that is in America, United States of America today?
I think it depends. I think it depends on the type of guys.
I don't care if you're modern or traditional. Nobody wants to be in a relationship with somebody who's grumpy all the time.
Why are you relating? Wait. Why are y'all relating happiness? Oh my God. Men
because
do not.
Grumpy is the opposite of happy.
Y'all. We don't even use the word happy. We work hold on. Men work the entirety of our lives. Even though there are millions more women in the workforce, men still outnumber you in numbers of hours worked. We have to take your emotional dump from Fantasy Island Girl. I want to talk about work today. We live through contentment. I'm content today because my children ate. I'm content because my wife made it through traffic and she made it home. We live by that. It's literally what runs us. We are not stupid enough to jump on y'all bandwagon that has y'all divorcing men at a 70 to 80% rate and start saying that we need to live by happiness. It is a death trap.
Trigger Mike,
right.
Trigger Mike, an hour ago you said that men will end a relationship and have the woman think that it was her idea.
What the hell does that got to do with what I just said?
The 80% divorce rate.
Exactly, divorce rate isn't because men don't want it, but it's
ending a relationship versus ending a marriage. That's a completely different thing.
Marriage is a relationship.
I have been
a marriage is a different type of relationship. It is a lifelong.
And you could just to divorce, so you won't be a bad guy, just like in relationships.
Yes, but a relationship can end. A divorce is not. Now it's another level. You you took vows in
And
front of God.
children
That's a
are
little different
also
than a
hold on.
relationship.
I took
Children,
vows in front of the
marriages
Justice of the
involve.
Peace with a rope chain and a Taco Mac beard. I mean Taco Mac chest. That's who
Hold
I took
on.
my vows in front of.
What? I don't even
He
know
had
what y'all
taco
talking
meat.
about now. What I'm talking about, no, marriages involve children. Now the whole ball game has changed. Men don't leave because it's bad for their children. We're logical, okay? Men don't
Tell
leave
that
because
to
it's
all
bad
those
for
cheating ass
the
niggas
whole
that
game
cheat
done
on their
changed.
wives.
And we don't leave. Wait. We may cheat because we're sexually unsatisfied, but we don't leave the marriage just because we're unhappy.
God,
Exactly.
I
80%
always,
divorce rate.
I
Right
think
there.
about this for my wife.
Here we
Okay,
go.
okay. Let's let the feminine chick talk.
We keep on talking about happiness, but I want my question is to everyone. We are not happy 24/7. So in the moments when we are not happy, what sustains the relationship where you are not happy, since you will not always be happy?
It's cheaper to keep her.
Okay. Wait. So the idea, so the idea is to go around and you want to answer to that, to go around and answer that. So
Okay,
I mean, I would,
go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
No, you first, straight pants. Go ahead.
Okay, I would say, because this one thing about men, right? Like for an example, when you initially meet a woman, if she's not attracted to you, that woman is pointless. So the moment the man becomes unhappy and undesirable with that woman, because if you unhappy, everything around you is not going to turn you on, so you're going to be unhappy with the whole situation. So once a man is not desired in that, don't find nothing in his situation desirable, everything around him, that whole family is pointless to him. He have to be in the place where he desired, where he love, where he want to be, and that's what makes him happy. If he's not happy there, y'all talking about when a woman's fed up. If a man don't want a woman or don't want a vagina or is not happy with that woman, he is gone.
But
period.
my question is, because you're not always happy all the time, what makes you stay in a relationship when you are not happy? Because no one's happy 24/7.
Afraid of being alone, afraid of going through divorces.
I'm never afraid of speak for yourself. I'm never afraid of being alone.
Like,
come on, let's go counterclockwise. Fantasy Island girl, go.
So I think it's the commitment. You're committed to this relationship, whether it's good or bad, but your days should be mostly good. I know that this forever is a long time, right? So if you get married at your 20s, you're going to be married until you're in your 80s and he dies. So that's 60 years of ups and downs. So hopefully in that 60 years, you have more ups than downs. So you can look back on those times and remember the good. When you're stressing, when you're looking down, when you're thinking, this is so rough, I can't get through this. You remember that this is temporary, first of all, and you remember the good times so you can get out of those times. But I don't think we expect happiness all the time, because even
You know
single,
what?
we're not happy all the
You're
time.
absolutely right. So Fantasy Island Girl, you just actually made a very good point. I don't even think you realize it. Fantasy Island Girl made a very good point. She said most of your days are supposed to be good, and that immediately got me to thinking men and women have different definitions on what is a good day. A man thinks a good day is a day his children came home from school and his wife came through the door and we're eating. Women have the tendency, especially modern women, y'all do this thing where your highs have to be really high, right? And we see your highs on Instagram. Your high is that vacation in Dubai. Your high is that vacation in Mexico and drinking with your girl and taking the cool pics and shit with your booty poking out. Those are your highs. So your average, well, you see what I'm saying? Your highs have to be really high, so your lows are really low. Men, a good day is an average day.
That's called bipolar.
No,
right. But we're still happy on the days we're not in Dubai. We're still happy.
What I'm saying, the average work day where a man gets his ass whooped. Remember, men work way harder jobs than women. We work in labor, and we come home.
Y'all aren't working in labor.
God! Oh, stop it! Stop it!
Who's next? I bet you have a desk. Hey, gentlemen, how many of you up here on this panel work in labor right now?
I used to for a lot of years.
Right now,
my side hustle is a labor.
One man of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so like I said,
let's go around the horn.
I was like,
Who's that?
that's not what we're talking about. I was like, 99.9% of jobs of labor are worked by men. That's the majority of men in America. What I'm saying is, all they want to do is come home, drink a beer, and they go back at it the next day. That is the average day, and it was a good day because nobody died. Everybody came home. People are in good health. But like I said, when y'all get home, because something regular as fuck happened to you at work and it got you in your emotions, today is not a good day. So it
But
just,
hey, Mike, how long have you been married? How long have you been married?
4.5 years.
Listen, let me tell you. You know what?
I see. Well, I don't even know why I'm be listening to Trigger Mike. He only been married for 4 years.
Oh, so now my marriage don't count.
Hell, I was married for 10 years. I'm teasing Trigger Mike. I'm teasing you, Trigger Mike.
Hey, Trigger Mike. I was with my ex-husband for almost a decade. Good Lord.
Hey, but listen
You
to
gonna
but
get
Come back, Trigger. Come back.
Hang on. Let the married man speak. Let Mr. Payne speak because he's actually got an answer. He's actually got an answer.
It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny because 4.5 years, you ain't seen shit yet. Okay,
right.
So what we're trying to say is, you get married long enough, your woman ain't looking at Dubai trips and shit and all that to be happy. A lot of her life is just as mundane as a man's. And she knows how to navigate that. I mean, if after 35 years, my wife comes in, man, she looks at me and says, that's give me a kiss and, go about her business and shit. I go about mine, and that's it. It really doesn't get any too much more deep than that.
Can you tell us what your wife's idea of a good day is? Like, honey,
ask her. She's right there, right?
No. She's told you what a good day was sometime. Hey, I had a good day because
a good day for my wife is just like us. She'll look at when the kids were younger, they're taken care of. She does what she has to do for me, and then if I leave her alone for the rest of the day, she's happy as hell.
Right.
And then maybe I'll tap her on the shoulder and give her a wink and say, "It's cheek pressing time," whatever. And that's about it. And that's not every day,
right?
It really gets mundane. It gets order,
okay.
And that's it. Then I know this, right? Here's the one thing men need to understand about women: you got to look at them like a bank account, right? Every so often, you got to make deposits, right? You got to make some deposits to bring them up here. Because you need those 2 weeks, so when you're depleting that shit, you have a little bit in that goddamn bank account, right? So I just do enough, and I call it punching the ticket. And I punch the ticket, and the shit grows up here, and then I spend the next couple of weeks burning that shit off. And then I put some more shit in it.
Hey, Mr. Payne.
That sounds awful.
Hey, Mr. Payne, because my relationship is longer than Trigger Mike's marriage, right? To Africa's point, right? When she say on a regular day when you're not happy, I would say, would you agree? It's like, because I'm raising my kids every day, we not happy. But that don't mean it don't mean that I'm about to. It don't mean because I'm not happy that I'm finna just give up my kids.
Well, men, as far as men are concerned, happiness is not part of that equation. It's not part of that equation. I don't like to use happiness, right? And this manosphere and this little echo chamber we're in, happiness is just as bad of a word as submission, right? So let's get rid of happiness. It's vows and commitment that keeps you together. And then if you happen to have a little smile when you're doing that shit, then that's good. So and then like when people say marriage is hard and all that, I really disagree with them. It's not that hard.
Not.
Because
why do people get married for? Like, lot of people. I think a lot of people don't think about, especially women, right? When they fantasize about a marriage, they fantasize about all the good stuff, and they expect all the roses, the diamond rings, the wedding. They expect the wedding 24/7 in their marriage. But
that's not all women. That's the women
they want around married people, though.
Married people don't never think about the downside of it.
Right.
What are you talking about?
Yes, they do. Married people do all the time, and I'm telling you,
don't think about the angry days.
But hold on,
wait a minute. You're not talking about married people. You're talking about two people who are thinking about getting married. Two people thinking about getting married. They don't consider the downside.
Cut it out.
Yeah, but they don't consider about the downside when you're
They don't
courting and when you're
consider the
dating.
downfall. They don't
Right.
plan on marrying
I
the
got you.
downfall.
But
Yeah,
and
but-
they don't plan either. I mean, two people don't plan either about how they're going to resolve every argument they have. Even though it's a good tool to
Right.
have, it's a therapist tool. Like, to answer Ms. Coco's question just more directly, I would say you'd have to have discussed between you two. Hey, if we're arguing, if you're arguing, how are we going to end this argument? How are we both going to just like have something? I mean, you both share interests and hobbies, which is why you're married. But seriously,
a woman should never argue with her man.
Yeah, but it's going to happen, right? But how do you resolve that argument? And you need to have a
no, it don't.
mechanism to end an argument.
This is pretty much probably the best. This is probably pretty much the best time for me to jump in.
Women will argue with their boss, but they argue with their husbands. That don't make sense.
Me and my wife
argue with my boss. What you mean?
No, I don't care how much y'all feel negatively about your boss. You're gonna keep it in and go home and take it out on your husband.
You do have some points. You have some points, Jay Prince, but that's not. Of course.
And I didn't marry my boss.
The boss get this special treatment, and not the husband.
The boss is gonna fire you, and the husband is not. So when in my relationship,
what you mean the husband is not? I can divorce you. That's part of firing.
You're not going to. You guys keep pointing out the stats. You're not going to. So like I was saying, in my relationship, and listen, in my relationship, we, in the very beginning, we started during COVID. So obviously we were annoyed because we were always together, and it's a lot when you're just starting a relationship, right? So when we would get into our disagreements, we, from the jump, decided we're not going to come when we're angry to talk about anything. We wait, we calm down, and then he comes back to me when he's calm enough to listen to what I'm saying. And usually by then I've calmed down. He'll lay in my lap, I'll rub his head, and I'll listen to him first, and then he listens to me, and then we have sex, and we are fine. And it's been working so well that I'm going to keep this shit up when we get married. But this is the first relationship that we've done that. In my other relationships, we would come at it when we're angry, and we would keep going until somebody tapped out. And it usually wasn't me. I was going to take that shit forever. So these men were sick of that shit.
Girl.
Would you agree, fantasy? Now, what you said earlier, right, explains women's mindset. The reason why you're not going to talk crazy to your boss because money is your god, right? Hold on, let me finish. Money is something that you take more seriously than a husband, because you won't talk crazy to your boss because you're afraid of losing that money, which you're gonna lose that Gucci bag. Where if you go home, you talk crazy to your husband, you're not really giving a fuck if he get divorced you or not. So you putting your job and money way above your husband.
That's not true.
No, listen. If the job allowed us to talk to them however we want, and they weren't going to fire us either, we would be doing the same thing to the boss that we do.
That's what husbands need to start doing.
You have no shut down.
He's conflating two things. He's conflating an argument. You're conflating an argument with somebody being disrespectful. As far as when you say talking crazy to, those are two different things. I can very much verbalize my disagreements with my supervisor. I can very much verbalize
if you want the job or not. You gonna go back, continue working.
What? What'd you say?
If you come up to him, let's say in a proper manner or whatever, and say you don't like something at your job, he gonna say, well, Kelly, this is the rules, the policies, this job here, or you can find something else. Most of y'all gonna stay at that damn job and shut the fuck up and continue working, doing your duty.
Well, here we go.
And
good
that's
supervisors, good supervisors will take your grievance into consideration when making their decision. Okay, this is the only way that this works, where a boss is like your husband or a boss is like your spouse. It's because if you can respectfully verbalize your disagreement, there should not be a problem.
I just think money's y'all God. Y'all love money more than
it's not, because the same way that I can tell my boss that I'm not happy with the way that this operation is going, it's the same way that I can go to my husband and say, No, we don't.
Why
Dude,
you think black women always talking about I don't need you? You know why? Because they got the bag now.
we say that we don't need you because we're trying to tell you in a roundabout, unsuccessful way that we're not after you for your money. That's where that came from. That is where that came from. Y'all can cap it all you want to.
I'm gonna
Y'all
tell
can
you
cap it
why
all
we
you
say
want
that.
to. But the fact that y'all
Her
think that we
elevator
only
ain't
want
moving all
y'all
the
for
way
y'all
up.
wallets, we're gold diggers, right? So the only way for me to tell you that I'm not a gold digger is the fact that I can tell you I don't need
That's
your
not the
money.
context what black women say. I don't need no nigga. You is a need. You is a want, not a need. If a man
Because
trying to tell
y'all
you to do
say all
something,
we
fuck
want is
that
your
man
money.
and all this. You
Because
try.
y'all
Women don't
say,
like a woman don't like
okay,
to
well, you
be
know
under
what? Fine.
submission of a man.
If y'all want to be dicks and wallets, then that's fine. Be a dick and a wallet, and that's it.
But y'all don't like to be under
but
the submission of a man. So the reason why y'all chasing that bag so heavy, so y'all could devote yourself from the leadership of a man. This is the reason why a lot
Dude,
of these women
a
is
job
marrying
doesn't
men.
make you not
This is the
submit
reason
to
why a
your
lot of these
man.
new day age women, they want to marry men that depend on them. They don't typically, these women nowadays don't want no man that the man is running the show. The woman wants to be running the show. That's why she would go choose a
See,
man who got way less than
exhibit
her.
A as to why submission sounds like a fucked up
Callie,
deal
who made more
coming
in your
from a
house, you
single
or your
man.
husband? Who made more in your
Excuse
house?
me?
Who made more money in your house, you or your husband?
We're about even, but he makes more.
But you
Then it
making
ain't then
enough.
it ain't
And
You making
that's
even.
enough money
That's
to
what you
talk
normal.
then it
shit.
ain't
I
even.
That
said
is
it's about
She
even.
making enough
I
money to
said
talk
it's
shit.
a
So that
bounce
means she making enough
even,
money to
but
talk
he
shit.
makes more.
You
Huh?
got enough money to talk back to him. Because I guarantee you, if you was broke, your mouth will be shutting the fuck up.
If I was broke, then I'd be living with my mama. But
Why
I'm
you
not
want?
gonna be dependent on no man like that. No, I will
There
not.
it is.
I'm not. I'm not gonna be dependent on no
There
man
it
for my
is.
Now
livelihood because you
you
know
know
why?
you done
Because there's
started
some
something.
because you know what? Because if something happens, I'll be fucked up. That's why. So that's why I'm not
The way you
dependent on
depend
no
on your
man
boss
for
at
my
work, you must
livelihood.
damn sure depend on your husband. Your
Excuse
husband
me?
provided the true meaning of your husband, right? Your husband provided way more than your boss and supervisor can, right? So the same way that you go to work being broke, you go to work and depend on that boss. I don't care how rude of a boss he is. You don't keep that mouth shut and do what the fuck he tell you to do for however long until you get your paper or whatever, and you're gonna submit to his rules. That's the same way you're supposed to treat your husband. Your husband sacrificing way more for you than your supervisor is.
So
Jay Prince.
what makes you think that I'm not
Man, we
submissive to
gotta
my
risk our
husband?
life for you, and we don't get the much respect in the boss. You mean to tell me the boss get more
Excuse
respect
me?
than me, and I gotta put my life on the line for you?
You
How
guys
are you
say that
putting your
argument
life on the
all the
line?
Because
time,
your
like your
boss
Where do
life is
you
in
live at
danger
where you're
most of the
putting
time.
your life on
Most
the
of the
line?
time, your
Excuse
life is
me?
not on the line. I haven't been in
Right.
one situation where my husband had to save me from somebody doing anything to us, and I was married for 6 years. So I
All
don't want to
right.
hear that. And now my
All
boyfriend that I've
right.
been with for 3 years,
All
Y'all
nothing
right.
ever
not
happened to
right
us.
Wait a
to
minute.
let
He
Wait
your
a minute.
always
Wait a
ego
minute.
say,
hang
Wait a
on me.
minute.
"Oh,
Wait a
we
But
minute.
gotta
at
Wait a
wake
any
minute.
our
Wait a
rate,
wives
minute.
but
every
at
Wait
day.
any
a
We
rate,
minute.
gotta
The way
wake
you
our
be
You
at
showing
wives
any
never,
up,
every
you
day.
rate,
It's
never,
not
wait,
good
wait,
main
you
reason
now."
never
why
had a,
I'm
you
gonna
never
answer
had
your
a,
question,
wait,
Trigger
you
Mike.
never had a
Excuse me,
car, you
I'm gonna
never
answer
had a
your
car
question, Trigger
accident
Mike.
either, but you still need to get car
Hold
insurance.
on.
So
Hold on.
let's not go there where, well, you
Hold
men
on,
are not
EBD.
needed. Oh,
Yes,
go
Hold
ahead.
on,
we do
EBD.
have
Well,
insurance.
God damn
Let
it.
me tell you something. Let me answer your
Chill out.
question,
No,
Trigger Mike.
hold on, because
Trigger
And
Mike,
that's
can I
with
answer
a
your
large
hold
question?
on,
insurance.
hold
And
on, God damn it.
my light
Y'all
bulb just
cannot
came
do
on.
that on the Trigger Mike show. We do not down
Okay.
talk the protection that men provide. And let me explain it to you because
He
it's
talking
been
about he
What?
put his
That is
life on
it's
not
the
what I
been
line
was
every
trying to
day.
oh,
do.
hold on.
That's exactly what
So
he
if
did.
It's
that's the way
been
you took it, I'm
mischaracterized.
sorry. I wasn't trying to
And
do that.
I know, but it's been mischaracterized and there are teachable moments. The reason why women don't understand how men protect them and is because it doesn't happen in that way. The reason nothing happens to you is simply because we're around. All right. It's simply because
We're not
we're around.
around.
Men are a force multiplier in any situation
I told y'all
that
this
we're
is
in.
a this is
The
a this
fact
is
that
a
the fact when you
sports
see
field.
Asian and Middle Eastern women not going to the grocery store in the evening by themselves is because they understand that men are force multipliers. They understand the value of a man and the protection he provides from other men. The universal
So you're
sign.
agreeing that your life isn't at risk every day when you're doing that.
What are you talking?
That's the point that I'm making, that you're not putting your life at risk every day just from standing next to me.
It's an
cap. That's
antithetical
all
statement.
I'm saying.
What we're actually doing is being open to putting our lives at risk for
Yes,
your
you're
life.
open to
Hold
it.
on. Because what
we
you're
agree
saying
now.
is your life isn't at risk when I'm around. That's
Your
what we're
life
saying.
isn't at risk every day either, or you will get out of that environment.
You can't say that as the weaker vessel. You can't say that.
Sir,
Dude, you're not putting your life on the line every day. Stop.
It's just the risk level is different.
There
That's
is a
all.
constant
It's
risk.
just the risk level is different
All right.
depending on where you're at.
Fantasy Island girl. Where is a man supposed to stand on which side of the street when y'all walking down the sidewalk?
Oh my God.
The side closest to the cars.
So that's what I'm saying. But you're just gonna say, well, no car hit us today, so you didn't put your life.
We're gonna start letting you stand on that side.
And his
If
life
a car
isn't at
is to
risk
jump the
because most people don't
both
just
y'all get hit.
Exactly.
Hold on,
Most
wait,
cars
wait,
aren't
wait.
jumping the
Wait,
curb. So
wait.
stop the cap.
Hold on. We have to let PH Diva tell us how useless we are. Please go.
Oh my God.
No, I'm just saying, so in your example with standing closest to the cars, if a car jumps the curb, y'all both still getting hit. So it's not like you're putting your life
Oh my
on the line
God.
for women.
Are
And
we
the
serious?
are
You're not
PhD,
serious. Me ain't serious.
My ass gonna run some
Y'all not serious talking about walking down the sidewalk neither. Who walking down the sidewalk? Who's still walking down the sidewalk right now? Y'all ain't serious neither.
Y'all get everywhere y'all go by men.
I walk. I gotta walk. But the
Everywhere women go, men are.
You walk with your husband everywhere you go?
Well, everybody's.
I should, but no.
Why is everybody at the
He got
extremes
time.
on it?
I thought he worked. I thought husbands work 80 hours a week. He got time to walk with you.
Why is everybody on the extreme?
It's not that it's extreme.
I'm teasing, Afro. I'm teasing, Afro.
The problem is
I'm teasing. I'm being facetious.
modern women kind of love to devalue modern men, as if like what we do doesn't matter.
No, we're not devaluing.
Every
We're not devaluing
single turn.
anything. Y'all are blowing shit up. Is what y'all doing. We're not devaluing anything. Y'all blowing shit up.
Every day you're in danger? No, you're not in danger.
Well, then you shouldn't say I put my life on the line every day then.
And that's the whole point. Thank you,
We
Caleb.
do.
No.
For women.
You know what? My husband put his life on the line today by going upstairs and taking a nap when he got home from work. That's how he put his life on the line today.
Not what we're talking about.
It's so dangerous.
Well, this is every day. He ain't going nowhere else. So how is he gonna put his life on the line every day?
Suffer from SIDS, Callie Bev.
My husband is in law enforcement, so he does put his life on the line.
What is the point we're trying to make when we talk about protection?
That men are not useful.
That is not the point we're making. You guys aren't trying to listen to our point because you're so triggered by the fact that we said you're not risky.
And I'm jumping the curb on y'all ass. That's what's about to happen.
I'm gonna use them as a human shield.
Listen, we're not trying to devalue what you're doing, and I think that's you guys are getting triggered by the fact that we're saying your life isn't on the line every
True
day.
Table, let me get a deuce. True table. Let me get a deuce.
Your life isn't on the line every day, so that's all we're saying. Like when you're by yourself or when you're with us, your life isn't on the line every day. I'm in the military. My ex-husband's in the military. His life isn't even on the line every day. It is not factual. All I'm saying is for his daily life, he does not tell me anything about anything happening to him that threatened his life at all. When he does have those threats, when he does have those threats, he brags about how he had to do something to somebody, but it's very rare that somebody tries him. It's very rare that he has a risk to his life. So I'm just telling you from experience, when I was married to him for 6 years, it very rarely happened.
Yeah,
so I know that
he work out?
willing
Now,
to
fantasy.
in
Wait
the
a minute.
case of,
Is he big? Does he work out?
But it's not a glass break situation every day.
The shirt he be wearing, his life definitely on the line every day.
Wait a minute, it's implied.
Oh my God!
Look at that! Look at that! That shirt that you wearing.
Let Mr. Payne get in. Let's hear some. Let's hear some well thought out stuff.
Wait a minute. The point is, it's not whether your life is on the line every day, because everything is a risk assessment. Your life is what you're willing to do for your woman if the occasion arises. That's where we're at. I mean, we don't need to.
And nobody disagrees with that.
Yes,
nobody disagrees with that.
But that's all we need to be talking about. That's all we need to be talking about. Everything else is just conflating the issue. Nobody, you know what? I can agree that your life ain't on the line every day. boy, I'm walking on the outside. It's whether you put your family in a position as safe as you can. You know what protection is? You know what protection is? The stupid quarterback telling his wife not to come out naked, right? Because he was going in the wrong place and somebody's approaching her. Now he got to defend her goddamn honor.
Yep.
Right? So
Fantasy Island girl.
Right? You know, so all I'm just trying
I
to say
agree with our
is,
pain.
you know,
No,
so
put on a shirt, a better shirt. Why'd you come over here? You put your man husband life on the line every day, showing them titties.
He likes me. He's fine with me showing my
What's up,
breast.
Sparkle
He's
girl?
fine
What's
with it.
up?
But
When I had my OnlyFans, he
imagine
supported
walking down the
me.
street.
He is
Imagine
fine with
walking down
it.
the street.
He's
Your
fine with
booties on like
it.
this. Men
What's
lose
the
that.
Fine
address?
with my
What's the
boobs.
address? You
He,
got OnlyFans?
he helps
What's
me
the
get
address?
them. Cut the cap.
Oh, you got you a white man because black men
Yes,
ain't
I
gonna let you
do.
do no
Yes,
shit
I
like
do
that.
have me a white man. I do.
Are you
white boys
serious?
like titties.
Yes, I am serious.
Look,
Oh
I don't
my
know what's
God.
funny. I don't know what's funny that he told you to
This
put
Trigger
on.
Mike Fridays right here.
No, you can't be serious.
I don't
I
know.
am.
We just heard
Look.
Jay Prince talk.
The
Wear your
fantasy,
ass,
I
Jay
don't know.
Prince.
Wait, hold on.
Get
I
out
don't
of
know
here.
what's
She's
funnier.
not
I
part
had
of
an
the
OnlyFans.
conversation no
You
longer.
Is that
ass.
right?
I don't know
Holy
what's funnier
shit.
is that he told her to put
I do
on
like the
a
bathing
better
suit in
shirt,
your avatar,
or that he's
though.
been
That's
staring at her titties the whole time. I don't know which one is funnier. That's what I
You
see
know
you
he
in
was
the
staring at
camera
them
like.
titties.
You see how they
You
get
know
a
he
white
was
man? A
looking.
white man allow them to do whatever they want to do.
Oh my gosh.
Get
Oh,
you a
there
white
you
man,
go.
ladies. Says Jay Prince, so they let you do whatever you want to do.
Oh, you on the
Got
other
the
side,
trick. Got the
fantasy.
trick.
But no,
I
the thing
can't have
is,
this
yes,
conversation with you.
we
You on the other side.
agree with Mr. Payne. Okay, we agree with the concept. The
Yes.
fact is that Jay Prince came up here capping like men are putting their literal lives on the line every day, and we know that we know that's
But you know the
bullshit.
talking points. You know,
I
man,
think
you gotta
I
sometimes
think
you gotta let them just go. You know,
yeah.
you know, you don't
Let me
have to.
jump
We
in.
don't have to get triggered over each talking point. You just
It
keep
is
moving.
because if a man disrespect my woman, I'm forced to stand up. Because a lot of times, if I'm in public with my woman, by me just being with my woman, it's a lot of risk that I take just by being in public with her every day that I'm in public with her. For one,
That is
how to wear
true.
fantasy dress, how to if the woman like to talk a lot and disrespect men, you putting your life on the line because now you forced to get in her situation, or you could be at work and she could be out hanging out. Somebody disrespect her, now she calling you. Now you got to go running over there to protect this lady and all this other
You know,
shit.
you tell your wife. You
No,
Excuse
tell
you
me.
don't. No, you
Why are you
don't.
If
with a
she stay her
woman?
black ass in the
Excuse
house,
me.
it would be
Excuse
more
me.
safer.
Why are you with a woman who talks
right.
reckless to strange men?
Oh,
That's
Kelly, you
right.
Thank
talk reckless
you.
to us.
Thank
No,
Huh?
you.
What'd you
Kelly, you
say?
comes up here
Are
and
no.
you
you
talk
serious?
reckless.
Does her husband
Goalpost
have
I
to
don't talk.
moving.
protect her from
I'm
you?
not disrespectful to y'all at all.
Goalpost
I don't go up
moving.
here. No, I don't name call nobody. I'm not disrespectful to none
No
of y'all.
goalpost moving. No
It's all
goalpost moving.
conversation.
All right, let me
It's
get
all
these
conversation.
super
Oh,
chats
yeah,
out
And if
there.
I
we
was
got over
disrespectful,
hundreds up here
and,
now.
and it look, and if I was disrespectful, guess who would tell me to get off the damn internet? That man upstairs taking his old man nap right now. Okay.
Thank you. She
All
get
right,
old
I
First
man
of
forgot
all,
he's
now.
the
I'm gonna
oldest.
tell him you called
So
him an old
crazy.
man. All right, let me
These
get these
black
super
women get
chats
an
out
old
of
He
there.
man.
is.
These
He
white men get
45.
away
He
with
a
shit.
old. He a old.
Yeah, he
That's my
old.
old man.
All right, let's get these super
You
chats
bring
out of the
out
way.
my
Then we're gonna.
dinosaur horns. If he's
Oh my
45,
goodness.
he's old, man. Forget it, man. I'm in the grave, man. Jesus
I know
Christ.
I'm old.
Look.
I'm
That's his
I'm
word. He call it his
51.
old man nap. He call
So
it his
y'all
old
just
man
not
nap.
gonna listen when I say I gotta read super chats. That's what's up. Or y'all just not gonna
Oh,
listen.
my bad. I didn't hear you, Trigger. I'm sorry.
All right, Tina Ev says that's why you hand your wife a drink, Trigger Mike. When you ask that question, do you see how y'all keep piling shit on for us to do? You see how y'all keep doing it? This is how women do. Look,
It's
Trigger
a
Mike, you
never
gotta get her
ending.
a drink. Look, Trigger Mike, get her a cigar. Look, do you have weed at the house? Like that's how y'all do. At the end of the day, it's gonna be a full-time job for me to decompress my wife after a work day. That's how
I
y'all
like
do.
Trigger Mike Fridays.
All right. Jordan Barronville, $5. Here's the disconnect for me. I solve problems. Women usually want to vent. 8 out of 10 times, it's a draining and poor use of my brain power and energy. I 100% agree. Granville, my man says, all them Cajun up there relish in chaos. I don't know
Oh,
what that
there
is.
you go.
He's
Graham.
Oh,
talking
here you
about
go, the
nachos.
comedian. All them demons on this panel need to be exercised.
That's how he goes. That's how he just
Granville,
drive
every
your
woman
truck.
up there shorten men lives by 30 years. Agreed. Agreed.
Nope. Actually, we make them last longer. But
And if Fantasy Island girl titties out, it will be 40. The titties out will be 40 years shortened. Bunch of snow women up here.
Oh
What
my
does
God.
that
Uncle Mike, you
mean?
got a panel full of poison. Bathshua says $10. My husband made the decision to solely provide. I buy the groceries.
Everybody
My
knows
husband
single
knows that I
men.
have other savings account and that they're for a rainy day for us. No secrets. How much is in there, Bathshua? Let us
Yeah, that's
let you
right.
know. All right, Israel, my man, appreciate that. Salute to Trigger Mike in the panel convo. Always fire. Timeout, $2. ASMR stream. Somebody eating their mic. I heard it too.
That was Orissa dog, wasn't it? That was
That
your
was my
dog.
dog, y'all. My bad. He was eating the grass. Y'all so funny.
All right, Bathshua,
Not to live with
$5.
a
There's
dog.
nothing wrong with being dependent on your man. Yeah, I said it. That's what I said. I wish I had the sound effect in it. Timeout, $2. Relax, fantasy. The chair has a backrest. Bathshua says the mentality of modern women. Slap forehead. All right, we appreciate those super chats. You know, we can keep going. I mean, I'm hungry.
I just can't believe that we got a
I'm about to
digester
pass
here.
out, but no, I like
I
this
just
channel.
wonder how
I'm
you.
not a
Can I answer
divester
your
because I
question
date
now?
one white man. I've been with
No,
black
she's
men my
not a
whole life.
divester.
Just because I have one white man now,
She's
that
not a
means I'm a
divester.
divester.
Fantasy, ignore
Oh,
them,
this
Trigger,
girl.
I
is
realized
Does
the
that
answer
make
to
me
your
a divester?
question.
Just a
white
question.
man.
Does that
One
make me
mic.
a divester?
One mic.
No,
Does it make me a
no.
Trigger, I
divester?
realized the answer to your question. The reason why women try and protect their assets. It's because I remember what my grandma told my mom
Uh-oh.
and what my mom told me,
Okay.
which I did not listen to, by the way, because I ain't got no secret accounts and none of that kind of shit. But whatchamacallit, both of them got burnt when my mom and my dad got divorced or whatever like that. It was to the point where my mom didn't even have any credit. Whatchamacallit, she didn't have her own little money. She couldn't do shit or whatever like that until she got her next paycheck. You know what I'm saying? All that kind of stuff. My grandmother got burnt too or whatever, as far as her being left, high and dry or whatever like that. And she had kids and she had to wait until she got her next paycheck to be able to, you know what I'm saying, go ahead and do her thing. So I would say that's why, because if something happens, I'm not trying to be left out on my ass.
All right, bet. Let me get this last. JB, $10. Appreciate that. Y'all be so obtuse. Tether mic. First of all, JB, fuck. Can't believe I called myself that shit out
Stop
loud.
it,
Tether Mike
JB.
is right. There's a serial killer who was interviewed by 60 Minutes, I believe, and he shared how he specifically avoided women who were accompanied by men. Protection.
That's right.
All right, advance, $2. The first step of protection is direction.
There you
Appreciate those super chats. All right, let's get Sparkle in here. Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. If you are watching, we were
It's
on
gonna be your
Oprah's
new
Not a High
symbol.
Value Woman, and then this transformed into something else entirely. So whatever you want to speak on, but we appreciate all the super chats. Keep them coming. Support the show and the network. Some of y'all got paid today. Y'all better show support for your black people. Sparkle, take it away.
Right. So when I came in, you guys weren't talking about Oprah. Like, she wasn't in a conversation. What kind of threw me, which is one of the reasons that I called in, Mike, was why the focus is so on money. Like,
always,
money's only one factor of a marriage. If you marry men, if you're leading with money, if you have married a woman based on the fact that you earn more than her and she knows that, you're in the danger zone. Because you got to realize, what she married you for? Is it purely for money? Which means if you lose your money, she's likely to want to upgrade. That's dangerous to me. I know it's a talking point about high value. You have to earn more money, but that cannot be the number one reason for marriage. That is danger zone material. I would not have married my husband based on money. No way, no how.
That's not the man though. That's the woman putting that criteria up though.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
the thing is,
but Sparkle's saying that a man that leads with that.
Yeah, if you lead with that, now don't get me wrong, if you have more money than your woman and you want to provide, that's fine. But if you're there kind of ruling the roost because you earn more, that's dangerous to me. That's dangerous to me, because the minute something happens and the money slips, or if you lose your job or something like that, now what?
I agree with you now. And you saying if your leadership is based on how much money you make, then that's an issue. I agree.
If you're seeing sucker, lick it.
on these YouTube
True Table trying to get up in there, y'all.
all the time. All I hear on YouTube talking point, especially in the Black manosphere, is about having the most money and about how women are after money. But
yeah, but you know that because the women be dicking and walleting us all the time in the manosphere, right?
No,
So
y'all
that's why I
dicking
said
wallet
that was that
yourselves.
white man.
Y'all
be
dicking
honest.
wallet
telling
yourselves.
y'all,
Yeah, but I
this
tell
is
you,
not reality.
Rich, I'm gonna be
True Table
1,000.
been trying to get up in there, y'all.
Rich, I'm gonna be 1,000. I don't know if this is because I'm in England, but
Okay.
over here, money isn't talked about as much as you guys talk about it in America.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Dangerous. I'm sorry,
I'll give
you
you
guys
that.
are obsessed with it, and it's like,
As,
yo,
as my
Yeah,
good man,
it's
Chris Brown
dangerous.
once said, these hoes ain't loyal. Go ahead, continue.
don't do that.
All
Hey,
I'm saying is,
Sparkle. You
yeah,
can fit right in if you put on a red sweater. Everybody up y'all see like all the ladies got on
You
some
know
red
what?
going.
Heck
I
yeah,
said she
I
need
just
her
noticed
red
that.
hoe.
You
I might have
see,
to go.
fellas, when they talk about the sisterhood, this shit was coordinated.
There you go.
They sending
I can
signals. You
accommodate.
see the stuff?
I can accommodate.
That red stand for
Don't bring that up. They're
menopause.
gonna
See
claim we're all
now, see
demons,
now,
and that's why we all have red sweaters on.
We all got on a conference call before we came up.
No, but seriously, like all I heard was about who earns more and all this conversation about if he earns more, why can't you let him lead? And and I'm thinking he should lead anyway, right? The finance, because
Why?
I'm in a similar position to Callie, right? Me and my husband earn similar, but he earns a little bit more. And it's honestly, the financial stuff doesn't come up in conversation that often. Things get taken care of. Everything else is what it is. But trust me, if your woman is only with you for money, the minute you lose your money, don't start crying when she looks for another guy. You've picked the wrong chick.
Well,
Just
Sparkle,
say
Yeah.
can I speak to that point? I think you're hearing that more often is because
Oh, trigger Mike. No, you did
we
not.
got to pay most of our own people.
Oh my god.
True Table, your mic is low too, honey.
I knew
Right?
it.
Is it low? Hold on.
Yeah, you're a little low.
Can you hear
Or
me?
I'm deaf.
So we probably just too loud.
Can you
No,
hear
I
me
can
now?
turn you up on this end. Go ahead.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
good.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
true. We can hear.
Okay, no doubt. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Sparkle, on the whole leadership thing. I want to say a few things. First of all, let's back this whole situation up. Jay Prince, I am so proud of you, my brother. You've been reading. You've been
Oh,
growing. Like every
You
time
hear
I
that
hear you speak
vocabulary? You
now,
hear that vocabulary going up?
every
These
time I
talks.
hear him speak, I'm like, who is this guy? Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to the
The
growth.
good looking True Table.
Yeah, man, holding it down. I think, gosh, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot going on with the finances. I agree with you, Sparkle. It's a talking point in our community. I don't get it, honestly. I think that we can do better in understanding what the relationship is really centered around. I think though that and this is what I want to speak to. Personally, I hate hearing divorce happening. When I say that, people talk about it like it's an entity outside of your own choice. People divorce. People decide to leave. Like relationships are not dissolving because just natural disasters and stuff. People are deciding to get rid of each other, and I think that to me is why I hear it a lot. People, oh, divorce happened. Divorce happens. No, divorce doesn't happen. People make divorce happen. So we really need to speak to that, and I love the fact that we're talking about these relationships and all the components of it. But stuff is not occurring. People are making things occur, and it's always one extreme or the next. Either somebody's being abused or beat, somebody's getting cheated on, and they can't tolerate it or take it. Are men supposed to be happy? Is it duty? Is it happiness? Yeah, I want to speak to that too. I do believe that a man's happiness is derived differently. I think that we use words, but yeah, damn it, we're supposed to be happy as well. We just derive happiness from different things. Like a lot of you guys were speaking to, yeah, a man is not going to wake up talking about let's go to Disneyland every day. That's not what really drives us. We're really, really simple. If you drain the ball sack, look your best, give us the respect that we want, you're going to keep that man. And the main reason why I believe a lot of men don't leave, to be honest with you ladies, is because we're so simple. If you give us all basic things, most men are not designed to be out here hunting for more women. It's
Hold on,
extremely
True Table.
difficult.
Hold on, because I want to acknowledge Fantasy Island Girl rolling her eyes every time somebody says drain the ball sack. What do you have against draining? The Illuminati.
I'm fine with y'all draining the ball sack. I just feel like, why y'all gotta say that every time? Like,
because
we get
it's what
it.
we
Drain the
like.
ball sack. Like, okay.
You know what? The Illuminati has gathered.
Oh
let
my
me
God,
let them run the
no.
damn show. Since the
I was
Illuminati
gonna
has
say
gathered.
Sparkle
Hey, Sparkle's in the
joined the Illuminati.
Look at you.
Hey, girl. Yes, girl. Welcome to the club.
Never
The
in my
little
life
devils
did I
here.
think PhD
Welcome
would
to
be
the
on our
devil's
side.
world.
Not in that club, but I have to kind of be uniform with all of you.
Oh,
You
that
know
means
what?
they on the time. That means it's that time of the month.
Oh,
I don't.
Jesus.
Oh
I'm
my
51.
gosh.
That's all I got
I'm
to say.
eye
I'm in
roll.
my 50s. That's all I got to say.
But this, I'm
You're
still caught up. I can't even lie.
So
Fantasy.
the Crimson Cure is on our side, but these are the Crimson Terrorists. All right, so we're
Don't
gonna
do that.
rename
No,
them.
Nobody worry about that knuckle face girl.
No, man.
Slander. Wait,
You know we love
accusation.
you.
The
No,
Crimson
man.
Terrorists.
Can I be honest without you getting upset?
Who, me?
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. When this been me.
It's about to go back.
I hate to say this, but I got to get it off my chest. It's just hot. It just
Oh boy.
burning my chest. Every time I seen how I look at black women when they get with a white man or have been with a white man, I almost look at them like they got herpes or AIDS or something.
Oh God, I knew this was not gonna be right. This is not right. This is not
Okay,
right.
I'm listening to you, J Prince. And what makes you feel that way?
Because
oh my
like
God.
I'm listening too because my husband's white, so I'm interested.
Oh,
Oh, God.
outrage.
Hold on.
So go ahead and
these
tell us
dudes
why
from
you think
Cynthia
you
G
have
Camp.
JP.
Hold on. You could have given me
I love it.
3,700 guesses on what the hell JP was about to say, and I would not have.
I wouldn't have guessed it
I
either.
would not have come close to what the hell you just said. What be going on in that head of
It's
yours,
sick.
man?
I don't know. It's like when I see that, it's like it's kind of
Can't even
sickening to
explain
me.
that shit. Get out of here.
It looked like trauma. It looked like a whole bunch of trauma. It's sickening to me when I see it.
Oh,
It
Jay
does.
Prince, are you serious?
If you would have said this, Jay Prince, if you would have said, every time I see a black woman with a white man, she has a natural hair and no eyelashes and none of that stinking ass long fingernails. They chameleons for us, but for the white man,
They don't respect black men.
look
They
natural.
are programmed.
I mean,
And
if you would have said that, I would have agreed with you.
This type of stuff goes back from slavery. Everything that we was forced to do back then, we doing it willingly, not just in the dating aspects of it. We everything from everything. Everything like for an example,
I can't either.
we used to force to want to vote. We don't vote. We had to force to sit on the back of the bus. Now we willing to go do it. Like everything, even whippings. We used to get our bus whipped. Now we whip our kids. So everything that was transpired back then, black women was forced to be with white men, and now they willingly to be with them.
Jay
So
Prince.
all of that,
Jay Prince, the herpes though.
And
AIDS.
You're really
and AIDS. Come on now.
I do.
Jay
I
Prince,
do. I
that's
can't help
too much.
it. It looks so sickening.
You're really
Like if a black woman,
oh my God.
Hey, Sparkle. Me and you could be dating, right? And if you ever tell me you've been with a white man, whatever, I would.
You know
I don't care how much I'm
Mike,
feeling
you in
you.
trouble.
I wouldn't care. I swear on my mother's grave, I wouldn't care how much I'm feeling you. I would not want to proceed with you.
Okay.
What?
I understand. And I also
I
understand
will look
that a
at you
lot
like
of
you
black men
infested.
do that once
Huh?
you've been tainted by a white man, I don't want her anymore.
Get
But
out
I
of
feel like
here.
that
I never
is
heard that.
hypocritical. I feel
never
like that
heard
is
that.
hypocritical because they're fine with black men being with white women, even though
I'm
back
not.
in the day
I
they were
like to
forced.
see black on black.
Okay,
I
so you're
never
the
heard a man
exception
say
then.
he'll turn
In
down
this
some skin because
situation,
he was a white
these
man.
guys,
Hey,
these
Mr.
guys
Payne,
that
I
I'm
have
speaking
done it.
on,
A woman
they
told me
say
she
they
wanted a white guy. I completely got disgusted with her, and I just couldn't rock with her.
Are you
Let's see,
serious?
let's see
A
his
white man
friend.
been inside of her.
Hang
So,
on.
J Prince, are you saying that you're not attracted to Fantasy Island Girl because she's with the white man that has
I
stopped you?
was attracted to. I thought Fantasy Island Girl was very pretty and stuff like that, but
Until
Nothing's changed.
Now I have AIDS.
Come on, dude.
Since she says
I
she's
don't
with a
even
white
think
man,
that way
I'm not
now.
gonna say she's less attractive. What I'm gonna say is like,
Jay Prince.
ew.
This is worse than me being triggered earlier.
Hang on.
I got triggered like I'm on Fight Club, and this is worse. No.
Hang on. Say something
Oh
on
my
this.
God.
This is funny.
Hang
They're
on.
the white man. You're
Y'all are cutting up today.
Right.
Y'all are cutting up today.
Hey, Trigger Mike. We just getting ready for Fight Club tonight.
We losing brain cells over here, man. They the white man. You got AIDS. I don't care.
I got one for all of y'all. I got one for all of y'all.
I know I've heard unfriended people before here. I ain't even being nobody. That was just on my
You know
mind.
what? I got one for all of y'all. You know that interracial dating, black men, white women, vice versa, and all the other stuff, all that's just evolutionary.
Listen.
All of it is evolutionary. It's not nothing revolutionary. In 100 years, this wouldn't even be a conversation.
Listen,
Because
everybody gonna be mixed.
Proximity.
No, listen, I can speak to this probably more than anybody else on the planet because my grandparents were in that position, right? My grandmother's white, my grandfather's black, my husband's white. I can speak to this from a generational standpoint. But bearing in mind, I'm in England, it's not as taboo over here to mix. In the States, you guys talk about it like it's like if you go outside your
it's not that taboo over here anymore.
It's like you watching y'all killing off our race.
Okay, hang on a second, but you guys.
I'm basically watching y'all deleting
let her go
the
ahead.
black
Let her
race.
finish.
Listen,
AP,
I'm
let her
sorry,
finish.
my
Go ahead,
bad.
Sparkle.
My bad.
You
I'm sorry.
talk about it like it's the worst thing you could possibly do. Now, here in London specifically, where I'm from, you vibe with who you vibe with, you like who you like. Nobody thinks about, oh, hang on, I must maintain my race. It doesn't come up like that over here. It really doesn't. But
Does he slap it when y'all doing it? Does he slap?
Are you
slap
No.
You do a lot of things.
Who is
sir.
saying this?
You do a lot of things, sir. You do a lot of things, sir. That ain't one of them.
No, but
This
also
is off the wall.
I have to say this as well, right? It's you know, the black history here in England is very different to the black history with you guys over there. So I understand that there's different levels to it because you guys had the transatlantic slave trade actually in your country full force, not like it was over here. Although my dad's Jamaican and it was big over there, as you guys probably know. So it's, you know, it's complicated. But honestly, me and my husband have these talks about these race relation things. And before me, my husband had dated multiple black women. Multiple. So I'm not the first black woman he'd been with. He prefers.
Jay Prince is sick.
So you'd be surprised. No, but listen, Jay Prince, honestly, right? And this
That's not something I want for my daughter.
This might shock you. In my whole 35 years, I have only ever had men of other races approach me. Black men have never approached me. Funnily enough.
I've always had
I
both.
don't know if that's because of where I'm based. I don't know, but that's the honest truth.
But I didn't turn these black men down. He treats me wonderfully. I'm not gonna turn this man down. I'm not gonna turn this man down.
Don't do it, Fantasy Island girl. Don't do this because
I'm not saying black men can't treat me good. I'm just saying the men that were the options for me, the black men versus him. He treated me better than these black men that were my options.
White women treat
him.
us way better than black women that I'm about to marry.
Over the black men that were chasing me because he treated me better than my options of black men. I'm not saying all black men.
Justify it.
Just my options. I just want you guys to understand that I'm not anti-black man.
I don't want to make no black man. You're fine. Let me tell you that black women,
who you like.
Black women hold it against black men.
No, you don't like who you like. That is conditioning.
Black men the other way around. But that's black women see a black man with a white woman, y'all go ape shit.
No, we don't.
What are you talking about? My brother is with a white woman now. They're married. They have a baby, and you know what we do? We celebrate. We celebrate.
The average black woman goes crazy.
Absolutely not.
But she said
my nephew was married to a white woman.
Go crazy every day talking about us with white women.
No, in England.
We don't care.
Yeah, I'm
Trigger Mike, take that off.
Trigger Mike is
Oh my
tripping too.
God.
You are just fueling the fire. You know that. You put fuel on the fire.
That's basically what I heard.
Y'all mess. They talk about women. Men are messy.
I believe black women date white men
are
to
messy.
get pushed back at black men to like a lot of black women when they get with white men, they get with white men to prove a point against black men.
Why do
Or
you
to piss
think
us
that?
off.
Y'all don't. I got you. Y'all don't.
Because
Wait a minute. Wait, you ain't saying much this whole time. Why are you nodding and agreeing with Jay Prince? True, I need the answers.
Hold on one second.
Wait, listen,
Here go the truth that nobody gonna tell you.
Yeah, go ahead.
When you marry somebody, you marry when a wife marry her husband, you marry into that person, right?
Right.
So by you marrying into that white race, why is you coming around the blacks?
I'm still a black chick. I'm not black anymore. She turned white. My children are black. My mom's black. I'm black. My brother's black. My sister's black. We black. We blackity black. What are you talking about?
But you planning on having
I'm not
babies?
excommunicated because I'm with a white man.
Not gonna be blackity black.
Listen to me.
We are not having babies. I have my 2 kids. We're not having babies. He has 2 kids that are white. We're not having babies together. So now what's the argument? What's the problem?
Jay Prince, listen.
It's something that
Prince, listen.
I don't know why this is
I want my daughters to think that I agree.
Jay Prince,
I agree with
as
our
mixed as it can get. There are people blacker than you.
Agree with who?
Right? I'm around people of all shades. It's not even about that. For me, it's
Jay Prince. Y'all can't even go to the cookout.
Wait. This is a real question. This is a real question. For women that date white men, what is the equivalent of a black cookout to a white family?
Oh, he loves coming to the cookouts.
You know what?
He loves
No, not our cookouts. We know you like bringing them to our stuff. What is the equivalent on his side?
Raisins in a potato salad. You got some.
I don't want it. I'm sorry. I don't want it.
All of the white people.
Oh shit! I think Natasha got it. Where is it? I don't see it
black
yet.
Food, black music, everything. All the people I know prefer black music, black food, black everything to white stuff.
Yeah, pumpkin pie instead of sweet potato pie.
The wine tasting.
Just because they listen to some black music and get them some black pussy.
Oh my god!
And I hate to sound so myself.
This is hilarious.
I sound so my original self, but
they talking about camping, fishing.
Okay, how many black fellas?
Oh, tailgating.
Yeah. 4 black men on the
Oh shit!
Black men. How do y'all feel about black men with white men?
How did you? What the
hell is? We not supposed to know. That's the funny part.
Monster truck show before. That shit is fun though.
Yoga, y'all. We do yoga.
Y'all black men, y'all don't get like some type of feeling when these. I know we trying to say we don't give a damn, but
monster truck
do y'all? Since we the leaders of the race, we understand when black women made outside their race, they bleaching our race.
But we're not bleaching our race if I don't have kids.
Because black women are always trying to submit to the white people. They always, even before they start dating them, when welfare came out, whatever. Black women want us to operate how white men want us, how white men sees fit for
But Jay
us.
Prince.
As black women goes all out their way to prove and please whites. They always have been.
Hang on, Jay. Serious question. Do you actually know that many white people in person? Because I don't think you do by the way you talk.
You said what?
Do you actually know many white people in person? Because the way you talk, it sounds like you don't.
No. I know white people, but that don't mean I got to date them and give them babies.
Yeah, no, I get that, but
oh dear God,
why I don't get is why
all this love who you love stuff.
No, listen.
I'd rather see you gay than see you with another race.
Is that cold, Jay?
What the fuck? Are you serious? How are we gonna have babies then? It won't be any color. We're not gonna have any babies then. What are you talking about?
You got a new thing for the next for one of your next shows. Interracial dating.
What I'm trying
Yeah,
to work
this gonna
out
be another
is
topic.
I don't.
That's cold.
I don't
Let's
know.
do this.
What
This
I'm trying to
went
work
all the way to the other
What I'm
side.
trying to work out is why you think that there's this thing about, oh, we have to be super submissive to all white people. Where are you getting this from? It is not like
Because y'all
It's a lie.
subconsciously in programming conditioned
it is
to
not
to
like
to do
that.
what the
Oh
white
my
man sees fit.
God.
Hold on, but if you pay
We have
attention,
to
if you pay attention, why you think when black women get with white men and the relationship between black women and white men and then compared to black women with black men, they challenging black men across the roof.
He got a
But
point. He got a little point there in
you see how
America. That's
humble they come
he got a little
on when they
point.
got
Maybe
them
in the
little white
States.
men? They treat white men totally different from how they treat black men. So
That
they
has
Maybe not totally,
I
but
don't see that here.
that has
subconsciously
Cap.
y'all more
You don't even know how we're
conditioned
treating our men because you're not there. You're just
Huh?
assuming.
let me
You're assuming because
throw this
you
out.
think that we value white men more than black men. You're
Y'all
assuming we
subconsciously
bring
do
peace to
value
these
white men more
Wait,
than
black-heated
wait,
black.
wait.
white
Hey,
men and
Jay,
chaos
why
to the
don't
black
hey,
men.
True, you had something you wanted to say on that, didn't
My
you?
bad, too. Go ahead,
Oh,
bro.
yeah, no, I'm saying you guys are making a lot of good points. I don't understand why it's a conversation though. Jay Prince, our race is not going to disappear because a very few percentage of black women decide to date out. We're not going nowhere. Trust me, we're not going nowhere.
You don't think
Slavery,
that number is growing with the younger
no,
generation? They targeting the younger girls, the young black girls.
okay.
Targeting.
Let me speak. Let me
They
speak
They've
to the
been
fact.
targeting
doing
the
it
younger
before.
black
This isn't
girls.
an
Let me speak.
agenda.
Let me speak to the fact that I don't
maybe the
think
black
black
men
people
are
even
targeting young black men.
I don't think black people even understand that in order to date out, you have to be an exceptional type of black man or black woman. Most of the time, other groups of people do not assimilate. Most of the time, they're terrified of our community because they're very ignorant. They see things on the media and they don't know if it's true, if it's not true, whatever. So for a black woman to transition into being able to even date a white man, in most cases, that woman, in my opinion, from what I've observed, she's developed. It's the same thing most of the time with black men because other cultures are very close knitted culture. They don't let just people come in. You're not going to come in and spoil what they've built. Um, and I personally think that if they date out, they find love where they find it. It shouldn't really be that big of a deal. It shouldn't be an
That's
issue.
evolutionary.
You shouldn't hear anything from the community. But I will say Jay Prince was right when it comes to the community for black women. We as brothers do get shamed heavily, but it's only the brothers that women deem valuable, and that's usually tied to
Joining.
status or money
You
or some
something.
type of something
You
like that.
destroy brothers who got
Over,
white girls. Y'all
Joining.
destroy on social
no,
media.
I think
over
it's
what? Yeah,
mostly when the guy is
overwhelmingly.
with a black woman and then he gets rich and then dumps her and then gets exotical or a white woman is when we usually talk the most shit.
Exactly.
A lot of times,
I think that's an unfair point because that's not
That's
how
unfair.
it happens. I know it's perceived that way, and a lot of times people don't understand how they tell stories. Most brothers, overwhelmingly, I'm even shocked, love black women.
That's right.
Overwhelmingly.
Yeah, that is true.
What tends to happen is that you ever heard the term "you can't take everybody with you"?
Yes.
That is
yeah.
a true fact. Sometimes these men meet the women at the development level that they're at. And as this
Yes.
man continues to grow, he's not only growing in finances, he has to grow socially, he has to grow spiritually, he has to know how to assimilate with other cultures. Sometimes that black woman is not willing to grow with him. So he is usually forced to leave, whether she leaves or he leaves, because his growth, she's trying to keep him where she met him. Well, that man is not the same anymore. And a lot of times it's very difficult to allow her to understand it's bigger than you. Because when
The
she's been
thing is, I think
Go
it's
ahead.
a proximity thing because where I'm from in London, which is probably the most multicultural city in Europe, right? Everybody's around everybody. There's no segregated areas. It's not, there's white people, black people, Asian, everybody's around everybody. So you literally meet who you meet at work, college, university, wherever it is, and you vibe with who you vibe with. Now, I understand in the States, you have certain sections that are black areas, black churches, black things are a bit more separate. Here it isn't. So there isn't this conscious thing of, oh, I have to do it this way or do it that way. Now, traditionally, what I'm seeing is a lot of the African people, so the Ghanaians and the Nigerians and people of that nature, they will consciously marry within their own groups for tribal reasons and so on. But Caribbean people, which is where my family are from, you vibe with who you vibe with. It really is that. It's not a, and like I've got family married to black, white, Asian, You'd be surprised. It's mixed. It's not.
I won't want a family like that.
Conscious. You say that, Jay, but the thing is,
I don't see that. Hold on, because they've been pushing this. A lot of people pushing this. Can I please say this? Can I please say this real quickly? Hold on, one Spark. Let me please say this, please. They've been pushing this narrative of, oh, this new mixing the thing is so great and so beautiful to mix everybody and all this other type of stuff. I totally disagree with that. How come? And then when you get somebody like me saying, okay, I'm not saying that I hate white people. I'm not saying that I hate any other race. But when it comes to, when I talk about procreation and marriage, I want to see myself within that marriage. I don't want to have no goddamn white babies running around me.
Okay.
I'm not gonna feel, but I'm not gonna feel as connected with that white baby like I would a black one.
They gonna look just like you, Jay Prince. They gonna be some biracial Jay Princes.
Hang on.
No thanks. I'd rather keep them black.
Listen,
Prince, he want his coffee, baby.
Like I said to you before, right? My grandparents, my grandfather's Trinidadian black, my grandmother's Irish, right? Here in the UK in the 50s and 60s, there used to be signs all over the place. No blacks, no Irish, no dogs. The Irish and the black people used to get together. They were both outcasted from everyone else. This is why people, my mum's generation, there's so many people mixed in their 60s in England. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It really wasn't like, oh, all black people are this way, all white. Trust me, Irish people were always around black people. And it was never a weird
so many
thing.
damn McNally black people. I'm like, your last name ain't McNally. What the hell
Irish
come
people
from?
are it is.
True Table. You said that's a small minority. I guarantee you in the next 20 years, I would say the next 20 to 40 years, instead of, because I rarely even see black kids now. Every time I go to my daughter's school, majority of the kids is mixed. They got mixed siblings. I'm like, when I was in school,
and whose parent is the one that's black? Which one? The man or the woman? In the situation
if you want me to be honest,
I do.
I see more black women with white babies than black men with white babies. Although it's black men that got biracial children. I'm not saying that, but black women.
In England, it's the other way. In England,
it's
the
other way.
In
Americans, it's the same way too.
With white women,
and you go to any NBA or NFL draft, all those brothers.
Majority of black men wants black
their moms
women.
are white, right? Arpain.
Majority of black men are attracted to black women,
and the majority of black women are attracted to black men.
Jay Prince,
understand. The black women
I can't tell.
You don't have to worry about y'all not having a black woman if that's what you want. Okay, we outnumber black men by 1 million. So that's just because a small fraction of black women choose to marry or whatever outside their race, don't mean that you can't find you a black woman if that's what you choose.
Right?
Look at him. Wait, look at Kelly Bev's son. Is he mixed? Because he's pretty light.
He might got a white daddy, a white granddaddy. Y'all keep talking about the numbers. See, this is the problem. This is the problem with black folks, right? This is a problem with black folks. Black folks don't think long ahead. Black folks don't think long numbers, right? It was a point in time. The alphabet crew, it was one point in time. It was a very minority of the alphabet people, right? And now look at it. The number has grew dramatically. And then if you look up interracial, the stats on interracial marriages and couples and babies and like that, it has grown tremendously compared to compared to years ago.
The LGBTQIA didn't grow because of that. They came out of the closet now because they're allowed to. They were always gay.
And a lot of these diversities coming out of the closet.
Led households. That's what
Let me ask you.
Compared to the it's a completely different conversation.
When I see black people, I want to see my black people. I don't want to sound like I'm mean and stuff, but I'm entitled. I'm entitled to embrace my. I should feel like I'm entitled to embrace my blackness. Every time I want to embrace and keep it black, I get people want to shame me and make me
No,
feel
no, no,
guilty,
no, no, Jay,
or make me feel like I'm a racist
no,
because I
Jay,
want to embrace my blackness.
no, listen,
In order to
There's
embrace my
nothing.
blackness, I got to see black on black kids. I mean, black parents with
Well,
black
you just
kids.
saw one, and you said he had a white daddy.
There is nothing wrong with you loving your blackness.
She
And
probably picked the lightest.
Did you hear what Callie Bev said?
There is nothing wrong with you appreciating your blackness or loving that.
I don't see that no more. I see that's getting bleached out now.
But listen, where the problem is that you assume that if a black person is with someone outside of being black, that they don't appreciate their own blackness. That's where you're wrong.
They can't.
You're wrong about that.
That's
You
wrong.
don't know that.
If you truly appreciate your black race like I do, you would be talking like me.
You're wrong about
No,
that.
you don't have to
Less
think
than
the same way.
20% of black people who date outside or have children outside.
But you don't realize
I didn't hear. What'd you say? Africa Pop?
You eliminating your black race.
It's not. It's less on average, and I know Trigger Mike wants to move on, but it's less than 20% of black people who are dating outside or having children outside of black people. So, Jay Prince, we good. We good, fam.
Africa. Before Trigger Mike, before you go ahead, Trigger Mike, I just want to say this one last thing, right? What I've been paying attention to, because I'm lucky I'm involved in my kids' school. All that I see, from the pictures to the cartoons to everything, this is what I see. For little black boys, he ran skirts and purses and stuff. For black girls, they place in black girls with Asian men, white families, Asian families. The cartoons got black mamas with white babies, mixed babies with a white husband. They putting that shit on our children. So even though the number is small now, but if the curriculum doesn't change to the point where they targeting all of these little black girls to the point where black girls gonna grow up and see nothing wrong with being with a white man, and then you also say marriage is a business. So when you think about black boys and his education levels, black boys and black men education level is way lower than white men and Asian men. So if black women had to think about marriage and stuff from a business perspective, they will be conditioned and indoctrinated to see other races of men of the dating options and the choice, opposed to being with our own black man. And this is what they pushing on our daughters. And that's why I took my daughters out of school.
Don't do it. Let them finish and move on. Don't do it.
I'm about to say, this dude said real quick. I knew that was a setup. Let me get these super chats. This is what happened when I let dreadheaded Pookies on my show. We were talking about
Trigger Mike.
about Oprah.
My bad, Trigger Mike.
You got to remember that we were talking about Oprah.
Oprah's big one.
JP arrived.
Right now.
Tongue lashing to all of you divested ass black women when we were talking about Oprah. All right, my man JB says $5. Let's see if you actually get it. Fantasy Island Girl pop quiz. When draining the nuts, how should the teeth be utilized during the process?
I cannot with this. No, give him a refund.
Don't give him a refund. Thank you for your donation to the Lapeef Show. You're greatly appreciated.
She said, I declined to answer per my Fifth Amendment rights. All right, Kingdom Minded, 1121, $5. We appreciate that. JP, would you allow my Blasian babes to play with your babes?
What's a Blasian?
Black and Asian.
You were supposed to say no. You pro-black.
No, right. No, I miss it like it was. We naturally segregated back then. Naturally. We naturally hung blacks naturally. When we went to school, we had all races, but blacks naturally being with the blacks. The Asians, Hmongs back then usually migrated with the Hmongs. Whites usually migrated with whites. We naturally didn't nobody force us to do that. We naturally did that. Yep. That's what I miss. When you put up a beautiful black family now, you're gonna have a super light person with a dark-skinned woman or
Hold on.
it's like it's sickening.
I'm gonna get you for that one because I have a grandbaby that's really, really light skinned. I have a grandbaby that's really, really, really light skinned. My son and my daughter-in-law are both brown skinned, but because her mother, my daughter-in-law's mother, is really light skinned, my grandmother is really light skinned. He go back, sometimes they go back and grab that heritage from many, many years ago. Like my grandson is really, really light skinned. Trust me.
My maternal grandmother is really, really light.
All shades. I just feel like this is the colorism argument we've been arguing about all day that they claim doesn't exist, doesn't affect us. It absolutely does. This is colorist. Her son, Halle Beth's son, is light. He is a light black man. Her grandson is light. He is a light black man. This does not mean that they're diluting the race. Not all babies got to come out blackety black. They're still black people.
I have one question. I got one question.
Listen, even if you mix, right? Like I said, I have a white grandmother. My brother is dark. You wouldn't even know he has white in him.
Yeah, let me ask.
Anything. You don't know.
Let me just ask so we can put this to bed. Are black children that have a black parent considered black children? Are children that have a black parent considered black children?
Even if they have one that's
let me tell you how strong black genes are. I found out recently that J. Cole got a white mama. That is the most niggerless looking light skinned person I've ever seen.
If they got Trigger Mike, if a child got a black parent and a Asian parent and a white parent and the Mexican parent, that child is both. That child, I don't get this. Like when these people would literally go out there and have these biracial kids, then you call them black. No, you disrespecting their other side, who you decided to go and procreate with. So biracial people always have been the face of blacks. No, they are not black. They are not black.
I'm gonna hit up Umar Johnson.
Oh my God! But Jay, you're right. I'm
gonna hit up Umar Johnson and we'll have this discussion.
You come from the country that has the one drop rule. That comes from America. The one
Umar
drop
Johnson on the Trigger Mike show. Somebody
was kind of forced on it too. That one drop shit was forced on us, though. I can't even front about that.
Yeah, that one drop rule because white people think like me. White people say if you got a little bit nigga in them, that baby is not white.
He too much ninja.
That's where that white drop rule comes from. But this is the question, though. This is the question. How come y'all don't go to the white? How come these biracial people and black people that decide to go out? How come they don't go to the white side and try to make the white people accept them? Why do black people? Why is black people forced to accept everything? That's a degeneracy of our race. Why do we gotta love and open arms to everybody? I don't get that. I don't want to do that no more.
I'm not doing it.
I don't want to love everybody no more.
JP be punching air when a white man walks by with his big booty melanated queen by his side. I'm sure he does.
Wait, let Sparkle, let him finish reading the super chat.
$5. JP is just mad. The wonderful white man can take his chick while rocking Skechers. God.
I love Skechers.
Sparkle, go ahead. Then we got to get to the next topic.
Prince, listen, I actually had this conversation with my mum, right? Because my mum's, like I said, white mother, black dad, right? And as a mixed race person, my mum quite clearly told me, if you are biracial or mixed, as we say in England, right? White people can find that you're not white enough. Black people can find that you're not black enough. And you accept both, but neither want to accept you. So it's not like, oh, it's just black people expected. It's not like that, which is why so many people think, well, screw all the labels. I'm just going to vibe with who I vibe with and find my tribe where I find my tribe. And that's what it's like. It's really not so segregated like that.
That's why you got to blame their parents. And Martin Luther King said himself, he regret that he told us to integrate with all these other people.
Again, I'm coming from England. It's not as racially segregated.
Yeah, that's different over there.
It's completely different over here. I have to say, it just is.
I'm sorry to piss people off. Trigger Mike, this your show. I didn't mean to piss people off.
I did it earlier. It was me earlier. I was acting like I was on 2 hours
before he said he's sorry. Good God Almighty!
I kept saying
it right here. Let me blow up the whole topic and make what the topic was something else. Oh, my bad. That's some nigga shit right there.
But Oprah is the same way. It seems like a lot of these successful black women want to do that.
All right, so
Hey,
we're
Jay
gonna answer the
Prince, I
next
was
question.
acting like I was on Fight Club earlier, so now it's your turn.
Oprah just don't want to marry Stedman because she don't want Stedman taking her money. That's why she stays single.
Absolutely. All right, so
everyone agrees.
Miss Orissa, we're gonna start with you. What do women have to sacrifice to maintain a positive family life balance?
What does women have to sacrifice?
Yeah, because let me give a little bit more context. So a lot of people keep saying the divorce rate, women aren't happy. I'm going to be real. I believe that women, it's not really the man all the time. Women cannot find a balance to do what is expected of them and like chase their goals at the same time. Right? The women that do it best. This is my thing. This is the one thing that I got to say. I have watched women that are surgeons, women that are chemists, that have harder jobs than the average man or woman, come home, cook, clean, serve their family, and do it joyfully with a smile on their face. Yet we got women out here who work at Starbucks talk about they don't want to come home, cook and clean. So what do you think? Like, what do they have to sacrifice to maintain a positive work family life balance?
Well, I think women, like you said earlier, like I'm friends with a lady who's a doctor, been married for a couple decades. And like you say, she still cook for her family. She still do all the above. She still work out, got a heck of a shape on her. I just think that, women, for those who really want a successful marriage, you really do you just have to learn how to balance. I mean, far as keeping the outside out of your business. See, I think that comes into play when you're trying to do things to please the outside forces instead of really worrying about what's going on in your house. That's why I said one time when this is Fight Club, I don't get in my son's business at all, ever. I said that at their wedding, because you have to work on that on your own. And they have it. My daughter-in-law's work, they have all these things. And I think number one, I think a lot of this stuff is just social media talk. A lot of this stuff is not going on in marriages nowadays. I just don't believe that. I see too many successful marriages out there. I think the few that are out here trying to have it all, they're trying to live up to what the reality shows are showing, and they're going to realize that doesn't work. So the balance is them learning how to stay off social media and focus on their relationships. That is the number one thing you have to focus on, is your relationship first before your career. Focus on your relationship first, because I know women who went to school, I have a good friend who was a medical doctor, and after 20 years, she was like, I'm done with the industry. So, that happiness, that part that you have to focus on your relationship, that comes first, in my opinion. The balance is focused on your relationship. I think everything else will fall in place after that. That's just my personal opinion of it.
All right. Sparkle.
I think a woman has to sacrifice some of her personal interest and potentially friendships, some friendships. I think if you're around toxic single friends that try and chat, excuse my French, but try and chat shit in your ear and make it seem like, oh, being single so much fun and all those kind of things can start to plant seeds in a woman's head that can cause problems later on. So I think personal friendships is one, but I also think personal time and personal hobbies. If you're married, that is, and you take your marriage seriously, then you know that you have to be in service to your husband and your family first before you can service yourself. And that it takes a lot of personal sacrifice. It's not easy, but it's worth it, and it is brilliant when it works. But yeah, I think as far as the work thing, you might have to sacrifice climbing a career ladder. You might have to get to a point where you're comfortable and just sit there rather than keep trying to climb higher and higher in your career, because it will take time and it will take a lot of efforts that should be going into your home, in my opinion.
Nice. Callie Bev.
Work family balance. I would say for me, it is more so about making sure that I am open with my supervisor about when I need to leave, the fact that I will have to leave at some point. You know what I mean? There are going to be days where I'm going to have to call out spontaneously, and that's, it is what it is. As far as my family, what would I have to sacrifice? As far as what I did sacrifice is the amount of times that, I can go out. The amount of times that I can go out with my friends, that has been sacrificed. Not so much with the first one, but by the time second and third came, yeah, it was pretty much a wrap for me going out, more than twice out of the month.
Okay.
Okay.
You know what? I
That's
actually
good.
like that. Answer you gave. So that particular thing is very important about letting work know. So that thing we talked about where women come home stressed, remember, a man didn't do that to them. And the funniest thing about it is that women stress themselves out at work for nothing, and that's why and get upset that it didn't like amount to what they thought it was going to amount to. That's really what I mean by like what's meant by work-life balance, where it's like you can't just drain yourself at work and expect all these great results, give nothing to your crew at the house that really deserves you and a happy or at least a content version of you. And then when it all doesn't work out, you blame the man and for making a terrible life. And we see this manifest itself in all different type of ways when women talk about their happiness, right? That's why I really love it when a woman, we've had a nurse at our business before say, oh yes, I'll be part-time director. I'll do notes. I'll sign off on things. I have to leave by 3 every day. I have to cook dinner for my family. I was like, what?
That's right.
So I said all notes must be turned in by all nurses by 2:15, because so she could check them so they be out by 3. I was like, hell yeah.
That's
Ain't no problem with
right.
that. In an interview, she said, these are my limits because I have another job to do and I want to do it correct. I was like, hell yeah. So you think Trigger Mike?
Question.
I didn't call, they don't call me Trigger Mike. Like, you think Trigger Mike about to argue with you? Hell no. Go take care of your
Question.
family.
What ethnicity was she? Black?
Oh, she was Indian. Come on, Miss.
No, I'm just saying.
I haven't heard a non-African black woman say something like that.
I knew that was going to be a trouble question.
I was like, what? I'm not sure if I've ever. I'm sorry, I've never heard a black woman say anything like that.
But you know what?
Well, you got one right here. That's one to Mike.
You do have to sacrifice that life. You have to sacrifice, because be honest, and the reason why I say you definitely got to sacrifice, it's kind of like give or take for real. You really do. Because you got to put your family first. Like I did it before I went back to college, I put my family first. I want the best outcome for them. Unfortunately, I didn't stay in my marriage long. It was on me. We were together almost a little under a decade, but that was my fault. But if I could turn back the hands of time, I definitely would have thought differently. Because at the end of the day, I no longer do hair anymore. I didn't go to medical school. It's things that, all this dream stuff that women say, I want to put my life, I want to build my career. Trust me, I know women who are doctors and lawyers who no longer do it because guess what? They wanted a family. They want a family. And they realize I can't do it all because now they're approaching older years and now you can play Russian roulette with IVF treatments. Yes, there are some really success stories, but there are some women who did all the above and they still could not have a kid. But guess what? They put their career first, a career that they no longer like anymore. So, you really have to put that you got to really, really consider that when you're younger as what you want out of life. And if you want to get married, I suggest you get married. I do. Focus on your family. It's not like you cannot go to school. It's not like you cannot have a good job. Just do things differently. That's all. If you want a success story, because to be honest with you, I would have quit my job, which I did the housewife thing at one point, but trust me, I would have not been a 50-year-old single woman, currently, in the process of getting married, but still, it's just that I'm not with my kid's father anymore. So, I just think that women gotta, if you really, really want a family, put that before a career. That's all I'm saying. Please do, because trust me, them careers, you lose those jobs, stuff happen. I see this every day. I'm in the insurance industry. I see a totally different side of this. I'm gonna put my career first. I see it every single day. And I also hear a lot of women who have a lot of regrets about life too. I talk to women, older women who regretted not having a family, who regretted not having kids. So, you know, just be mindful of those things and really sit down and think about your life, because it's going to matter when those 50s and 60s hit. That's what I'm saying.
You know what? I would add to. I would have conversations with various women who are older that have children, because my mum was one of those mums that had to go out and work. She was raising me and my brother by herself after she and my dad divorced, and even she was very open about the fact that if I didn't have such a constraint to go out and earn, I would have spent more time with you guys. I would have been there more. And I hate that I wasn't. And a lot of women who are chasing career, who don't have to be chasing career, need to consider, when you look back, are you gonna be happy with the fact that you achieved in your career, but yet you missed out on school events for the kids, or you missed out on being present with your kids? Like, if you have a choice in that, why would you choose to be away from your family? If you don't have the choice and you have to provide, that's a different conversation.
Listen, let me just say this, and this is to women that, because sincerely, like, I really feel for women who try to do things like climb the corporate ladder and do it exactly like men do. The reason why I really feel for them is because you can never do it the same way. Do you not understand that a man can actually have it all that way? I can go to work, break my back, have a family and a wife and the beautiful kids and the beautiful house. At the end of the day, my pursuit nets me that. If you follow my footstep the exact same way, you will end up with the job part and not the family part. That's the part that women do not understand. It's like you can do a lot in this life. You can't do it the same way. That's all we're saying. I feel for women so much, because the sad part is, whether you want to submit to a man, you're going to submit to time and you're going to submit to circumstance. Because when you realize that what you want, whatever is in, you're going to submit to nature. That's what I meant. Nature is going to tell you, it's going to slow your ass down. And you're going to realize that dude that I was chasing on, that I was competing with so hard, that I got to go to the corporate picnic and see all his beautiful children and shit, I gave all that up.
Can
and
I
now
say?
I'm here
And
by
another
myself.
thing,
I never could
I'm
really
sorry,
compete
Jay
because he got everything and I only got one side of it. That's why we really feel for women. You can have a lot, you just can't do it the same way.
Can
and
I
there's one
add
more,
to?
Jay Prince. One thing, sweetie, okay? Another thing is, we wear our bodies out as women. Trust me, at 50 years old, I don't care how much I work out, I'm vegetarian, my body is wore the HE2 hockey sticks out. I am tired from working as a cosmetologist for 25 years on my feet, 13, 14 hours a day for years. It wore my body out at 50. I'm not saying I still don't do things, but I'm a little more tired than what I was when I was 25. So to sit up here and think I'm gonna be 45 with a little baby, it's just not my. I'm glad my kids are older. I put it like that. So that's another thing women don't understand. They don't understand that your body's gonna wear out way more than that man body does.
Can I add to that?
Let me answer this question real quick. My friend Mistaken says, do you think if you were a single dad, you'd be able to climb the corporate ladder? Yes. Men do not. We don't have. So here's a funny thing. Men tend to get married more than women do. Like as single. So if I wanted to make it my priority to be married, I'm telling you right now, this is why I got to give a shout out to Angry Man. When he said, if your wife threatens you to leave you, she don't realize that she just threatened you with a good time. Do you know how many ex-girlfriends of mine probably watch this goddamn show? How long do you think I'm gonna be single if my wife leaves me?
Right.
I don't have to be single if I don't want to. These are problems women cannot make up as fast as men do. If I need somebody to help me with my kids, help me with my daughter, God forbid something happened to my wife, help me do her hair, I can get that shit tomorrow.
Facts.
I can fill gaps faster than a woman can because I need to go to work and climb the corporate ladder. It's all for their provision anyway, right? I'm gonna have women. I got ladies across the street that will help take care of my kids. If you want to be honest, they've offered. I'm like, I got a whole wife. Chill. You know, like we're fine. Do you want our kids? That's how women flock to help men with children. They do.
Can I say something? Can I say something to this topic?
Wait, I thought we were going in order.
What do women have to sacrifice to maintain a positive?
How you changing the subject again? Fantasy Island girl, go ahead.
I thought no, that's the topic at the bottom.
No, you said how
What
do
does
men?
it say?
Right?
No, it says what do women have to sacrifice to maintain a positive work family life balance?
Yeah, we're trying to go around in order. Trying to go around in order.
Yeah, they damn near for the change the topic. They don't even remember that was the topic.
Yes, I've been waiting
I think it
patiently
goes to
to
fantasy
speak
girl
on
next,
it.
Thursday. It goes round, I think.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Fantasy Island girl is next.
Fantasy Island girl, go ahead.
So I'm going to speak from the military's perspective because that's what I'm in. I was in an airborne unit, and it was very time consuming and very stressful because it's a high operations tempo. We had to jump all the time, and I was exhausted by the time I got home. And I realized I was miserable coming home and not having any energy to give to my kids. So I changed my units because I know that I had that opportunity. So when I had the opportunity to not be in that high pace, high op tempo, I chose to leave and prioritize being a better mother and a better wife because I valued that more. I also think it's important for people to realize that these jobs, anything can happen to you, and then they no longer value you. And then you have done all of this work, all of this patience, all of this energy to something that is going to quickly replace you. So I see that with soldiers all the time. Get one injury and now they're shit bags, like how Two Man was talking about. So I'm saying all of that just to say the balance is I'm not the shit hot soldier I used to be back in the day before I had kids. I would stay at work as late as I needed to, do whatever I needed to, show up as early as I needed to be the best, right? Now I am not trying to do that. I'm out of there. If the school calls, I'm out of there. If my son has a tummy ache, I'm not coming to work. If anything, I'm not there. And I'm not as great of a soldier, so I'm not seen as the stellar star anymore. But it didn't stop me from getting promoted. I still got to E7 in 10 years. That's very rare. So it's not like I had to sacrifice making money. I didn't have to sacrifice making money to have my family be the priority, but I did have to sacrifice the way I looked in the officer's eyes, and I didn't value that.
Let me interject because some women are only heard the other side of it, where it's like, well, look what you had to give up. Let me tell you what most women who have children, and it's children is the pivotal point where this starts to move around. Let me tell you what we're trying to get women to realize. If you are fulfilled by the children, like your nature, whether you want to or believe it or not, is going to point toward those children, right? So you're going to feel guilty. You're going to feel like shit. You're going to be called a shit mom, which hurts you worse for not focusing more on those children. So smart women say, well, if I'm going to take a hit this way and my ultimate fulfillment is these children, let me attach myself to a man that can make up, that can do this work. So I got the money. It's like I got the bank account. We have the situation where I'm pretty good over here. I can't grow as fast because I'm focused on the children. But boy, this man at work every day, he's a superstar. So now I'm a good woman attached to a superstar. That's one badass family. Some women get upset. Some women get upset that I can't be the star. I can't be the star, so I don't want a family at all. But now you end up single, and no man wants you. Like, it's backwards as hell.
But everything you just said makes sense there, because women need to consider this, right? If you're this high-flying career woman and you're out there trying to make your money, does it make sense to be working so hard that you have to pay another woman to raise your children for you as a nanny or an au pair or whatever, when you could be the one who's actually hands-on with your kid, forging a bond and a relationship with your kid? Or do you want someone else to possibly be mistaken as mummy? That don't make no sense.
You know what? There's a lady that I spoke with on the phone about a month ago. There's a few ladies like this, right? They actually, not like I said, I'm in the Medicare, I'm in the insurance industry. These ladies worked 30 years, all their life. Right before it was time for them to retire, their job canned them, lost everything, lost their pensions, lost everything, had to start completely over. So just imagine had they said, luckily these women had husbands. See, that was a plea. They had husbands. Just imagine if they didn't. Just imagine.
That's common. Okay, that's
Yeah.
very common. If we want to be honest.
Yeah.
Can I say something? Oh, go ahead.
Truth table. Question at the bottom: what do women have to sacrifice to maintain a positive work-family balance, family life balance?
You guys are all so brilliant on this panel. I mean, that's why I'm just sitting here quiet and I've answered everything. I mean, I can double
At
down.
first, I thought he was like trolling us, but he seemed
No, I'm being honest. I mean, everything was just so eloquently put. So I will just add my part to it. I would say ego, because I think that's really just the balance. You really spoke to it a moment ago. Trigger, it's ego. You can relax the ego and stop trying to, I guess, produce this image of yourself based on the archetype of what you consider to be the successful man.
Okay.
That's what I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nice.
Trigger, read the back chat.
It's your turn, Jay Friends.
What I would say, what women had to sacrifice is one, they had to sacrifice their ego. They had to sacrifice their egos and divert themselves from this new concept of believing life is about careers, Gucci bags, and all this other type of stuff, and then go back adopting the families again and being ladies. Sacrifice that ideal of trying to be equality and feminism and other people ideologies that don't even practice what they try to make, that they force our women to pick up these ideas that do not work. Also, I believe when I talk about particularly to black women, they got to sacrifice their revenge that their mamas and grandmamas had against black men. And so when they applied a lot of that stuff that our grandmamas and mamas had, the hatred that they had for these black men. And so a lot of these younger women said, okay, that's why we always hear, well, I'm not grandmama. We ain't grandmama no more. So they not trying. They look at how grandmama and them used to behave like a woman in families. They look at like that like that's lame or a diss or something. They don't think that's quality. They believe quality is having a bag, being able to afford their own money, get their careers up, and be able to do whatever they want to do.
It's because they fell into feminism. That's why. That's that feminist talking stuff. That's what that is.
Well, I mean, if it really happened, can you blame that grandchild for feeling that certain way? If that is what she saw?
Because they never had they didn't never have the full story. So they're interpreting. They're doing a lot of extrapolating on what really happened with their grandmother. Some of them lied. So anyway, so go ahead, Jay. You finished?
Yeah, that was it. Basically, like they got to the main thing they got to sacrifice. When I'm talking about ideas, like one thing I learned about our women, like when society say this is what women should do and how family should be, our women immediately adopt it. So a lot of society is not advertising for families now. They not broadcasting families. They don't have nothing in place where to promote families. Only thing they is promoting is money, careers, bads, independency of a man, and all this other. Not to be submissive, and you could do whatever a man could do. You got women being auto mechanics. You got women being truckers. You got women doing all of this manly stuff. And if we talk about relationships and families, if I'm the man being masculine, now the women is nowadays being masculine right along with me. Who at home being feminine? Now the man and a woman got to argue back and forth for who gonna be feminine or the nurturer at home.
Well, okay.
No, go ahead. You're fine.
Yeah, I mean, let me just get this out because it's real short for me. I said, if a woman, I don't care what time frame we're in, if a woman decides to get married and takes the vows then whatever they do in a relationship with their husband and kids is not a sacrifice. The fact that they look at this thing as a sacrifice is the big mistake, right? I mean, I didn't sacrifice to be married. I sacrificed what? Getting more trim out there. I didn't sacrifice that.
That's pretty
You know,
big.
if my wife thinks that she can't get as much eggplant as she used to because she's married to me, that's not a. I mean, what are we sacrificing? We made a decision to start a family, a unit, and move forward together in obligation and vows. We're not sacrificing a damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so if work fits into the plan, great. If all this stuff has to fit into the plan for the family, and we can't, the word sacrifice is a bad word in this circumstance because it's not a sacrifice. Not to me. I don't look at it as a sacrifice. That's it.
You know what it is that people need to stop thinking that the grass is greener on the other side, because what they need to realize is that grass needs to be cut, weeded, watered the same way the grass on your side needs to be. But people just think, oh, everything's pretty and rosy over there. But that's going to take the same maintenance and the same input as what you're doing here. So it's a mind trick that people have, thinking it's better over there. You end up leaving something great for another trash heap that needs to be taken care of.
Oh, I was just going to say, you just came off of that grass. Why are you trying to go back over there to that grass?
They need to sacrifice.
You look back like, oh, that grass is greener than what I'm standing on. You just
right.
And
it's one more thing. It's one more thing they must sacrifice.
What?
Y'all got to sacrifice y'all brand new dick.
What?
It's a decision.
You always gotta go to them.
You always think he's gonna give you something of value, and he gives you this every time.
I mean, women act like they got a cock now.
You need to know your audience right now, okay? You're not talking
Jeffrey,
to. And I bet you he made a bunch of
my bad. But what I mean by that is symbolic saying is like this mindset that a lot of these women, the reason why a lot of men is getting pushed back, because the reason why when we have these countless conversations of how women should be treating us is because women got the mindset that you are no different from them. And then society is allowing these women to be in places that was primarily for men. And now women is in these places as well as men. So now these women have adopted that. In some cases, women feel like she more manly than you. She making a bigger bag. She get bigger jobs, because we was taught the ideal of a man is to provide and protect. And a lot of these women talking about they got their own guns. They can call 911. They got a better degree than you. They making more money than you as a man. So a lot of these women is pushing back, saying that, no, you are no different from me, man. So why would I submit to you? You ought to submit to me. My bag is bigger than yours.
Jay, listen, you're not wrong, but then it's just not for every man. Every one of those women, or every one of those boys. Wait a minute for a second. Every one of those boss babes in a man's space, if they want a man, they're gonna have to find somebody that's for them, and the man has to accept them. Now, if they want to be married, somebody has to ask them. If they want to simp, then they do that. So I don't care what position a woman's in. If she wants to get on the other side of marriage, there's got to be a man willing to put up with that.
They don't care about marriage no more. These women's in strip clubs throwing money on women now.
That's not the question.
They've been doing that.
The question is, what do they want to sacrifice? If a woman doesn't want to sacrifice anything, then they're not going to get married. They're going to just stay out.
They don't care about marriage no more. These women is conditioned to say, "Girl, but you could be."
Have to do with the question.
But Mr. Payne, these women has been conditioned to believe that they can be happy without a man. For a lot of years, men have told them that you ain't gonna get no man as if they won't be happy without one. So a lot of these women is pushing with the narrative, I can be happy without you.
I'm asking, how do you think? What's your solution to that? What's your solution?
The solution in it is this: they have tasted that little power and that freedom, and it's gonna take some time. And if they want to come back to give up all of that high horse stuff to be on a high horse, I don't think they want to come down from that, because when you give somebody power, and once they have seen that power, they do not want to surrender
And,
it.
and then we'll see them on this internet like Taraji P. Henson crying, and like Lolo Jones, and like all of these boss chicks. When they hit 45 and 50, we'll see them crying. There's nothing we can do about it. They just get left behind.
Right.
That's
The thing
it.
is-
But the men
that's
gonna be
it.
crying too. The
Yeah,
men
but
is crying. We crying.
The men ain't gonna be crying.
No, men
the
can
men
cry
can do.
younger.
Listen. Men peak in their 40s. Men can actually do something
Right.
about their loneliness in their 40s. A man of resources is gonna go get him a younger woman to go get with. Men don't have this problem in the same way women do.
But Trigger Mike, the younger these
And-
women get, the more the more the younger these women get, the more that mindset is getting rooted in them. So reason why I'm saying men is crying too, because us men want families. Us men want a woman at home. Us women, us men want a feminine woman. And I don't care if you leave this woman. Let's say I leave Fantasy, you leave Callie. You just gonna meet another manly ass woman. So that feminine woman. That
Go to
feminine
hell, Jay
woman,
Prince, I'm just playing.
the ideal of the woman that we had back in the day, I appreciate the time that I live. At least I was able to see it. I don't think when we talk about the younger generation of men, I don't think they'll never be able to experience a feminine woman like we did, like Whitney Houston them days. Aretha Franklin.
Yeah, but
You'll
Jay
never
Prince,
see that again.
But Jay Prince, here's the honest truth, right? These women, they say one thing.
She was not
They say
feminine.
one no,
Right.
but let's be honest.
At
Right?
all.
Women, they say one thing and they do another, right? Society you're right. Society indoctrinates them to say all this stuff, but they say, oh, da da da. You hear these women talking crap, saying, "I don't need no man" or whatever, but they're on all the dating sites looking for one. They're moaning about how they're single. They're crying to their friends about when's the last time I had a date. Look, what they tell you men is not what they tell their girlfriends. It's two different conversations.
Wait, Sparkle, because I tried to say it. I said, ladies, I know, because y'all cry to y'all girls on the phone and then they pillow talk with their husband. So I know.
Facts.
I know what's going on.
Facts. It's not
But
true. If these women truly were happy on their own, I don't need no man.
I tried to tell her. I tried to tell her she should take
You
it more
wouldn't see
serious.
no one on no dating sites. You wouldn't see nobody crying about, oh, da 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 da. There's no good men anymore. It's lies. They've just brainwashed themselves to think that they can have it all, and then when they realize actually I can't have it all because I need a man, and I can't get a man because now I'm masculine. Now they're in a complete tangled mess. But the truth be told, it's just lies.
Well, I
always say this: don't watch what people say, watch what they do. If these women are crying into the ice cream at night, watching Bridget Jones talking about "I wish I had a man," then you know it's nonsense.
But I think the part that you don't understand, and maybe you do, Sparkle. So forgive me. I'm not trying to offend you, and I agree partially with what Jay Prince is saying. I have two things about it. That's what they say, and you're right. They do something different, but by the time they actually catch the lesson, they're later into their years, and a lot of
that is true.
And a lot of times, what men are by nature, we're regulators. We try to prevent things from occurring. We're preventive measure beings. Women will get it, but they'll be 40, 50, 60. We're saying like it's too late at that point.
60. Yeah.
Yes,
It does get harder for
Kendra
women
G
and
show.
stuff.
Well,
Yes,
hang on for a second. Aren't the men and the women saying the same thing?
No.
So if the girls, hear me out.
No.
Hear me out.
No.
If the women in their 20s going to 30 are saying they want a man that's established and got all the money, right? And then the men are also saying that in my 20s, I need this time to go ahead and gain this stability and get this money. Why is it a problem when they meet at 30 and up? If they're both saying the same thing in their 20s?
Because the problem is that, and I notice a lot of times women don't understand this. Dealing with you at that stage in life, you have experienced a lot of things that unfortunately do not
make
we
you
don't get
attractive
the
no more.
we don't get the best version of you. We get the damaged version of you. We get the
Wait, they have a baby. Remember, they usually have
bunch of babies.
Yeah, baby.
But also, let's be honest, right?
Y'all have them
By
too.
and
You just
large,
don't
and
claim
this is
them.
one thing that I hate
Y'all have
about
twice as
women.
many before the age of 30. Twice as many.
No,
But-
you're
but
just
also-
not counted on the record because they
No,
don't
no,
know
no.
about
Oh,
a positive
so
paternity
now we're
test.
not on birth certificate.
It's not a positive paternity test, so we don't know. All your kids out there, you know how many times they say, "I don't think I got
I
any.
knew that was
I might
coming.
have one." Y'all don't know.
But
Y'all
I
don't
want-
know it
No,
all.
hold
But I
on,
wanted-
down, girl. I've done this
Here's the other
equation.
thing, though, right? Here's
I've
what
done this equation mathematically.
Okay.
Please don't ask me to do it again because the formula was it took me 2 days to do it. Take the number of Black women that birth children. Take the number of recorded Black men that have children. Take the number of Black children that have Black mothers but not Black fathers. There are so many ways to do this equation. What you're going to find out is, oh snap, it is a small number, a percentage of men, and it's not one number because it's actually sliding between 26 and 18%. 18 to 26% of the Black men are responsible for roughly 56 to 68% of the children. I've done this mathematically.
That's who's responsible for.
Exactly.
But
So
the
it's a
other ones
small group
aren't
of men.
because they don't have a positive. You watch paternity court because I watch it. On paternity
Are we-
court,
are we
there are
talking
so
about- I'm
many
talking
men
about
that come up
cold-hard
there,
math. That's fake.
old
That's
men
fake.
that come up there with their that ain't my baby stance, and then these women in their 30s are like, my mom told me that you were my father, and then they come out as the father, and they're like, oh, I'm so sorry, baby, we
not
can make it
negating
work
that.
now.
I'm
But
not
his whole
negating that.
but her whole life, he was telling everybody he had no kids. That's 30 years of lies.
But what
He didn't
about
have
the ones
kids.
that wasn't though? What about the ones that wasn't?
What I'm saying is 18 to 26% of those men are doing a whole lot of fucking out here and doing that to women. And what I'm saying is the number is also true in reverse. When you look at the amount, over 50% of Black men under the age of 35 don't have a child, but Black women, but over the number is double the amount of Black women. That's what I'm saying.
I'm
It's
saying
true no matter how you slice.
we're gonna agree to disagree because
No, we
they
not.
don't
The
know.
numbers say I got
They
more
do
kids.
not know if they have kids. So they're gonna say when they have to write their census, they're gonna say I have no kids. If
Fantasy.
you don't know for sure you have kids, you're not
I
claiming
mean,
your kids that you don't
That
know are
wasn't
yours.
my.
Well,
That
I
wasn't
mean,
my
You
argument.
can't look at family court and change
that wasn't
Yeah,
my
but,
argument.
yeah, but hang
That
on,
wasn't-
right?
that
Here's
wasn't
the
my-
thing, right? Here's
that
the thing, right? The main conversation has to be based on the honesty factor, right? A lot of women like to put themselves around women who tell them what they want to hear rather than what the truth is. Men are very blunt and very to the point, right? If women had friends who were honest enough to say, listen, you can do the career, you can do the rest of it, but by the time you're 30, your eggs are going to start to scramble. The IVF thing isn't guaranteed. It's going to cost you thousands of dollars or pounds to do it. It might not work. If you want family, you need to prioritize that. But women aren't told that. They're told you can have it all. All you got to do is freeze your eggs. You can do IVF, da 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 da. And then when it comes to that age, which is what some of these fellas are saying, now they're in a problematic age. They're damaged. They've got emotional scars. And the men are like, you know what? A younger woman's already more fertile, less damage, less drama. Well, I'll go with
But
a
I
younger
want,
chick.
but I want to speak. But I want to speak to the
So
fact
why
too.
don't the
I
20-year-olds get with the
don't.
20-year-olds?
Married couples do a good enough job of advertising how great marriage really is. All I ever hear about is how crazy marriage is. All you ever see, every time I walk through the store, even if I'm at Target or a mall, and I see a man with his woman, I never see him smiling. He never appears to be happy. Now that may not be.
Because he don't want to
he
go to
married the
Target.
wrong person. Right.
Right.
Exactly.
He don't want to go to Target.
It ain't because he's
That's
not
what I'm
happy.
saying.
Hold on.
Because he's holding her purse. That's why he's holding her purse.
Hold on.
That's why he ain't
I
happy.
love it.
Because
We
a lot of the
cheesing. Go
women,
ahead, Table.
a lot of the women even on this panel has admitted to hearing bad rhetoric from women of old. So you're hearing things from your grandmama and your aunties and so on. And then you want to then turn around and tell people, well, marriage is so great. Well, it's mixed messages. You can't say it's so great. And then the people who are married seem to be in some type of foreign land where nobody hears from them. The only time we talk about marriage being great is if it's a celebrity that's on TV making money. Other than that, you don't tend to see that.
But we're not
we gotta-
glorifying
we-
being single either. Like a lot, you see all these terrible dating stories. You see that all the time too. How I hate dating. You see that everywhere. So it's like, it's not
yeah.
like you're only seeing the good side of being single. You're seeing a lot of bad over there, and you're seeing a lot of bad on the other side. So you have to choose which you would prefer. And we all know that even though they're telling their extreme story, like the worst thing that happened to them, that's not the norm. So it's like, okay,
It's
yeah, let me
not.
tell you about this bad experience I had this one time. People aren't coming on saying, hey, everything was so great today, and I did this, this, and this, and this, because people click right off. They don't care. They don't want to
It's
hear it.
true.
So
People
it's not
who
that.
complain- people who complain speak louder. That's all.
Yeah.
It
They
is.
just do.
Like, you know,
Because I'm
if
gonna
you
tell
go
you,
to
I don't
Instagram,
see that.
but all you see is people's highlight reel, all the good pictures, all the good memories, all the good days on Instagram. But when you hear people talking, the people who talk the loudest are the people who are bitching, whining, and moaning. But it doesn't mean that's the only conversation. Because if you
And
went
that's
to a
probably
married
the
friend, your
problem.
family, and you
Oh,
asked
you go to
them,
Israel.
what's the deal, you would hear more positive stories.
Hey, what's up,
Well, you
everybody?
actually, if you
And
go
then the
on
thing
Facebook, you'll
is,
see more
like,
of the
hey,
negative ones
Israel,
too, because you can actually write it
How y'all
out.
doing? How's
What's up,
everybody doing?
oh,
Ez?
you
Hello, what's
do.
up, Trick
And
Mike?
see,
What's
like
up, Jay Prince?
Hey,
and that,
Israel.
What up, Ez?
Hey,
hello,
Cali Bev. Hey,
like my
Miss
Hey,
sons
Aurora.
are my
is
How you
sons are
doing? How you
married.
doing?
I'm
What's
not
up?
gonna
What's
put.
up? What's up? What's
I
up,
can't
TJ?
put
What's
down.
good?
Hey, darling, I'm not gonna
Hey,
put down marriage because all my kids are married. Trust me, one of my sons been with his wife for 14 years. The high school sweetheart. They've been married for 7. Another one been with his wife for 10. Another one for 7. So I'm saying, it's what, and I get what you're saying. Like a table, you do have a lot of women my age who pass that trauma down to their kids. That's why I say it's so good to go back and correct your trauma. Number one, I had to take accountability for things that I did when I was younger, when I was married to their father. My oldest son has a different father. I had to take accountability so that I would not pass that negative mindset or toxic down to my sons. Period. Whether it's what me and her father went through, or what, or whatever. The only way you can do that is correct yourself if you wanted your kids to have a better outcome than you. Period. My mother wasn't married. My mother was a 3-time baby mama. I mean, my brother and sister, my brother's deceased. We all had different fathers. My grandmother was married. My mother's brothers were married. I saw a lot of marriage except for my mother. So,
I think, ma'am, and I'm not trying to dismantle what you're saying completely. Getting married is one part of it, though. See, getting married, you can get married. I'm talking about the actual success of it, because anybody can choose it. Okay, so
but this is another thing, right? But this is the thing, right? When my sons got married, what I told them, put you and your wife, y'all come first. Y'all put God in your, don't put no outside. I don't care if it's me, I don't care if it's the mother-in-law, I don't care if it's your friends. You work on your marriage first. It's not for me. And see, you have a lot of mamas out there getting their kids' business. I see it. Stay out of your kids' marriages. Leave them folks alone. They're grown-ass people. Leave them alone. I get what you're saying, but you got to understand what's taught to them. My daughter-in-law just told me she loved the support that she has from both sides of family, because her mother and father, they've been married 20-some years. So, it's all about the support that you give your kids too. So I get what you're saying, but you got to stay out your kids' business. You got to speak life, and things that don't be easy. There are things that are going to be hard. I'm sure they argue. I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you got to work through it. So that's the thing. You got to be realistic about that. I agree with you to a extent.
Great. And I think that too, that again, like I said, I got to hold married couples accountable. I have seen married women attend divorce parties. So,
oh no.
It's like, on one hand, you're saying marriage is this thing, yet you're in celebration of the dismantling of it. And it can't be.
Right.
A bunch of Sierras. Send pictures and we'll expose them on the Trigger Mike show.
These old women need
it. Hey, y'all just don't believe in letting Trigger Mike eat nothing, huh? Y'all just don't want Trigger Mike to go get nothing to eat. Y'all just want him to.
These old women need to stop listening to Cardi B and letting this young girl be their
Trigger Mike,
idol.
they don't care nothing about your stomach.
If it's up, then it's
Man, ain't nobody studying Cardi B that hard outside of her music. But look,
right?
Y'all
old women actually picking up Cardi B stuff and actually applying it into your real life, and y'all about 5 to 10 years older than her.
By having a husband and having a child and being married? Is that how we incorporate
most of these women in 30s trying to act like young Cardi B.
Okay, but look, we don't even have the body for trying to be a young Cardi B. But regardless of that, I was gonna say that
Hey,
a lot of
hold on.
a lot of the stories or whatever are meant to
Are y'all
be
keeping the
as
stream
a
going, or y'all about to shut it down? I'm sorry,
dude.
Caliban.
A lot of
I'm sorry, Caliban. Real quick, I was just trying to ask Chaotic a question. Are y'all keep the stream going, or y'all about to shut it down, Chaotic? Yo, no, because Trigger Mike was saying he was gonna shut it down.
Cheerio, everybody.
Wait, hold on. What'd you say, Trey? Hold on.
Is you full of shit?
Y'all
Hold on,
go
what'd you say,
ahead. Chaotic is real and Ruckus, then we're gonna.
Okay.
Cheerio, my good sir. I would like to broach the topic. For all of you who do not know, I'm the chaotic. Truth.
It's about to go bad.
Sparkle, is my English, is my Queen's English, was it good? Did I fool you? Did I?
You didn't fool me, but I really appreciate a strong attempt.
Okay, I was trying to. When I was a kid many years ago, I heard this battle rapper from Britain. He said, "I got the razor to your face, and I ain't talking about a Motorola." I was like, "Oh wow, that's really wow, that's nice bars." I just got done doing a live stream, so I have no idea what you guys are talking about. J-Man, by the way, J-Man, you are an incredible content creator, man. Your channel is excellent, dude, and your thumbnails are incredible. You use Chat GPT, don't you?
Nah.
Oh, you don't?
Nope.
For your thumbnails? I don't know, man. You use some sort of AI for your thumbnails. You should, okay, all right.
I know how to do intros and everything now.
Oh yeah, your channel is dope. I love it.
Thanks, Chaotic.
Oh yeah, no problem. I'm probably late to the convo. The topic was, is Oprah Winfrey a high value woman? Now, believe it or not, a few months ago, a year ago, I would have said absolutely not. But look, man, bread is $5 for a loaf of bread. A gallon of milk is about $7, $8. Gas is through the roof. Hey man, you young niggas might have to get you an older chick, man. So yeah, Oprah Winfrey is a high value woman. Now in Trump's economy, no. But in this economy, you little 19, 20, y'all better get y'all some 55, 60-year-old women who will pay for your lifestyle. Go ahead, Arisa. You're waving your hand. You said no? Okay.
We're not doing that, Chaotic. We're not doing it. Stop.
No, you have to, because listen, a high value woman, I guess now it would depend on whatever society you live in. For example, if we were to transport ourselves 50,000 years ago, none of us would be high value because the hunter-gatherer would be the high value man. So what I'm saying is it's all dependent on the society you live in. So right now, with gas prices through the roof, hey man, you 22-year-old little niggas, y'all better get y'all an older chick with some money, man. So yes, Oprah Winfrey is high value. Go ahead, guys.
She might be high finance, but I don't know about high value.
Yeah, don't listen to Sparkle, guys. Go ahead. Don't listen to Sparkle. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah. I think Callie Bev has something to say.
Nah, go ahead, Iz. You done already ruined it and everything. Go. You blew it.
Nah, Callie Bev, I didn't mean to ruin it for you. Go ahead and I didn't mean to ruin it for you, Callie Bev. Go ahead and kick your spiel. I didn't mean that. I just wanted
I
to
know
know
you didn't do it on purpose. I know you didn't do it
go.
on purpose. I'm just halfway teasing you. But look,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say that those stories that you hear, this is what young women need to realize, is that those stories that you hear are supposed to be used as things not to do within the marriage or leading up to the marriage. It's not supposed to inform you on not to get married at all. You know what I mean? My mother's horror story and my grandmother's horror story informed me of the exact opposite thing of what to do leading up to and during the marriage. You know what I'm saying? It did not, because everybody in our family was married. We are a marriage family. The only people that ain't married are my younger cousins. You know what I'm saying? The millennials and the Z's. Them the only ones that ain't really married in my family. I grew up all around that shit on mom's side and daddy's side. So use it as a warning, young women, not as a discouragement to have you even go through the act or whatever. You want positive images or whatever, or examples of healthy marriages in the ups and the downs. You need to go on ahead and look for these Facebook groups. They have plenty of Facebook groups for married couples. You can go there and you can find it all. You can find the bad and how they got over it, and you can also find the Disney fantasy stories and shit there too. Just my little 2
Yeah.
cents.
That's good. That's a good one.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Who was that?
Ruckus.
Israel?
What you got,
Yeah.
Ruckus?
JC? Or
Yo,
is?
can you guys hear me?
Oh, that's
Yes.
JC. What
Yes.
up, JC?
Hey, what's up, Jay Prince? Long time
What's
no
going
see.
on? What's the man? You need to come over, man. I'll be doing late nights too.
At what time?
I usually started like at 10:45, same as Fight Club. But when Lapeef is on, we usually try to wait till the Lapeef is done.
All right, for sure. I'll be there. I'll be there. So tonight I'm actually touching on this whole topic with marriage, right? I was telling earlier to now be hosting the first show of Making Marriage Great Again over at the Black Man Unfiltered Network, and we're gonna talk about that because I think it was True Table. He mentioned it, that which I've heard it too. A lot of married people complaining, how they want to be single, and that, but on the flip side, there's a lot of single people that want to be married. And then the question is, why is that? They just don't want to be married because they want to be married. Because I truly believe, just as much as there's people out there that bash on marriage, there's people out there that are seeing something that's very beautiful about marriage, something that is capturing them, something that is alluring them, something that's kind of almost being irresistibly drawn to it. So we can't deny those factors, because a society is built upon the principles of marriage, that sacred union between a man and a woman. It's always been that way. Marriage is known universally. It might be practiced differently in the sense of its ceremonies, religiously or culturally, but a society recognizes marriage as something that's a pillar to society, a pillar to the world. So, and then that's an undeniable fact. So, I mean, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it later. How to make marriage attractive again, because I think that we're missing it. I think there's a lot of negative connotations about marriage, and that's totally fine. And I understand the negative side of it. I've been through both sides. I've been through the devastating side of divorce, but I've also been through right now what I'm going through, the successful side of it, of marriage. So, but we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it.
Hey, I just wanted to get in there real quick.
Congratulations.
Yeah, no doubt. Yo, salute to you, JC. You know what I'm saying? I pray you massive success on your show. Also, it's another option too, because y'all know I do my show in a few minutes. So I just wanted to say, I know Trigger Mike was trying to get something to eat. So I was saying, if y'all want to continue the conversation, we over on the Toxic Avengers Network Double Standard Show right now. At 7:00, we starting up. You know what I mean? 7:00 Eastern Standard Time. And we're going to have a great time. We know the price, but what's the cost? So, yeah, I mean, if y'all want to come over, come through, be on the panel, come on through.
Is that Angry Man's channel?
Yeah, that's the Toxic Avenger channel. Yeah.
I tried to click that link. I tried to click that link and it would not work for me. I'm on his other one. Is it on his other channel? Can I go click that link from his original channel?
No, I'm gonna get down and then I'll put the link in the chat room again real quick. Yo,
okay,
salute to everybody on the panel. Salute to you, Chaotic. Salute to
you.
Jay Prince for president. To you, Ruckus.
Sorry,
to you, Island Girl. To you, Cali Bev. To you, Sparkle. To you, True Table. To you, Arissa Michelle. Salute to everybody.
Bye, darling. I'll be over y'all to wreck y'all world up in a little bit.
And definitely salute to my man Trigger Mike.
Always being a terrorist, yo.
I think I know, right? Let me be your little terrorist over there today.
All right, everyone.
Before I leave, Sparkle, can I ask you a question? Feel free to say no.
Sure.
Can you imitate a Black woman's accent from New York?
No. I'll be honest. Whenever I try and do some kind of American accent, it comes out like a White Valley girl, so I'm not going to try that.
You're going to sound like you're from Iowa.
It's not a good look.
Okay. Hey you guys have a good one. Peace.
I'll have to
I can't.
You know what? I just want to close. I want to close with this, right? I want to say this to close with this, right? I think what we've been hearing, because Black men have been crying, Black men miss the original Black woman. I think Black men, we miss the ones that the women that used to, all you had to do is check the R&B songs from back in the day. We miss the feminine woman. We don't believe the Black women of today. They don't got our hearts, and it's their fault that they don't got our hearts. We can't. Black women of today can't force us to want to accept the way they are now. And one thing our women is doing, they trying to force us to accept the new them, and they kind of getting upset because naturally us black men is rebuking that. We is not going to accept this new concept of a woman. That's not what we're attracted to. We never been attracted to that naturally, and that's not what we're going to. So y'all going to continue to adopt this new personality. Well, we're just going to become distance. It's going to be sad on both sides because, believe it or not, black men want women, and primarily they want black women. They want families, but they don't want the new concept, this new idea of the black woman.
Jay Prince,
Let her have a man.
I would just
trying to go another 6 hours. Y'all know that.
Yeah,
right?
he's trying to
Yeah, it's a trap. It's a trap.
It is a trap.
I was just gonna
go ahead,
say,
Sparkle.
That's something that was deep though. No, I'm just playing.
no, I was just gonna say because what he said is something that said a lot, and I just would say that you'd have to find women that hold traditional standards. If you find a woman that has modern standards, that's where you're having the issue. You need to find a woman with a more traditional, family-minded mindset.
Yeah, we out here, Jay Prince. I mean, I have a man, but I'm just saying.
Well, you too old. See, I don't want to go to my grandmama for a wife.
We're not gonna go there today.
I don't want to go to my grandmama for a wife.
Save yourself, woman. Save yourself, black woman. Look at this. Look at this.
No, you old.
I don't want to date my granny.
This is not old. This is not old. We're older.
We are doing. In fact, I might go live tomorrow. We're gonna do should young men date older women.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, we're gonna do it on my channel. If you have not subscribed to Trigger Mike Show on YouTube. But yeah, man, listen, what is it called when you start seeing white spots in front of your eyes? Does that mean I'm about to pass out?
You need to eat some food. Where's your water?
Look, I just went back to the beginning of the show and I've already lost weight in my face. I didn't even eat breakfast.
That's good.
You're welcome.
That means that you're close to 37 years old. That's what it means.
That's actually diabetic, ain't it?
Damn, boy. I'm starting to see spots. We're going to get out of here. I want to thank the panelists today for coming through. All my people, thank you so much. Oh, man, I love y'all. Make sure y'all check out JC's show tonight. I'm definitely going to check it out. That's a dope topic. Appreciate everybody for coming through to the Trigger Mike Show. We always appreciate your support. Let me get these super chats out of the way. Kingdom Minded 20 says, can you answer the question? AL says, if women tone down that ego and attitude, everything else will fall into place. I promise you that's true. And I want to thank y'all. So JC tonight has a show on Black Man Unfiltered Network. We got to make sure we support our people. Support my man Jay Prince for president on his network. He has dope content, goes live often. All right. Every other person you've seen, go back and get their follow them on Instagram, YouTube, any other platform they have. All positivity for those people. My man Chaotic Truth, my man Israel about to go live. What I want y'all to do as well, we're going to start doing ratchet topics on my channel. So go to the Trigger Mike Show on YouTube. It's youtube.com/@Trigger Mike Show. We're going to start doing some of the ratchet topics after I'm done. But you can always catch me here weekday mornings, the spot on the Lapeef Network. Thank y'all so much for rocking with me. I always appreciate y'all support. I think we had a fun day today. I'm really excited to be with y'all, and we're going to keep growing and doing our thing like that. Trigger Mike is out. I'll catch y'all on Monday.